Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective. Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called goro, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
ndụ a na-atọka onye anara nke ya na ụlọ agwọ ibe anyị adị nọ ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya na ịlụfụta nwụrụ ya ị mara na nsogbu riri ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ udo na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene na-ekele maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka eme echi anya mara na anyị adị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịla anyị mma ndị be anyị onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie dipụtara anyị na-ere nke
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Many thanks for joining us, and welcome to the Aneke TV broadcasting live from Enugu. Here on the business desk, we are tracking a critical closing section for the domestic economy today as capital providers pivot to strict capital preservation. On Custom Street, the bulls have created the All-Share Index on the Nigerian Exchange opens this morning on the heels of a sharp 4-day bearish run, stripping over ₦500 billion of our total equity value in yesterday's session alone. As corporate earnings euphoria cool off, institutional desks are readjusting local stock, waiting back to fundamental values. Over the currency windows, it is a much more reassuring story. The central bank's tight monetary stance continues to defend the local tender. The naira enters today's trade, maintaining robust stability, locking in official close to 1,360 naira to the greenback, while parallel street quotes hold a remarkably narrow gap, trading between 1,385 naira and 1,400 naira. Over the next half hour, we will unpack this market correction, analyze the global tech route out of Asia, and check the weekend staple food price index right here at home from my 12 to Obwete market. And this is the business desk, where data meets destiny, and your word finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's get down to business. Starting from the Nigerian equities market, yes, where the bearish wave on the Nigerian exchange extended into its fourth consecutive section yesterday as persistent profit-taking wiped out 580.65 billion naira of the total value of listed equities. Institutional investors and retail traders continued to aggressively trim down exposure to stocks that rallied aggressively over the last quarter. By the closing bell, the benchmark All-Share Index dropped by 0.37%, settling at 242,227.31 points, while the total market capitalization closed down at 155.36 trillion naira. Trading velocity slowed down significantly. Aggregate volume fell by over 36% to 588.46 million shares, valued at 42.27 billion naira across 57,352 deals. Market sentiment remained firmly in the red, with a negative breadth of a 0.8% as 30 leggers outpaced 24 gainers. And quickly, the top 5 gainers for yesterday, yes, where the insurance sector and selected financial counters provided tiny pockets of resilience amidst the broad market retreat. And looking at the top movers, International Energy Insurance closed at 6 naira 60 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 10%. Omatech Ventures, traded as Omatech, yesterday closed its book at 2 naira 3 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 9.73%. Abi Mortgage Bank, traded as Abi BDS, yesterday closed trading at 8 naira 50 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 9.68% as well. Then Kutix PLC is another stock that made a bullish adjustment of 9.66% to close trading at 3 naira 18 kobo. Yes, John Hurt PLC yesterday closed at 14 naira 90 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 7.97% yesterday. And then quickly, that takes us to taking a look at the consumer laggards yesterday, where consumer goods and local logistics and high-priced energy counters bore the brunt of yesterday's heavy risk of sentiment. And then looking at these laggards, led by Nico's PLC, which closed its book yesterday at 7.74 kobo, making a dip of 10% adjustment. ABC Transport, ABC Associated Bus Company, that's ABC Trans, that's the trading name, closed at 6 naira 20 kobo, making a negative dip of 9.88%. Etana, yes, speaking to Etana PLC, yes, they closed at 29 naira 75 kobo, making a dip of 9.85%. Arade Holdings, yes, they closed trading at 1,749 naira 90 kobo, in the dip of a negative 9.51%. Yes, MPF Microfinance Bank, yes, there was another stock, that's part of the pack. Yes, they're losing packs. It went deep as making a negative adjustment of 8.45 negative percent, closing trading at 5 naira 20 kobo. And here is our market outlook for today. Yes, speaking to the market outlook for today, expect the local pulse to lean heavily into its defensive stance. As we are close out the trading week, stockbrokers indicate that the market is navigating a classic technical price correction because corporate earnings euphoria has completely cooled off. Several blue chip chickers are currently being, repriced back towards their fundamental fair value. As the opening bells approach for today's final session, investment houses like Cowrie Asset Management project a continuation of this cautious bearish tone. Institutional players will likely keep their capital on the sidelines or lock in remaining profit before the weekend. However, watch out for late afternoon bargain hunting on heavily discounted banking assets, which could potentially trigger a marginal localized rebound. And then quickly moving on to take a look at the forex market, speaking to the Nigerian Naira's performance yesterday. Yes, the Nigerian Naira maintained its recent streak of stability yesterday, holding a steady defensive line against the US dollar, across both the formal and alternative markets. Corporate demand pressures remained, moderate, allowing the central bank's recent liquidity intervention to sustain a relatively calm trading environment. At the official Nigerian foreign exchange market, Naira locked in a stable performance according to the data tracked by the Central Bank of Nigeria. The volume, the volume weighted average exchange rate closed at 1,360 naira per dollar, showing marginal appreciation from earlier week averages. Daily transaction turnover at the official window crossed 514.98 million US dollars, signaling a robust, a very robust liquidity, flowing through the banking system to clear immediate corporate obligations. Meanwhile, on the parallel market, the local currency mirrored its stability, holding firm against speculative plays. Street traders in Lagos, Abuja, and Kano quoted the dollar within a tight band of 1,385 naira to 1,400 naira for cash transactions. The spread between the official and parallel rates remains notably narrow, continuing a multi-week trend of market convergence that analysts credit to tighter monetary policy and steady dollar supply. And then when we take a look at the windows, like we've rightly given you out, yes, we saw at the official window where the Naira traded between 1,360 Naira, indicating, a stable market sentiment on a high liquidity trending daily, driver. And then looking at the black market, where we've already given you the figures to be trading between 1,385 naira to 1,400 naira, indicates a market that is cautious. However, is still tilted towards a speculation checkered. And then this spread between the official and the parallel market, is just a distance between 25 naira to 40 naira, indicating a high convergence. And here is our market outlook for today. Yes, our market outlook for today is that the focus for today's final trading section of the week will be on demand-side resilience from retail, importers, and manufacturing concerns ahead of the weekend. Barring any surprise supply shocks from the Apex Bank, the Naira is projected to trade within its current comfortable range of 1,350 Naira to 1,380 Naira on the official desk today. Financial analysts, note that Central Bank of Nigeria's current monetary policy rate at 26.5% continues to serve, its purpose, keeping the domestic investment climate attractive for foreign portfolio investors and mopping up excess liquidity that would otherwise, drive currency speculations. As businesses open for today's trade, expect corporate treasurers to prioritize local banking channels over alternative markets, keeping primary rates well behaved as well. The primary factor to monitor as the week closes out will be the sustainability of the foreign reserve buffer to back ongoing spot market interventions. And quickly, running to the energy market, yes, international oil prices, navigated a volatile, high sensitive section yesterday as the energy market balanced its Western inventories against rapidly shifting political dynamics in the Middle East. Global benchmark Brent crude futures experienced a corrective pullback, settling yesterday's at $95.40 a barrel. This represents a moderate cooling off from earlier midweek peaks that approached $98 threshold. The primary catalyst for yesterday's session decline was a wave of diplomatic maneuvers. Hopes of a localized ceasefire agreement between Israel and Lebanon initially drained some of the war premiums out of the market, prompting macro funds to lock in profit on a long positions. Yes, on long positions. However, a steep floor remains beneath the market. Fresh data reveals that U.S. commercial crude inventories plunged by a massive 8 million barrels last week. Double what energy analysts had predicted. Crucially, stockpiles at the critical cushioning Oklahoma storage hub have plummeted to minimum operating level. This domestic supply squeeze, coupled with structural anxieties over transit security through the vital Strait of Hormuz, prevented a broader price collapse. Looking at the benchmark, Brent crude yesterday closed out at $95.40 a barrel, indicating a downward correction, and is, anchored on ceasefire hopes and supply fears. The West Texas Intermediate, was at $93.80 per barrel, indicating a modest retreat. Inventory draws offsetting macro headwinds. And then quickly, our market outlook for today, yes, expect oil trades in highly reactive sideways consolidation pattern today as traders, digest a major breakdown in diplomatic talks overnight. The early morning outlook for today has turned decidedly more bullish. Energy desks are adjusting to news that Hezbollah has officially rejected the proposed ceasefire framework because the broader U.S.-Iran, back channel discussions are contingent on a Lebanese resolution. The risk of renewed geopolitical escalation has jumped back to the forefront. For today's floor trading, technical analysts expect Brent to test intermediate resistance level around $96.30 to $97.50 a barrel if structural trading volumes trigger a breakout above the $97 mark. Algorithmic buying could easily push quotes back, towards the psychological $100 resistance, ceiling before the weekend pause. For Nigeria's fiscal managers, yesterday's close keeps oil comfortably well above the nation's budget. Yes, the national budget benchmark, maintaining a healthy buffer for foreign reserve. And then quickly running to the Nigeria commodities market. Yes, the domestic commodities market is navigating a highly localized supply dynamics as internal logistics, transportation costs continue to drive sharp, disparities in what consumers, pay for essential staples. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics, puts headline food inflation at 16.06%, with processed farm derivatives and local grains experiencing the most consistent weekly pressure. A cross-city field survey reveals that bulk grain pricing and processing proximity are drawing a distinct line between northern distribution hubs and southern consumer markets. In the north, localized grains glues are keeping raw maize and millet prices relatively stable, whereas the southern and eastern markets are bearing the brunt of elevated haulage and fuel costs. And then bringing you the prices from Enugu, speaking to Obete market in Enugu, Wuse in Abuja, and my 12, price disparities. And starting out from the southeast, yes, where the white gari, in Enugu, the 1 kg of it went for 942 naira. In Abuja, it sold for 670 naira, and Lagos paid 801 naira, indicating high processing input costs in southeast. And then moving to Brambis, 1 kg of it in Enugu went for 1,762 naira. Abuja paid 1,100 naira, and Lagos, with even better bargain than Enugu, bought for 1,770 naira, indicating inbound transport costs from northern supply lines. Local rice, the 50 kg bag of it in Enugu went for 88,000 naira. Abuja had a bargain of 79,500 naira, and Lagos paid 84,000 naira for it, indicating milling outputs matching high transport tariffs as well. Yam tuber, the large size yam tuber, in Enugu went for 4,500 naira. Abuja is sold for 3,200 naira, and then Lagos 4,200 naira, indicating a seasonal off-peak storage premiums. And then the commodities market outlook is such that we expect retail price steepness to persist through today's weekend shopping rush, with Enugu and Lagos remaining high cost zones. According to independent commodity analysts, Enugu State currently leads the nation in month-on-month food price acceleration, a direct result of being a high intake zone for tubers and legumes shipped from the Middle Belt. As the weekend trading section opened today, aggregate supply volumes at major food hubs like My 12 in Lagos or Wete in Enugu are projected to remain steady but highly priced. Traders indicate that they are unable to lower retail costs because they must pass down the 16% increase in transportation overheads recorded over the last quarter. For households and institutional buyers, the best bargain points today will remain, centered on direct local rice mills channels rather than alternative open market retail stores. And quickly running to the international market segment, where global equity markets experienced a major geographical decoupling yesterday, while a domestic cooling of energy costs triggered a historic blue chip rally on Wall Street. A sudden sharp correction in artificial intelligence bellwether sent shockwaves directly into the Asian tech hubs. In the United States, it was a historic session of sector rotation. Falling bond yields and easing oil prices prompted investors to dump high-flying tech stocks and aggressive buying into broader cyclical sectors. The Dow Jones Industrial Average soared by 874 points, or 1.7%, to lock in a new all-time record close. The S&P 500 rose by 0.4%, while the tech-heavy Nasdaq Composite slipped 0.1%, dragged down by a sharp 12.6% plunge in chip makers Broadcom after its forward outlook disappointed the street. Across Europe, trading desks draw solid support from tentative diplomatic breakthroughs in the Middle East. News of fragile ceasefire agreement between Israel and Lebanon eased energy inflation anxieties, pushing the pan-European stock 600 up 0.2%, while London's commodity-heavy FTSE 100 dragged due to weaker oil names. Continental indices like Germany's DAX and France CAC 40 closed firmly in positive territory. In Asia, however, the narrative turned deeply bearish overnight as the Wall Street AI sell-off triggered absolute capitulation on regional tech desk. South Korea's Kospi index plummeted a massive 5.1%, led by historic single-day crashes in memory chips giants SK Hynix and Samsung. In Tokyo, the Nikkei 225 shared 1.4% as semiconductors equipment manufacturers faced intense selling pressure. Regional indexing change is such that when we look at Dow Jones of USA, Wall Street, it closed at 51,561.93 points, and indicating a record high rotation out of AI into banks and small caps. S&P 500 closed at 7,584.31 points. Yes, indicating a broad market gains offsetting a tech drag. And Stoxx 600 closed at 622.14 points. Yes, indicating easing Middle East tensions, boost risk, risking appetite. And then Nikkei 225 Japan closed at 66,532.35 points. And then South Korea Kospi closed at 8,185.62 points, indicating, like we told you, a 5% negative severe adjustment. Then here is our strategic market advice for the Nigerian investors before we draw the curtains. On equities, we urge you to hold cash and stay defensive. Do not go into panic sell, into the 4-day market dip. Wait for the bearish correction to, you wait for the bearish correction to bottom out and scout for deeply discounted tier 1 banking stocks, late this afternoon. And then on foreign exchange, we are urging you to avoid speculation. The narrow gap between the official and parallel rates, means dollar holding is a losing bet. Keep your capital in high-yielding local assets instead. And then on global portfolios, we're urging you to de-risk immediately. Follow the global trend out of overvalued tech and AI stocks. Rotate offshore funds into stable defensive sectors or treasury bonds ahead of the weekend. The bottom line here is that the golden rule for today is that we urge you to stay, that today is about capital preservation. About capital preservation. Yes, that's the bench word for today, capital preservation, not aggressive growth. No. Do not project into aggressive growth. Today's trading caution should be, around capital preservation. Let the market settle before making big moves. That's our watchword today. That's the rule for today. Yes, just bear it in mind. Keep it at the back of your mind as you go into the market today. Just hinge on capital preservation, not aggressive growth. Just let's wait out a bit and watch the market, settle before we make our next big move. And be sure that Aneke TV's market segment will be with you every step of the way, urging you on the right, knight or bishop, to move from the market chessboard. And this is where we'll be drawing the curtain today on this market segment. We urge you to stay sharp, manage entry points closely, and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. Keep watching Aneke TV market segment. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Aneke television, How I get one with the father and I am what you go how Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo, what I want here, Bube, I got television on the mellow way, Mela Madia, in our uncle, in a American Futanwa, in our Hozu, in our uncle, the one I got television, the Arcades will your man, the one I got television, you do man, help the mellow way, Mela Madia, who me would your woe, Nanka, Bunkai. You might have a girl, if you want to come over, you never had you were
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Good morning and welcome to Aneke Sports Today. It is your one and only sports oracle, Good Chukuma, bringing you what's happening in the world of sports. And I'm here with Worldwide, my brother, to dish out to you how it has been boiling, how the pot of sports has been, the condiment and the things we have been expecting to see, especially from the World Cup and also from the Formula One Grand Prix this weekend, where you have the likes of Lewis Hamilton and the big weeks lining up for Monaco GP. That's in the Monte Carlo GP. That and more we're going to bring your way. Yes, Worldwide, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Goodo. Thank you for having me. We should not forget that today is Friday. TGF is Friday. So
yeah.
I know what happens when it's Fridays. That means we are getting into the weekend where a lot of sports action are coming up. And meanwhile, a lot happened yesterday. Just in the space of some hours, we saw the fight between two boxers, Ramirez and the other guy. And we saw the friendly matches that happened in the world of football. There was a lot of friendly matches yesterday. And I don't know, some surprising score lines that I saw yesterday, that I was not expecting. And every other thing, well, we'll get into the business of the day while we go on.
Yeah, really, we'll get into business of the day while we go on. So, but first of all, I want to ask you, what is going to happen this weekend? What are we expecting to have, the friendlies and the rest of them? What are we expecting to have in the world of sports this weekend?
Well, there are a lot. There are a lot of sports. Yeah, you already said the Monaco Formula One that is coming up, the race, and we have already talked about favorites
Kimi
Antonelli, yeah, that's my favorite, of course. Then we have the likes of Hamilton, we have the likes of Verstappen, and the rest. And I'm expecting, in fact, my expectations are high for my favorite driver right now, and I'm expecting him to, give me the best of what he can afford to give me right now. Then also in the world of football, the World Cup is coming. We have about 5 days to go, and a lot of friendlies are coming up right now just to prepare the team to, see what they can play and how they have been prepared. We saw France playing yesterday against the Ivory Coast. And,
yes.
And they lost. Surprisingly,
yes,
they lost.
Ahmad had to score.
Ivory Coast beat them 2-1, and it was a surprising scoreline for me. We saw Spain also. These big guys that, of course, France is my favorite, and for them to lose, I would say it's a friendly match, but not that a friendly match because the players were there. It was not different players. It was not like they used their second squad to play the match. This was the players and the people that have been training to play this World Cup. And surprisingly, they lost. We saw Spain. Surprisingly, Spain got a 1-1 draw against Iran, of all people. Spain had to play a 1-1 draw. We saw, so many things that we are going to see. This is just like a tip of the iceberg coming into the weekend. There are a lot of matches. There are a lot of, for the driving, there are a lot, and for, the world of boxing, there are a lot of matches coming up. Even in long tennis. In fact, this weekend is all packed. This weekend, I can tell you, is all packed in the world of sport, and I'm expecting to see so many actions.
I'm actually expecting so many actions while it is just a week to the World Cup.
Yeah.
And things are getting
Is it still up to a week? So I think by
it's 7 days to the
Friday or so.
Yes, it's 7 days to the World Cup. Wow. So teams are getting ready. Everyone is trying to get themselves together to feature well in the World Cup. And there has been this tension around, countries like we talked about the friendlies. Nigeria is going to play their friendly just by 10th of this month with Portugal. Nigeria is going to face Portugal. Then other games are going to come up in the friendlies. But one thing I want to ask is how far about the promotion we talked about the other time? Because in the world of boxing, I have updates that I want to drop. But how far have we started of showing off or talking about the events that are coming in for the season, talking about
for the local league
for the local league, and also for the sports events, national sports festival, and the rest of the event. Have we started being intentional with talking about it? That's one thing.
I think there is a step in progress. Well, for we have done our part. Of course, this is also part of we promoting the events. We have said so many times that the sports festival is coming up, and for the local leagues, I believe they are moving in a step that is, I would say, a forward step. You saw what the governor did for the Enugu Rangers team. You saw how he encouraged them, gave them cash prize, gave them land. Also, you saw their what's it called, parade. When they went to all, let's say, all bus stops or all cities or all places in Enugu just to showcase their cup. And I believe they have taken these things into consideration. They are aware. It's not that they are not aware. They are aware, and we are seeing some improvements. At least we now get to see maybe some adverts. That this is, although I don't know the stipulated time for when the season will start, but I believe the promotion, the people in charge are hearing our voices, are hearing our plea, are hearing the things we are saying over here to improve on their promotion, and I believe they will take it seriously.
Yes. Now let's just go back to Formula One, where we are having that. Talking about McLaren, this is going to be their 1,000 Grand Prix Formula One championship. That's when they feature in Monaco, which they will,
of course, they will feature.
It will be their 1,000. So they have come out to show the car that will, the first car they used in the Formula One.
Those days.
Yes, you see the cars, you see Lando Piastri, you see Lando Norris and the guys. Then you also see, I look at Lewis Hamilton at edge. This Lewis Hamilton is always finding himself somewhere.
Yeah, that's to show you that he has been around for a long time. You can see the old car they used. This was when Lewis Hamilton was the Lewis Hamilton of Formula One. Though he was not even that big then, but you can see that he has been around. So it's been a long time that he started Formula One. And of course, this is an improvement from this old kind of car that does not even look like it can move from here to maybe Lagos. You know, if you are driving this car.
But this car is powerful.
Of course, it's powerful, but you can see the improvement. Now you see the other type they are going to use for this next race, and it's in fact, it shows a wide range of improvements.
Yes,
you know,
it shows
modernized
that
their
technology is really coming up. Technology is really coming up in this. And while we're talking about Formula One, Lewis Hamilton has arrived for the Formula One game
in Monaco.
Yes, in Monaco. Guess what? He arrived in a motorbike, with a motorbike. That's what he arrived.
You know, we said it yesterday that these people don't fancy even driving their car.
Look at how it was the mafian kind of arrival. He arrived on a motorbike.
And you won't even know he's the one that's driving. Know of course, he's covered. He has a helmet.
Do you know the kind of speed this guy would be using? He's used to speed.
Yeah,
I mean,
of course.
Lewis Hamilton is used to speed.
And this is a fast bike. It's not, you know, this is like a
customized
bike.
This is a customized bike.
Yeah, so
it's a customized
it's
bike.
Almost the experience for him is almost like driving the speed car that he's used to driving.
I'm sure that on a normal day, they don't calm down to drive. They are
not used to it now. Once they enter the wheels, whether it's bike, whether it's their car or personal car, they will want to, you know, get that acceleration. They will want to drive at that speed they are used to. So it's going to be difficult for you to tell them to drive at that slow pace. Just, you know, they just want to do the thing they do normally.
That's one thing I've seen. Then talking about the likes of Lando Piastri, Lando Norris, pardon me, Lando Norris, yes, and then Oscar Piastri. They are already coming out to, you know, prepare, get themselves ready for the next. That is the Monaco GP, which is coming up just this weekend. They are ready. They are getting themselves ready because this is from the McLaren team, and they are pushing everything they can to, you know, get themselves together and fix the road in Monaco. I mean, fixing the road means that they are going to drive.
The road is already fixed.
Yes, they're going to drive people to crazy.
Yeah,
they're going to drive people crazy because this will make it the 1,000. They are preparing for a
1,000.
Yes, for the 1,000 race of McLaren. So it's going to be an addition. If you notice their car is branded.
Yeah, of course.
It's for special editions, and then it has two brands: Monaco GP branding and then special edition to commemorate their 1,000. Yes, these two.
Of course, this is like an achievement for them. It's not easy to get to a 1,000 appearance, even in any sport. For you to have been there, this is the 1,000th time. It's not easy. I don't think, apart from, will I say, Mercedes or Ferrari, I don't think any other car has achieved that height to get to that 1,000 position. So it's something they are supposed to celebrate. They're supposed to mark that. You know, it's not just like if, but when you score, you look at Ronaldo chasing 1,000 goals, you can see the numbers that is counted. Every goal he scores, he gets to tell you that this is the number. I believe it's about 960 something now or 70 something. So he's counting down to 1,000. So it's something, a milestone that you should achieve and celebrate. If you imagine getting up to even 50 years, you have to celebrate it, or somebody getting to 100 years, it's something that you should celebrate. So I believe they are doing the best to celebrate that and enjoy the moment.
Yes, enjoy the moment and then enjoy the time being, because there's nothing actually that lasts for...
Of course, it does not.
Yes.
After 1,000, you enter 1,001.
1,001.
You start counting again.
Eventually, if they win this race, it will be a special event.
Yeah.
And then, you know, yesterday we showed how they are getting ready for the how teams are getting ready. The team that won it last, team that is going to win it next is all over. It's all over. More like a speculation.
Yeah,
if Mercedes would win it. But you have tipped Mercedes to win.
Of course, I've tipped Mercedes because I have my Kimi there. That's why I tipped. If I had Kimi at McLaren, I would tip McLaren. It's just the person that is driving it that is making me to tip the brand. So it's not actually that I'm tipping Mercedes. If Kimi was at Ferrari, I would tip Ferrari. If it was at McLaren, I would tip McLaren.
Yes. If it was anywhere, I would tip him.
Yeah.
And I would also tip George Russell.
Yeah, of course.
You know, but then let's not forget that Lewis Hamilton is there.
No, of course you can't take away the fact. You can't forget.
If he arrive,
You see the motion that he used to arrive. Now
He came
so
with a mafian
he's prepared. He's telling you that he's prepared. It's enough to put even fear in the opponent's, body. Like, look at this way, the elegance, the way he came into the competition. It's something that, okay, I believe this guy is ready, so I should be more prepared.
Yes, because it's Friday and we're preparing for the World Cup, we'll be delving right into the world of football, where the friendlies are, are happening and coming up, and also talking about the Ahmad effect and the Ivory Coast team, looking at their game against France, and also Manchester United players. They have started shifting from the training center to the World Cup center, and you could see Lisandro Martinez,
of course,
and
many of the
Cunha,
players
they are moving.
They are going to their country.
They are moving. They are going to their country, and it's something that we've been looking for. We've been looking out for, and a lot of them too are getting ready, gearing up for the World Cup. Yeah. Now let's talk about Nigeria's friendly that is coming up with Portugal. That is where I want us to take a step from. Because when you look at the friendlies and see what's happening, yesterday Ivory Coast had to slump the French side.
This is the first time that they are going to lose a qualifying or a friendly match before the
with
World
other
Cup.
games too. Yes,
it's
sad. I would say that
for France, it's sad.
France, it may not be what the plan that they will have. And the goal came by the 84th minute.
Yeah, the second goal.
The second goal.
It's something that kills your morale when the goal is being scored at the late minutes of the game, where you don't have enough time to get maybe an equalizer or to reply. So in football, when you concede those kind of goals, your morale is kind of dampened. That it's just what it is. That there is nothing else you can do. You have about, let's say, less than 10 minutes to get. Imagine struggling to get goals within 80 minutes, and you now come down 84 minutes, 2-1 down. How are you going to strive to get another goal to even play the match at a 2-2? We saw Poland, of course, did it to Nigeria when they scored at the 90+5 minutes. So France were unlucky to get that draw. But anyway, it's a friendly game, but it has gone down in history that Ivory Coast defeated France. If you like, call it a friendly game. If you like, call it a World Cup game. Then for the preparations, for we that we are going to play Portugal, it's not going to be an easy match.
It's not going to be an easy match, I will tell you.
You can see the lineup for Portugal.
Because, in fact,
these are players that played in world-class stages.
Yesterday, Portugal rolled out their
squad list.
Not their squad list, their track for the World Cup.
Okay.
Looking sleek and dangerous, I would say. Take a look at that. Looking sleek and dangerous.
Look at the charisma in this picture.
Just look at the charisma. It's not even long. You say, okay, it's so long. It's just how it is.
This is just their training kit, or not?
Yes.
Just they are going. In fact,
this what they are going to,
Yeah, it's just like to wear on top
and arrive.
And it's looking so fine.
I'm sure that teams and countries this time will sell a lot of jerseys.
No, they will say this season they will sell. That's why we have been talking about a promotion. You are going to. This is, if you are not promoting. Imagine maybe nobody saw this picture or all these things. How are you going to buy the jerseys? This is not just the jerseys. This is like the cover of the cardigan, the training tracks with all of it. This is why we talk. We can't overemphasize on promotion. You have to promote this thing. Even France jerseys, you saw them yesterday. Even Argentina, they have rolled out their own. If you don't promote all these things, how people are going to buy these things? It's meant for people to buy.
Now I want to ask a question. Many people are asking the question, why is this World Cup promotions being centered around Ronaldo and Portugal?
Well, it's been sent. I don't know if I'm in total agreement that it's been centered around Ronaldo. Though I've seen a lot of promoters.
The PR that we didn't get this PR.
They are promoting Ronaldo, but also I've seen other people promoting Messi. I've seen other people promoting Yamal. They are.
I thought you should know.
That's why I said it's not just Ronaldo. There are about 4 players right now that are promoting. You have Messi, we have Yamal, we have Ronaldo, and we also have Mbappe. The other players that are not even promoting that I'm surprised is Dembele, who is fantastic this season. But of course, why they are promoting these guys? They are the face of the industry per se. In the world of football, there is no way you will take out Ronaldo or Messi and you say you are doing it, just like doing an advert for World Cup and you not put, you saw the advert that FIFA did where they had Ronaldo, Messi, even Mbappe, you know, trying to place or get a hold of the cup. You know, the advert went viral and, you know, you saw the views, it was millions of views. Imagine doing this same promotion and you are just having some regular players that the world is not so attracted to. These are people that have gone around the world. Imagine Ronaldo playing in, starting from Portugal, playing for England, playing for Spain, went to Italy, and now he's at Saudi Arabia. So this is a phase that it's like a global phase for football. And if you must do a promotion, you have to use this phase that people are aware about. Then Messi also has done this different countries. He started from Spain, went to France. Now it's USA that he's playing. So you cannot do any advert without these guys. These guys have been in the game for up to 15 years. This is their 6th World Cup. How many players in this life or in the past that played 6th World, you know, do you know how many years they play World Cup? That's, they play it at interval of 4 years. So these people have been around for more than 16 years. In fact, up to 20 years, because this is their 6th World Cup. So they have been participating in this game for a long time that you cannot take them away from promotion. You know, they have done their best, and this actually is their last World Cup. So you cannot take them away from the promotion.
Actually, let me tell you something. Cristiano Ronaldo, why it seems that there's a lot of PR on Cristiano Ronaldo is very obvious that he's going for his 6th World Cup.
Yeah.
And there's no other person. There are just 3 that are going for their 6th World Cup. There's a goalkeeper, there's Lionel Messi, and then there's Cristiano Ronaldo. 3 of them are going for their 6th World Cup. Now, Lionel Messi, in all his achievements, has a World Cup.
Of course.
To his cabinet.
Yeah.
Now, Cristiano Ronaldo has no World Cup. Cristiano Ronaldo, from the look of things, seems to be the favorite.
Yeah, he's seeming to be the favorite because he wants this, like the only trophy that he does not have, that people are saying he just wants to have by all means. That's why it's seeming like that. But it does not mean he's the favorite, because Portugal team, you know, with some people say even with Cristiano right now is looking, you know, they prefer Portugal team without Cristiano Ronaldo, because if you watch the qualifiers, you know, sometimes he has to be taken off because, of course, this man is already in his peak. He's 40 years or 41 years, and you are not expecting Ronaldo to be running for 90 minutes constantly. So sometimes they have to take him off. And you see that Portugal, you know, when he's on the pitch, sometimes they want to play to him. They want to get the ball to Ronaldo. Just that's the pattern of Portugal. Get the ball to Ronaldo to put inside the net most at times. So sometimes when he's not there, they play freely. Like you are not looking for Ronaldo to score. So everybody is expected to perform. You have Jan Felix at the front. You have Gonzalo Ramos. You are expected to score. So it's not all. It will not be all centered around Ronaldo. And this man is somebody that, if you look at his post on any of his social media, he has a lot of followers. Yes. Are you not going to draw promotion around him? That if he should post anything concerning World Cup,
he's one of the influential figures.
Influencer that if he should post
Saudi
anywhere,
Pro League is because Cristiano Ronaldo went to Saudi Pro League.
That's why we are hearing
everybody's hearing about Saudi Pro League.
Prior to the time that Cristiano went there, I can tell you that I have no business with
I have
Saudi.
no idea there was anything called Saudi Pro League.
There was nothing like that because we didn't know that these people actually play a league in Saudi Arabia.
And then that they play, they try to, you know, play without, that they play with a ref. Very important.
And, you know,
and they play with shoes.
Of course, that's the influence of this guy. Even the league that Messi is right at, Inter Miami. How many of us knew that USA, in fact, USA is not a footballing nation per se. They don't take into heart anything concerning football. You can see their men's team. It's not every time that you hear. How many people do you know in USA squad? Apart from Pulisic and a few that I don't know that squad, I can tell you for a fact that I don't know people there. But since Messi went to that league, the league has become known. You know, everybody wants to watch the league. You want to go to a platform. So this is the influence of these guys in the league. And of course, you should do the promotion around them because they are in their peak. In fact, this is their prime. After this, you won't see them in World Cup. Next World Cup, you are not going to see these people. So this is the last time you have the opportunity to see these guys and enjoy them. You just have to enjoy these people for one last dance. This is their last dance in the world of football pertaining World Cup. Of course, they will still be playing in their club, but this is their last World Cup.
That's important. And
Yeah.
this is your last World Cup as a single guy.
This
is actually your last World Cup.
It's more like a prayer, so maybe I will say amen to
If
it.
you like, this is also your last World Cup.
As a single person.
Yes, as
okay,
a single person.
by next World Cup, maybe I should be carrying junior worldwide and put some.
Yes, it's very important. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back with other updates. You have to stay with us as we bring you what is happening. And we're going to go deeper into the transfers, how teams are preparing for 2026 Premier League, Spanish La Liga, and the Bundesliga season. When we come back, we'll bring you more of this. Stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back. Still on football and what is happening. Yesterday, Florentino Perez of Real Madrid, the president of Real Madrid, came out to say that there is a player they're about to get at the price tag of over 100 million euros.
150.
Yes, 150. I said over one. They have already gotten Konate and they've already gotten
Dumfries.
Now he came out to say there's a player they're about to get.
His next bid that is going to 150.
It's going to be more than 100 million euros. That's about 150 million euros. And a lot of questions has been rising. A lot of people have been asking the question: who is the player? They said, is it
they are
Erling Haaland? Even Erling Haaland. Even Erling Haaland. They say, is it Erling Haaland? They said no. He said no. It's not Erling Haaland.
I don't know this campaign strategy that they are using for Florentino Perez and Enrique, the other businessman, Enrique. It's kind of funny to me when you are not using the player that you want to sign as a campaigning power. When you are trying to attract people to vote for you, you are telling them, I'm going to bid for a player about 150 million euros. And people are like wondering, who is this player? Of course, it's not Yama. Yama is not leaving Barcelona. Erling Haaland, Man City has already threatened that they will take legal actions for using their player's name in what they just say this is not supposed to be. You guys should not put our player in your mouth when we don't have any agreement or you have not reached out to us. And of course, it's not Dembele. And they asked him if it's Michael Olise. He said no. So the thing has left people like amazed and surprised. Who in the market right now is worth 150 million euros, and we have listed the people that should be in this category. You said these are not the persons, so it's kind of, what will I say, a strategy for him.
Don't you think it's Victor Osimhen?
I don't know if I'm not sure. Someone asked if it's Victor Osimhen. He didn't. I didn't see anybody ask that question. So of course, if it's Victor Osimhen, of course it is worth that value, and I hope he's the one for me. But I don't know if Perez will want to sign Osimhen because he said he's actually a defender. He was emphasizing that he's going to be a defender. He's not even an attacker because he's not going for an attacker right now. He still has. Of course, he said Mbappe is not going anywhere. It's just that they are using him at the wrong position because normally at PSG, Mbappe is not an outright nine. He comes from. In fact, Mbappe plays where Vinicius plays. So that's what he's trying to say, that we are going to use him in a better role next season rather than putting him as our number 9. Maybe we'll move into the wing. That tells me that I don't know where they want to put Vinicius because that's where Vinicius plays. But him making that kind of statement, in fact, for me, I've thought about the player since yesterday night. I was thinking, who is this player? And if you are saying it's not an attacker, or is he trying to just play mind games? At the end of the day, you bring in an attacker when you're saying. So I don't know the player, and maybe, just maybe, because of the Mourinho effect, I could also told this line that you are saying it might be Victor Osimhen.
It might be Victor Osimhen, yeah.
Mourinho loves black players. In fact, you have seen his signing, just Dumfries and Konate. These are black guys.
Yes.
They are Mourinho loves agility players, people that are agile. He's not interested in you being sluggish. So I would not be surprised if it's Osimhen, because of course Osimhen might leave Galatasaray this season. We are aware of that, but we have seen that PSG are coming for him also. And if Madrid are going to, it's going to be a dog of bidding. These are two giants that when it's bidding, PSG does not back down. PSG is ready to spend a lot of money to get you.
But let's go down to the Premier League, because a lot of our viewers are expecting to see the updates in the transfers, like we showed yesterday. Ederson to Manchester United. Here we go.
Yeah, there are a lot. You know,
an announcement from Fabrizio Romano. The Manchester United has not officially announced that he's coming to Manchester. Now, there's also Matthew Fernandes.
Yeah.
From West Ham, who is said to soon sign for Manchester United. Then there's also Sandro Tonali.
Yeah.
Who is also said to, have rumors linked to Manchester United.
In the Sandro Tonali now, he's being rumored to Manchester United, and he's also being rumored to Real Madrid, because Real Madrid are also looking for him. Now, if Real Madrid should go in for Sandro Tonali, it's going to be a difficult battle for Manchester United, because he will, as a player, naturally, if you know the Real Madrid effect, this is, in fact, this is the most successful club in the world. You cannot drag player with Real Madrid. Everybody automatically wants to play for Real Madrid. So if Real Madrid are coming for Tonali, it means that Manchester United are going to need to up their payments, because you have to outbid them. In fact, if Real Madrid are pricing him 100, you have to just know that you are going to push for 120, because you are playing the Champions League. Real Madrid is playing the Champions League, and they are at a better opportunity of winning trophies. So if Real Madrid should go in for Tonali, I don't know how Manchester United are going to end up to convince him to come to Manchester United.
That's the point. But do you think the midfield will be enough? Manchester United with Ederson has found the replacement for Casemiro.
Ederson for Casemiro, quite all right. What of Bruno Fernandes?
That's what I'm telling you. Matthew Fernandes, and Sandro Tonali, all of them will work together to replace Bruno Fernandes.
Well, that midfield, they need about at least minimum of three.
And the three
players right now.
Three is already.
Because Casemiro leaving. Now, okay, Ederson is confirmed. Casemiro has been replaced. We also need Maino and Fernandes. Somebody has to be, also replacing them. These guys will have to get some rest. Like, we already know Manchester United are going to be involved in so many competitions this season.
Yes.
It's not just with the domestic league. You have the Champions League, you have the FA Cup, you have the
you have the likes of...
So, this Fernandes from West Ham is also important. Then Tonali also coming in. Tonali plays more of even blocking 4. So him and Ederson could be, behind Fernandes. Then Maino will be a free, they have a free role that you can just be playing around.
Then Bruno Fernandes.
Then Bruno Fernandes, of course, will do what Bruno Fernandes knows how to do best. So I think they need to strengthen, at least that's why these 3 names I have mentioned, if they can secure the signing of these three players, then that midfield is solid and well, ready to go. Then they will know that the last thing or the remaining thing they have to do is at the back, and maybe an attacker. They will need a solid number 9 to.
Yes.
It's not just going to be Sesko.
That will replace
at least Sesko and somebody. There has to be a competition. There are days when in Manchester United, if you see the lineup and the people that are at the bench, you have Rooney, you have Tevez, you have Saha, you have Ronaldo, you have what's his name, Berbatov. These guys in one squad. They don't start all at the same time. You have somebody at the bench. So when you have good players even sitting at the bench, it will be a formidable squad. It will not just be a squad that when the first players are not playing, to be like, this is not the team you used to know. So that first team, second team has to be solid. So when you have Sesko, that I would have loved to see Osimhen at Manchester United, if possible.
Osimhen cannot fit in Manchester United currently.
He will fit as Just imagine Fernandez giving assist to Osimhen. You say he will not fit in. He does not have anything to worry about. He does not have to come and be defending the ball. Just stay there, wait for the pass. You don't stress yourself. You don't have to come to be looking for the ball to go forward to go and score. Fernandez is there to assist you. So just stay in the front. No, Osimhen will fit perfectly for me in Manchester United. He just needs someone to pass the ball to him, and you know how clinical Osimhen can be. He does not waste chances.
Yes. Now let's go down to Liverpool, where we have the likes of Iraola signing for Andoni Iraola signing for Real Madrid, the management, and he is going to commit his future, which he has already done. Yeah. And do you think Iraola is the right person for for Liverpool?
Well,
citing issues, the case is Liverpool, you know, the issues they've had this season, how they've been unable to maintain a winning streak.
Well, right
because
now,
Liverpool this season, I mean, this season that just ended,
yeah,
the most difficult time started, you know, showing up after they lost Diogo Jota.
Yeah, and you know, for Andoni, that's Iraola, you know, I would say it's a well-deserved or a better replacement for me. Now, let's take a look at what he did with Bournemouth. You saw his performance at Bournemouth. He took Bournemouth, in fact, they should be playing the Champions League this season. They should be playing the Champions League. If not that, okay, yes, they finished 6th now, so yes, they will be playing the Champions League. So this is somebody that has brought Bournemouth to the Champions League for, I don't know if this is the first time they're going to play Champions League, but this guy has performed very well in Bournemouth. And at this time, at this crucial moment, Liverpool needed someone like, I think I even prefer Iraola than Liverpool if they had signed Xabi Alonso. Now, Iraola is, will I say, is Premier League tested. This is someone that has been around.
Iraola is Premier League tested.
He has played this last season that was just concluded. Nobody beat Bournemouth home and away. In fact, Bournemouth were the team that beat almost all the top teams. They beat Man City, they beat Arsenal, they beat Manchester United, they beat...
They did not beat Manchester United, sorry.
They did not beat Manchester United.
Bournemouth and Manchester United.
They played 4-4 draw. What was the second leg score? They played 4-4 now. I know. What was the second leg score? So these people dealt with all the big teams. Nobody got it like you won them. Manchester United, Manchester City won them. Who used the last result? They beat Manchester. They were the one that confirmed the league for Arsenal. They beat Manchester City. So this is a team that even after they sold some of their players, that like we will say the important players, they sold them. They had the nerves to sell Sameyo. They sold Kekes before the season started. This was their best left back. They sold him. They sold some of their guys, and they surprisingly they springed out other guys. That's when we started hearing Junior Krupi from nowhere.
Junior Krupi.
This is somebody that we don't know, and he performed very well. So this is the Andoni effect. I call him the Andoni effect. So this guy coming to Liverpool, and now you know when managers come, they don't just say they want to be the coach. They want to be the manager, that they are in charge. You don't get to dictate for them who to start, who they are going to feed, and all those. So they want to be involved in the transfer also. I believe that's why he has been signed early enough, so that he will also be involved in the transfer for players that are coming in and players that are leaving. And I'm happy that Liverpool are signing this guy, because he's going to change the shape of Liverpool.
First of all, do you think Liverpool, with what they have now, how they have their academy can produce the likes of Junior Krupi?
Probably, we don't know. And you know, one of the players they have produced, I forgot, Nganomo. How did they call it? That's from the academy. This is Rio Nganomo. He plays he plays where Gapo plays.
Yes.
This is from the academy, and he has, you know, done, at least for the time he played. He did not play much match, but the little match he played, he did well. This is from the academy, and Liverpool has great players. Don't forget, they have great players. Liverpool could afford not to sign players. Maybe they will just sign attacker because, of course, Ekitike is injured and Isaac was injured towards the end of the season. He will get back, but they need to sign attackers. It's not that Liverpool does not have great players. I did not know, or I could not understand what was happening with Liverpool's squad. If you should list Liverpool players from back to front, Van Dijk was there, Konate was there, Frimpong was signed this last season that was just concluded. So Trent Alexander-Arnold and signed Frimpong. He's a great guy. They bought Kekes to replace Robinson. They have Gravenberg. They have Soboslai. They brought in Waite from Leverkusen. They have McAllister. So this squad is filled with great
Yes,
guys. They have Gakpo.
Yes.
Just okay, Salah is leaving. So the wings, the players they need to sign will be probably to replace Salah, and they need to bring in an attacker. It's not going to be only Isak. I don't know if Ekitike is going to come back early enough before next season starts. But of course, they need to sign attacker. And Gakpo has to also have a replacement. It's not just going to be a Gakpo. But if you should talk about that midfield, they have a lot of guys in that midfield. So I won't say Liverpool problem was probably the players. I don't know. I don't want to blame it on Slot, but I believe the tactics were no more working for them.
Yes,
so that's why they needed another.
That's why
coach.
They needed another coach, and Iraola would really.
No,
do
of course he will do well, and he will get to sign new players.
New
the
players,
that
and
he wants
also
to use.
fix the academy issue, because of the players we've seen, Iraola, we've seen Bournemouth bringing out, churning out.
Academy,
They are from the academies. And the same thing is happened to Crystal Palace. The same thing happened to Brentford. So these teams, their job is to serve and produce players for the top guys. We're going to go on a short break now. When we come back, we're going to dive right into more of football, and we're going to focus also on the World Cup. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Now let's just take a final look at what it's going to be and how it's going to be in the upcoming FIFA 2026 World Cup. First of all, looking at the teams and how they have lined up and the games that is coming up, you would see and notice that everyone, including Spain, including Germany, including Japan, they have arrived and they are getting ready for the game. Now, this World Cup will span across three cities, three countries, talking about Canada, Mexico, and the USA. Now, FIFA has gone ahead to ban the reusable water cans around the pitch and the stadium. They said they will provide a water station and a cooling facility for players and for fans who will come around to watch the games, citing that the weather report that will be coming, I mean, the prediction of the weather would seem to be hot. And now, with worldwide, I want to ask, and citing that the reason they gave that everyone should no one should come to the field with reusable water can, is telling a lot of, is giving that, please, we want to be careful. We don't want anyone to litter the ground. That's how I'm seeing it. Not just that, because how many cooling facilities can you bring to the World Cup?
I don't know if they're going to review that decision, because
basically
even if we are going to look at it health-wise, now you are saying people should not come with their reusable water can or whatever, because of you don't want people to be throwing in objects into the pitch while people are playing football, to litter the environment and all that. Then if you are looking into the health issues, that is to say that you are going to provide a cup or something for people to drink water. Then if someone finishes drinking with this cup, is another person also going to use that same cup, or are you going to that is to say, are you going to provide different cup, or is like if you finish drinking water, they will just quickly rinse it? I don't know how they are going to do that, but people have questioned, how is it possible? What about the health risks now that Ebola is flying up and down here and there? Are people going to be drinking from the same cup? So I don't know if that's feasible, and if they are going to continue with that decision, is left for them. Of course, they have bodies, they have people they have experts that have deliberated on these issues and know why they decided on that. Well, I don't want to deal on that. You said World Cup is around the corner, and even before the matches, we get into the teams, we get into the countries that are playing. We should not forget the album, of course. The album is what is also drawing people. It's going to span across 3 cities.
And then Shakira is ready to perform.
And other artists
she's ready to kick
to give us that dancing that we know.
To give us that song.
You have seen the statistic that about, if I don't get it correct, I stand to be corrected, about 1.24 billion people are going to tune in for the opening match. That's a record that 1.24 billion, not million, no, billion people are going to tune in to watch the opening matches for the World Cup. Imagine, this goes a lot to show what we have been talking about, promotion.
Yes.
This
now still talking about the World Cup.
Yeah.
Premier League has more players from every other league who are going to the World Cup, who will represent their countries, different countries. Leagues. They have more players. It just tells you about
it's just to bury the argument where that you said that
many people are still arguing till now that the Premier League, has a lot of PR.
It should have been buried.
I'm not talking about PR here. I'm talking about a league that has more people playing.
A league that's a standard
in World Cup. Now, also any competition, unless maybe South American competition, their games, and then you're talking about even the UEFA, talking about UEFA leagues. Countries. The Euro that they are playing. Premier League has more players who are featuring. Now the World Cup is about 146 players.
Premier League.
Are going to feature in the World Cup, and that is stopping and bringing down the 165 players. Are going to feature in the World Cup games. That is something that I have to make you understand. Now, looking at Bundesliga is coming second with 90 points. Then League One,
79. Look at the La Liga that they are saying.
Look at La Liga. Look at where La Liga
76 times 2 is not up to 165. It's not even 165. That's 152.
Okay, look at the Serie A.
Serie A, of course, is way behind.
Then MLS, Major League Soccer. Then you have Saudi Pro League. Then you have EFL Championship. That's the lower.
Look at EFL Championship. Still at least 41 against La Liga that is 76. Where is La Liga Segunda Division, the second division for La Liga? How many players did they get from there? People putting themselves or trying to praise La Liga over Premier League. They are just wasting their time because, of course, you can see the statistics.
No,
ask them how often do they watch La Liga.
Look at Eredivisie.
Well, this argument of Premier League and La Liga should have been, in fact, it has been buried a long time ago. It's just people that chooses to, keep engaging themselves in all this kind of argument. It's not necessary. Premier League is the best league. The viewership, people tune in to watch this league. How many fans do we have apart from Barcelona and Real Madrid? How many people are Atletico Madrid fans? And you say, okay, I'm an Atletico Madrid fan. I'm a Villarreal fan. I'm a Sevilla fan. But in the Premier League, you will see I'm a Manchester United fan. I'm a Chelsea fan. I'm a Liverpool, Man City,
Aston Villa
Arsenal.
Fan. In fact, Everton fans. In fact, West Ham.
Yeah, you will not say that's a league that has those two clubs springing up.
People fan Coventry. People fan Coventry. So people come to watch Coventry.
People come to Premier League match is always filled up. It's always filled up.
People come to watch Grimsby.
Yes, now you saw when Grimsby played the game. I think it was Manchester United. They played the stadium was filled up. That when they won the match, people invaded the pitch after that penalty. When what was his name, the man with the bad in Buemo lost the last penalty kick. They invaded. You saw the crowd. Then you are coming to tell me that La Liga is way better. Look, let's look at the graphics first of all. Let's look at the graphics, the promotion, the La Liga match, the officiating. Look at Madrid. In fact, Florentino Perez will complain from now to the world comes to an end that Barcelona always pays ref. He will bring evidence Barcelona paying ref. At this stage, at this point in time where we are, you still have a club paying ref to get wins in the. Of course, it's an allegation. I'm not going to say it's true, but the man always brings evidence to show that, okay, what is money doing? Why would Barcelona transfer to a referee? Is it Barcelona that pays ref for their services? So you know, these things are not necessary. I don't always like to indulge myself in the argument where you say La Liga is better than the Premier League. Look at the people playing the World Cup now. Look at how many players are going to play the World Cup. How many people came out from how many players from Sevilla came to the World Cup? How many players from, apart from Real Madrid, in fact, Real Madrid, how many players went to the World Cup? You saw Hudson from Spain did not go. A first team starter from Carvajal, of course, is retiring. He should have been in the World Cup. They did not carry him. Many players in Real Madrid did not even go for the World Cup. Barcelona has much of their players in the World Cup, but Real Madrid can't say the same. But when you come to the Premier League, almost Man City, almost their full squad is in the World Cup. The first starting lineup, everybody is in the World Cup. In Liverpool, their players are in the World Cup. In Manchester United, their players are apart from the ones that did not go to World Cup, their players are there. Then you are coming to tell me that this league is way better. No, I don't like to indulge in those arguments because I see it as unnecessary and waste of time. You know the truth. You are seeing green. You just want to say, okay, this green is black. I don't know if you have a color defect or something, but I don't want to just involve in those kind of arguments.
Well, that for me, I will tell you that whether the argument of FIFA World Cup is there or not, the leagues, they know who's the king.
They know.
And there's no argument about
it. Look, in this last, okay, let's use this last season, for example. Of course, La Liga players played Champions League. La Liga players played Europa League. La Liga players played Conference League. La Liga teams, they all partook in this competition. Conference League was won by Crystal Palace, Premier League. Europa was won by Aston Villa. The second team was Freiburg, Bundesliga. What was his name? Champions League, Arsenal went to the final. So, being beaten by PSG, that's a club in France. The La Liga giants, Barcelona, I think they finished, was here at the quarterfinal. Real Madrid, we are knocked out at the quarterfinal. So, and you are coming to see open to me that, and you are telling me that La Liga is way better than Premier League. Well, that's an argument for another day.
You, right?
It's an argument for who wants to just argue.
Yeah, who wants to just argue, and that's very important. Then finally, on this note, you say you are rooting for Morocco and you are rooting for France.
Let's get it in order.
No, sir. Excuse me. You're rooting for Morocco.
Sir, excuse me. France
and Morocco.
Yeah.
Now, I want to ask you, just tell our viewers what you think would happen in the semi-finals if eventually Portugal get to face France.
Well, you know, France, you can never underestimate France. You know, this is a country that has played. How many finals have they been to in the space of last two World Cup? They won one. They came second in the other one. So if you put France and Portugal in the semi-final, I'm still going to root for France because Portugal has, in fact, from beginning to end, their squad is all star-studded.
Is Ronaldo not driving?
No, Ronaldo does not scare me now. If it was the World Cup before this one, or even the one before the last one, I would say, okay, I'm afraid of Ronaldo. But right now, if I should tell you people you should be afraid for in France, if I should bring the attacking, okay, in fact, let's not say if I should, let's bring it. We have Doué in the front. We have Mbappe in the front. We have Olise in the front. We have Mateta in the front. We now have Dembele in the front. We still have Bakula in the front. Tell me which defense in Portugal will hold these names that I've mentioned. Just tell me the defense we have to ram in this same squad, and you are coming to tell me that I should pick Portugal defense will not hold these people not to score goals. I can say, okay, the defense for France might not be that too strong, but any day, anytime, I'm going to pick Portugal. Ronaldo is no more threatening for me. I don't fear Ronaldo that much. So if I'm going to fear somebody, I will fear Bruno Fernandes. I'm even more scared of João Felix because I don't know what that boy can do.
And
Neves. So you see the guys that I should be scared for. There are more players that you should be scared for in France than you have in Portugal. So any day, anytime, I'm going to pick my France over Portugal.
Well, any day, anytime, he's going to pick his France over Portugal. And for me, as the sports oracle, I will tell you who I'm going to pick when we come.
You will never,
yes,
you will never pick anyone.
Yes,
you will always be neutral.
Yes, we're going to see what will happen at the crossroad of the World Cup game. Yes, this is where we're calling today on this edition of Aneke Sports. I hope you had a wonderful time. I hope you followed, and I hope you had your comments written. And then I hope you sent in your views, how you are seeing it. And we don't forget that we'll be back here tomorrow to give you to bring you the update in the world of sports and how it is going and how it will go much more. Talking about the tennis, Formula 1 and the rest of the sports. Then much more on the FIFA World Cup as we bring in your way, same time, same station on Aneke TV Sport. I am your one and only sports oracle, Kutob Chukuma. I live, I dream, I breathe sports. Until I come your way again, have a wonderful morning. Bye.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Igwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and acts as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas, where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness,
and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from governments and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security by leveraging local knowledge and community networks. Rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal respect.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I'm Princess Ken Ochama. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines, private schools in Ogun State have suspended academic activities for 2 days following the killing of a mathematics teacher and the abduction of school children in neighboring Oyo State. The federal government has begun emergency profiling and screening of Nigerians at the High Commission in Pretoria, South Africa, amid rising xenophobic attacks targeting foreign nationals. On the foreign scene, political tensions deepens in Malaysia after state election dissolutions. And in business, the Lagos state government has unveiled a new economic framework aimed at boosting cultural tourism and expanding opportunities for small and medium-scale enterprises. Now the news in details. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, has raised concern over a potential regional health threat, warning that Nigeria must remain alert against any possible Ebola resurgence. The agency called for stronger preparedness measures across all levels of government. Director General of the NCDC, Dr. Jide Idris, issued the warning in Lagos, saying federal border measures alone are not sufficient. He urged state government to strengthen funding for surveillance systems, frontline health workers, and emergency response structures. Meanwhile, Lagos and Oyo states have intensified surveillance activities and activated emergency response mechanisms, while health authorities say no Ebola case has been recorded in Nigeria. Nigeria is currently experiencing a sharp rise in cholera cases, with the Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention reporting a 73% increase compared to last year. The agency confirmed 5,260 infections and 67 deaths across 33 states and the FCT. Children under 5 years old are the most affected due to poor water supply, inadequate sanitation, and increased contamination during the rainy season. Borno State accounts for the highest burden, with about 86% of total national cases, particularly in Maiduguri. Environmental checks have revealed blocked drainage systems and unsafe water sources. Despite the surge, the NCDC says deaths have reduced by 37% compared to 2025, attributing this to improved treatment and emergency response systems supported by partners. The management of the Federal University of Technology, Akure Teaching Hospital, has condemned the ongoing strike by the Nigeria Union of Allied Health Professionals. It described the industrial action as unnecessary and harmful to patient care. In a statement, The hospital said the strike has caused severe disruption to laboratory and diagnostic services, affecting patient management and emergency response. It added that contingency measures have been activated to sustain basic services. The hospital management maintained that its policies are in line with public service regulations and said it had previously reached several agreements with the union to avoid industrial disputes. The West African Examinations Council, WIEC, is facing criticism after logistic delays disrupted the ongoing West Africa Senior School Certificate examination across parts of Nigeria. Candidates in Oyo, Lagos, and Osun State were affected. This disruption forced many students to sit for papers late into the night, following delays in the distribution of examination materials. Some centers reportedly received question papers hours after the scheduled start time. WIEC contributed the delays to tight security measures aimed at preventing examination malpractice and leakage of question papers. However, shortages of materials at some centers worsened the situation. Private schools in Ogun State have suspended academic activities for 2 days, following a directive from the National Association of Proprietors of Private Schools, NAPS. The shutdown follows the killing of a teacher and the abduction of school children during an attack in Oriri local government area of neighboring Oyo State. NAPS leadership said the decision was taken in solidarity with victims and to protest worsening insecurity affecting the education sector. School proprietors also called for prayers for the safe return of abducted students. The association urged government and security agencies to take urgent steps to address the rising threats against schools and communities. The Enugu State University of Science and Technology, ESUT, has continued its academic and strategic engagement in Qatar, with visits aimed at strengthening international partnerships in education and technology. The delegation met with Sheikh Mansour bin Khalifa Al Thani, a member of the Qatari royal family, where discussions focused on artificial intelligence, research collaboration, and digital transformation initiatives. The team also visited Qatar university institutions, including Carnegie Mellon University in Qatar, where they toured key academic and research facilities such as digital libraries and innovation centers. ESUT officials say the visit is part of efforts to position the university for global partnerships and enhance its proposed Center for Artificial Intelligence Studies and Innovation. The federal government has warned that climate change now poses a serious threat to Nigeria's food security, public health, and national stability. The warning was issued during an environmental dialogue in Abuja to mark World Environment Day. Officials said Nigeria is highly vulnerable to the effects of global warming, despite contributing minimally to global emissions. They noted that rising temperatures, flooding, and erratic rainfall are already affecting agriculture. The disruptions have led to reduced crop yields and intensified conflicts between farmers and herders, worsening internal displacement and food inflation across the country. Government says it is working towards a 52% emissions reduction by 2030 and net zero target by 2060, while calling for stronger youth participation and environmental responsibility. The Nigerian military says it has dismantled a logistic and informant network supplying insurgent groups in the northeast under Operation Desert Sanity 5. According to the headquarters of Operation Hadinke, troops carried out coordinated operations across Borno and Yobe states, intercepting supplies and arresting suspected collaborators linked to Boko Haram and ISWAP. Among those arrested were Girema Aliko, a suspected logistics supplier, intercepted while allegedly transporting fuel intended for insurgent hideouts. Several other suspects were also arrested in separate operations. The federal government has commenced emergency profiling and screening of Nigerians in South Africa ahead of evacuation over rising xenophobic violence. The Nigerian High Commission in Pretoria confirmed that about 400 citizens are currently undergoing processing as part of an arrangement to repatriate between 2,000 and 4,000 Nigerians. Authorities say South African immigration officials have granted special waivers to ensure affected Nigerians are not arrested during evacuation procedures. The move follows escalating attacks and tensions in several parts of South Africa, prompting regional evacuations and heightening diplomatic interventions to ensure citizens' safety. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has warned political parties that any primary election conducted after the May 30th deadline will be declared invalid. The Commission said the directive remains binding under the Electoral Act 2026. INEC National Commissioner Mohammed Kudu Haruna issued the warning, stressing that all political parties must strictly comply with the approved election timetable. He said failure to do so could lead to the disqualification of affected candidates. The Commission noted that despite ongoing legal disputes, its electoral guidelines remain in force until legally overturned. It said parties must adhere to submission timelines for candidates ahead of the 2027 general elections. INEC also confirmed that court rulings and appeals are being monitored, but maintained that internal party primaries must be conducted within the approved schedule to ensure credibility and order in the electoral process. You are watching news around the globe, coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now, here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. Private schools in Ogun State have suspended academic activities for 2 days, following the killing of a mathematics teacher and the abduction of school children in neighboring Oyo State. The federal government has commenced emergency profiling and screening of Nigerians at the High Commission in Pretoria, South Africa, amid rising xenophobic attacks. And coming up shortly, on the foreign scene, political tensions deepens in Malaysia after state election dissolutions. In business, the Lagos state government has unveiled a new economic framework aimed at boosting cultural tourism and expanding opportunities for small businesses. Do stay with us.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Back. United States President Donald Trump says significant diplomatic progress is being made towards ending the conflict between Israel and Lebanon. He made the statement while speaking to reporters at the White House, stressing that Lebanese citizens deserve lasting peace and stability. President Trump said he has been directly involved in back-channel negotiations, adding that he has spoken with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and also held discussions with leadership elements within Hezbollah. Despite his optimism, the president's comments come amid ongoing hostilities, with reports indicating continued Israeli airstrikes in southern Lebanon and heavy smoke seen over parts of Nabatea. United States agricultural authorities have launched an emergency biosecurity operation in South Texas after confirming a case of New World screwworm in livestock for the first time in decades. The infestation was detected in a calf in La Prairie, Zavala County. U.S. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins said tracking teams have been deployed across the area, although no additional cases have been confirmed so far. She said containment measures are being strictly enforced. The Department of Agriculture says the parasite poses no risk to food safety, but has suspended livestock imports from Mexico as officials deploy sterile fly release programs to control potential spread. Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim is facing growing political pressure following the dissolution of state assemblies in Johor and Negeri Sembilan, triggering snap elections within 60 days. Although the election do not immediately threaten the federal government, analysts say losses at state levels could weaken the ruling coalition ahead of national polls. The coalition, which brings together Pakatan Harapan and Barisan Nasional, is facing internal disagreements over policy direction, governance pace, and ethnic and religious issues. Meanwhile, Barisan Nasional has announced it will contest the Johor elections independently, while electoral authorities say further regional polls may increase pressure for an early national election. A leadership crisis in the opposition caucus of the House of Representatives has led to a heated confrontation on the floor of the National Assembly. The session was disrupted following allegations of forgery and financial inducement among lawmakers. The disputes began when the member representing Benue State, Mr. Philip Agbase, raised a matter of privilege, accusing the member representing Imo State, Mr. Ikenga Ugochinyere, of forging his signature on a nomination document for minority leader. In response, Mr. Ugochinyere denied the allegation, insisting that he had the support of 61 out of 81 opposition lawmakers. His supporters in the G60 caucus also released CCTV footage that they say shows Mr. Agbase signing the document in question. The Speaker of the House, Tajuddin Abbas, intervened and called for a closed-door session as tensions escalated. Lawmakers are expected to resolve the matter internally as the leadership struggle continues amid reports of party realignments and internal divisions. The presidency says progress has been made towards the establishment of state police in Nigeria, with a constitutional amendment expected in the coming weeks following consultations with key stakeholders. The Chief of Staff to the President, Mr. Femi Wajabiamila, announced this during a briefing at the Presidential Villa in Abuja. He said discussions are now focused on finalizing the legal framework required for implementation. According to him, the initiative, approved by President Bola Tinubu, has moved from policy debate to structural design, with emphasis now on legal and institutional arrangements to effective policing for sub-national level. He added that a comprehensive report will be presented to the President after ongoing consultations, noting that the objective is to strengthen internal security and improve intelligence-led policing across the country. A major economic empowerment program has been launched in Ekiti State, following the federal government, the World Bank, and the state government under the Nigeria for Women Program Scale-Up Project. Officials say 25,000 women across 1,500 cooperative groups will benefit from direct financial support aimed at boosting small-scale enterprises and household incomes. Minister of Women Affairs, Mrs. Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, said each cooperative group will receive 1.65 million naira to support business expansion, financial inclusion, and poverty reduction initiatives. The program also includes training in digital skills, financial literacy, and business management, with stakeholders describing it as a part of a wider national strategy to strengthen women-led economic development. The Lagos State government has unveiled a new economic framework aimed at expanding private investment and boosting small businesses through cultural tourism and entertainment. The initiative is part of efforts to strengthen the state's creative economy. Special Advisor to the Governor on Tourism, Arts and Culture, Mr. Idris Aregbe, said the policy is designed to make entertainment a central driver of economic growth in the state. He noted that recent events, including the Lagos Tourism MBC Trade Fair, attracted over 75,000 participants and generated more than 1 billion naira in sales for small and medium-scale businesses. According to him, the government is also strengthening safety, waste management, and tourism support systems to sustain Lagos as a major commercial and cultural destination. 4 Nigerian athletes are set to compete at the inaugural Lone Star Grand Prix in Texas, a World Athletics Continental Tour Gold event. The competition is scheduled as part of the global athletics calendar. Leading the team is world record holder in the 150 meters, Favor Ofili, who will compete in the women's 200-meter event against top international athletes, including Olympic champion Gabby Thomas. Other Nigerian athletes include Rosemary Chukwuma, competing in the women's 100 meters, and Ella Onojevoro, who will run in the 400 meters event. Ezekiel Nathaniel will also compete in the men's 400 meters hurdle. The event will feature elite athletes from across the world and is seen as a key preparation ground ahead of major international competitions. And now to end the news, the main points again. Private schools in Ogun State have suspended academic activities for 2 days, following the killing of a mathematics teacher and the abduction of school children in Orire local government area of neighboring Oyo State. The decision was taken by the National Association of Proprietors of Private Schools as a solidarity action, while calling for urgent intervention to address rising insecurity affecting educational institutions in the region. The federal government has commenced emergency profiling and screening of Nigerian citizens at the Nigerian High Commission in Pretoria, South Africa, in response to escalating xenophobic attacks. On the foreign scene, political tension has deepened and deepened in Malaysia after state election dissolutions. In business, the Lagos state government has unveiled a new economic framework designed to strengthen cultural tourism and expand opportunities for small and medium-scale enterprises. That concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochomba. Good morning.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity. Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria's debt profile continues to rise, raising concerns among economists about sustainability and long-term economic stability. As of 2025, the total public debt was estimated to be around 152 trillion naira, or roughly $190 billion, according to the Debt Management Office. Debt servicing now consumes a significant share of government revenue, limiting spending on infrastructure, health, and education. Economists say the challenge is not only how much Nigeria borrows, but how effectively borrowed funds are converted into productive assets. The World Bank has repeatedly highlighted weaknesses in Nigeria's public financial management system, including inefficiencies in capital budget execution and limited transparency in project delivery. Across the country, there are recurring examples of abandoned and uncompleted projects, despite significant public expenditure. Infrastructure studies show that cost overruns, delays, and project abandonment remain common in public sector delivery, often due to procurement weaknesses and poor oversight. Roads, hospital facilities, and housing projects in several states remain uncompleted years after budget releases and contract awards. In the power sector, Nigeria continues to lose an estimated $29 billion annually due to unreliable electricity supply and infrastructure deficits, according to industry estimates cited in international reporting. Despite repeated investment cycles, grid instability and transmission constraints persist, limiting industrial growth. Governance experts also point to leakages in public finance management. Studies by international organizations have estimated that Nigeria lost billions annually in previous decades to corruption-related inefficiencies, including inflated contracts and weak monitoring systems. These leakages reduce the impact of borrowing and weaken development outcomes. Even social intervention programs have faced scrutiny over accountability and targeting inefficiencies, with investigations in recent years leading to recoveries for mismanaged funds in some federal programs. Despite these challenges, Nigeria remains richly endowed. The country has more than 70 million hectares of arable land, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization. Yet, agricultural productivity remains below potential due to limited mechanization and storage infrastructure. Agriculture still employs a large share of the workforce, but contributes less than expected to GDP. In the energy sector, Nigeria produces over 1 million barrels of crude oil per day, according to OPEC data. Yet, for years, depended heavily on imported refined products, creating pressure on foreign exchange and public finances. New refining capacity is beginning to shift these balances, offering potential savings in import costs. The solid minerals sector also remains largely underdeveloped, despite more than 40 commercially viable mineral resources, including lithium, gold, and iron ore. Industry reports suggest the sector contributes less than 1% of GDP,
despite its strong export potential. Experts argue that reducing Nigeria's dependence on borrowing will require a shift from consumption-driven spending to productivity-led investments. This includes strengthening procurement systems, enforcing project completion audits, expanding non-oil revenue, and accelerating public-private partnerships in infrastructure delivery. Ultimately, analysts say that Nigeria's economic challenge is not the absence of resources, but the efficiency of conversion. Borrowing, they argue, only becomes sustainable when it is tied directly to productive investment and measurable national outputs. I am Princess Ken Ochoma, Aneke TV News. Good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to Sunrise here on Aneke TV. It's a breakfast show, one-stop show that brings to you everything ranging from quotes to weather report and, of course, to the crux of the matter, the analysis. Welcome once again. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma, bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy here on Sunrise at Aneke TV, where we are coming to you live from our studio here in Vibrant in Enugu. We have a lot of hot topics, updates on the weather, and the rest of them to bring your way. Stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
And Uche Osai saying good morning. And to you, our global audience, it's a pleasure to have you as well. You know, remember they say no matter how far a river flows, it never forgets its source. Well, the sun is up, the coffee is hot, and we're here to make sure it don't just pass through this day, you own it.
And of course, it's the Friday and the first week in the month of June. I hope your week is coming up well. I hope your month is starting off well. I hope that the plans you've set up for the month are already in motion. I hope you are being a concerned citizen. You know, this morning I just had the brief rush about all the quotes that we've had to read in the past couple of weeks. And it has, you know, given me a mind shift. It has given me a fresher perspective to how I view things, and I hope it does the same for you as it has for me. And going into the weekend, it's another weekend, and I'm sure that we all have plans. I don't know what Good Hope has planned for the weekend, but I know part of the things that we have planned is to have the consciousness of Nigeria and Nigerian matters at the forefront of everything that we do.
Yes, it's important. If you're asking me my plans for the weekend, I don't have a lot of plans than to, you know, review what I have already been doing over the week, just trying to catch up with itineraries and then have some rest, more rest and less stress. More rest
and less stress.
Yes.
Okay, we just get right into our quote for this morning. Our quote for today is from Paul Chaulo. All right, if you've read The Alchemist, you will know who this person is. And this morning he's saying, the world is changed by your example, not by your opinion. Everybody knows how to give suggestions. Everybody has opinion about something. I mean, everybody has something to say. But the world is not changed. Your world is not changed by an opinion that you've shared. It is changed by the example that you leave, the example that you set. So today, be someone who lives by example and not who desires to change his world by just opinions and suggestions.
it's very important to understand that it is your actions that determines a lot of things. Just like he has said, it is awesome to note that when you live by your opinion and also by what you have deemed right, you're going to understand that the progress you're making will be more of an internal introspective progress. So understand that you are kind of going to stay with whatever plan that you've made, and then don't let people influence you. I'm talking about the wrong people influence you. The wrong people influence you in your position for where you are. So ensure that you are taking your step and taking quite a good action for the time.
All right.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for staying with us, and you're just still watching Sunrise, and we're speaking to the quotes of the day. We are looking at the word of polo. You know, the word is changed by your example, not by your opinion. And like our Choma rightly pointed out, so there are a lot of everybody, almost everyone, holds opinion. But that opinion doesn't count if you know where you're headed. You don't let the opinion of people deter you. More often, people who hold opinion has no example to show for it. And when they're entrusted with position of authority and leadership, you see them fall short of it. So you don't let people's opinion derail you. People will hold opinion. You know, they say talk is cheap. Just bear that in mind. Everyone would want to leave a dent, you know, especially when you are from a position where you're needed to make, you know, decision on every occasion. Imagine our leaders. Imagine what they go through, because every Nigerian feel that they could do better. Even in offices, talk is cheap. People hold opinion, and these opinions doesn't much time hold water. When it's put to the test of it, you see that most people that speak easily on everything and hold opinion, they cannot execute such plans. Having said that, let me tell you an action or the example that would matter. And that's why I'm calling on those who are watching us from Alaba International Market or Chanja Market in Onitsha or Main Market in Onitsha, or you are watching from Ogige Market in Soka or Ariaria Market in Aba. The action that matters this morning, and that would continue to matter for posterity, is that soon we will be needed to take action. It will be election time. The voter registration exercise is still on and will still close in a matter of days. We urge you to take action. Go get your PVC if you do not have it. And if you have it, please dust it, keep it handy. Do not be found wanting when the hour comes, we will take that decisive action together. That collective bargain that will change the trajectory of this nation to ensure that we bequeath to the generation next a nation that they will be proud of. That's an action that will matter. That's an action that will count. So do not let any other people's opinion or the generality of the people's opinion weigh you down. Participate, go vote. Your votes will count. And then when we get the right leadership, they will do the needful.
All right, today is World Environment Day, where we are having to celebrate and see what comes from the environment and what nature has introduced to us. The earth does not bargain with our timelines, nor does it pause for debates. As we mark World Environment Day, we must face an uncomfortable truth. Environmental stewardship is no longer a choice for tomorrow, but a condition for our survival today. True development cannot come at the expense of the soil beneath our feet or the air in our lungs. To build a prosperous future, our economic ambitions must harmonize with nature, not deplete it. From the policies shaped in capital cities to the choices made in our local communities, every action counts. We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children. Let us act today with the urgency, courage, and resolve that their future demands.
All right, you've heard from him. Be nice to your environment. Be kind to your environment. What you become, what you give is a result of what you've surrounded yourself with. Both the nature, both nurture, the environment gives you all of that. And even as we go into today, remember that your environment is you and you are your environment. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll be reading our weather report for this morning. Do stay with us.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather reports across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Oka, Anambra State. Anambra will be hot and humid throughout the day, with temperatures reaching 34 to 35 degrees Celsius. Onitsha will feel especially uncomfortable due to a combination of heat and moisture in the air. Expect intense afternoon sunshine, increasing cloud cover from late afternoon, and heavy thunderstorms in the evening. some flood-prone areas may experience waterlogging after rainfall.
Good morning, Enugu. Enugu remains the most comfortable state weather-wise today, with temperatures ranging from 24 to 31 degrees Celsius. Expect a pleasant morning, moderate afternoon warmth, cloudy skies later in the day, and a light to moderate evening showers. Conditions will become cooler and fresher after rainfall.
Good morning, Abakaliki. Ebonyi will be hottest in the southeast today, with temperatures rising to 34 to 35 degrees Celsius. Expect intense sunshine and heat during the afternoon, followed by strong thunderstorms, gusty winds, and heavy rainfall later in the evening. Outdoor workers should take precautions against heat stress.
The city of Owerri will experience humid and muggy conditions, with temperatures peaking around 32 to 33 degrees Celsius. Expect a cloudy afternoon, thunderstorms towards evening, and moderate rainfall that may briefly disrupt outdoor activities and movement.
Good morning, Omaha, Abia State. Abia will be warm and humid, with temperatures climbing to 31 to 32 degrees Celsius. Aba is expected to feel warmer than Omaha because of urban heat. Expect increasing cloudiness during the afternoon and thunderstorms with evening rain that could affect traffic and visibility.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, dress light, and do keep an umbrella handy. But remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll go on a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us, please.
You're welcome back. This is still Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we're going straight into our conversation for this morning. And the newspaper headline we shall be looking at this morning are from The Nation, The Guardian, The Daily Sun, Daily Trust, The Punch, and The Frontline Africa.
And joining us as always is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Res Arum. Mr. Res, it's a pleasure to have you one more time on Sunrise.
Thank you for having me, and we'll do the needful, what we are known for.
And how has it been for a journalist in this Nigerian environment?
Well, the situation has been the way it is not rosy for the practice of journalism due to a lot of factors, and majorly the factor that is inherent in Nigeria affects journalism profession.
But it's always a pleasure for a journalist to dissect and analyze these issues.
Sure, of course. They are not barred from doing that, always. And sometimes when they do, they will seek them out and possibly get them quizzed.
All right, Mr. Res, it's a pleasure to have you this morning.
Thank you.
Okay, starting off strong with The Nation newspaper. On our cover story, we have State Police Joint Lawmakers Executive Panel concludes work. Says Minister, Nigerians must unite to fight terrorism. U.S. reaffirms support. That's on the cover page of The Nation newspaper. State Police Joint Lawmakers and Executive Panel concludes work. Over to The Guardian. World Environment Day. How abuses, poor regulations, fuel health crisis, and economic losses. How abuses and poor regulations fuel health crisis and economic losses. This is on the World Environment Day that we're celebrating today. So the Guardian has given us a story on that. And over to the Daily Sun, on the cover story, we have security tightened around Asurok as Sowore leads Abuja protest, demands release of kidnapped school children. Federal government not learning from past attacks, says Atiku. Daily Sun is telling us this morning that the security is tightening around Asurok. And over to the Daily Trust. Parties sit on candidates' lists. Parties sit on candidates' lists. This is in view of the 2027 electoral elections that are coming up. So parties are to submit and do all that is intended when it comes to the elections. So parties sit on candidate list. On the Punch newspaper, Oyo Borno abductions, tough terrain, casualty fears, store rescue mission. Tough terrain and casualty fears, store rescue mission. Says terrorists hold firm, insist on release of captured Ansari commander and deputy. That's on the cover story of the Punch newspaper. And then lastly, on the Frontline Africa, from the website frontlineafrica.com.ng, it says, Oyo Assembly rejects ransom talks, demands strong action against bandits.
Now, on the Nation headline, we have State Police joint lawmakers executive panel concludes work. A joint committee comprising lawmakers and executive representatives has completed its work on proposals relating to the establishment of state police in Nigeria. The development marks a significant step in ongoing efforts to reform the country's security architecture and address growing concerns over insecurity.
Mr. S, we are talking about state police, talking in relation to the insecurities that we're witnessing. But here, the joint lawmakers and executive panel is said to have concluded their work. Let's have your perspective on this issue.
Well, the timing, because of want of time, I do think they may have already concluded that work. But with time, there's going to be a look and a deep look into what they have done and be able to make them and put them all straight. But all the same, concluding the work means they're working with time so as to, set up the legal framework that will enable the creation of state police. And that would start from the issue of constitutional amendment. If a constitution is amended because it has not been in the concurrent, it has been in the exclusive, which is the police commission has to be under the care of the federal government. But this time we are now trying to have the federative units have their own police commissions. So it means that the constitution has to be amended, and during the amendment, of course, when it's amended, you now send it to the houses of assembly of the states, where the two-third majority of the House of Assembly in Nigeria will be able to also approve of it before it comes to the National Assembly for passage. And if it is passed, it goes into law. Then, the other enabling laws will now begin to come. Because after the amendment, you now talk about the acts, the State Police Act now. You now begin to make the act that will pilot the activities of state police. That's where you look at whether it will be used as an instrument of intimidation by the governors, or the way it has to go well, so that the police, the commission will work. They will have the state commission. So you have to empower and put up all the necessary structures in the act that will enable it to function effectively. If it is not done that way, it means it's going to pose a lot of problems, immediately they start working. So there's a whole lot of job that has to be done, and it's a very delicate job. So with the expectation of Nigerians is that those people vested with the responsibility of ensuring that the state police structure is done should do it well. And then the expectation again is that the National Assembly will be able to do a good job, so that it will not be like the other acts that sometimes elicit a lot of tongue lash, catalog of criticisms because of the way it has been done. You can see that even the Electoral Act, the people are beginning to think about revisiting it before the election in 2027, which means that they are beginning to see, the members of the National Assembly, they begin to see that what they did was wrong somehow in some places. it's not effective, because we have seen the process of election, and the process of election have been able to put holes in the act. And that is exactly why so I expect that the Police Act, the Police Commission, State Police Commission Act, should be such an act that will give us a very sustainable police commission.
The conversation of creating a state police has been on since last year. And to have gotten to the point where the House of Assembly is telling us that they are, working towards it, the lawmakers are telling. So I believe it's about time. But what I would say on that is, this is the first time we are having a state police system in the history of Nigeria. Everything when it comes to police has always come from the federal level. So if we must do this, we must do it right. Let it not come out to be one of those institutions that are set up haphazardly. So whoever that is in charge, as the executive panel, the lawmakers are fine-tuning on establishing a state police, they should follow all due processes. Like Mr. Rex has said, if you know everything that needs to be done, because this is not something that you'd want to come back and say, oh, we failed in this part, we forgot to put this particular factor into perspective. Have a thorough sit down and understanding the dynamics of the 36 states in Nigeria and all the 774 local government that the country has. Put all of this into perspective while creating the state police system.
All right. When we talk about state police, the urgency of the noun cannot be overemphasized. One may, want to commend the joint committee that are saddled with coming out with the workable framework for state police. And then I've listened to arguments, those in for and those for against, over time. But the point remains that when we look at the issue, and I want to be bold and speak truth to this issue, have we given state police the urgency that it requires? Has the government of the day, the National Assembly, and everyone that is in, by one means or the other, had to participate to see that we give the enabling framework and create a favorable environment for a takeoff of state police? Have they done that, given it with the urgency that it requires? For me, the answer is no. And I say that on the grounds that listening to Mr. Rez while he was speaking, and now begin to look at the urgency of the moment and the time frame that it may take to be able to, bring every factor together and get this law passed that would enable the coming into being of state police in Nigeria. Yes, it may be the first time that we're giving it the framework of a state police, but when you go in, at the subnationals, you will see that we've always had an operation, a semblance of what one may want to characterize as a front of a state police in a manner of speaking. When you traverse the length of Northern Nigeria, for example, speaking to Kano, you have a local, police sort of that is operational. Talk about the Hisba. They do almost virtually all the work of a police without carrying ammunition, though backed by, what one may call local legislation. They have limitation and all that. But that would have been a springboard for us to go into, quick action to, bringing about state police. So while Mr. Rez was talking, and I realized that, we don't just need the committee to come up with a framework. There has to be a legislation where the two-thirds of the National Assembly would have to pass the bill enabling it. And then across the subnationals, the state House of Assembly would equally have to concur to that legislation. And we are talking about at the red chambers 109 senators, right? And that will be getting the two-thirds will be that around 79 or 75 senators who have to vote in favor. And then when you get to the lower chamber, the House of Rep, out of the 360, you need to get 240 votes in, and then take such bills to the state house of assemblies, and out of the states of the federation, you need to get a positive vote from at least 24 states. Now, what does that leave us? One would think that given the urgency of now, the level of insecurity in Nigeria, the Nigerian police being overwhelmed, that will give this issue the urgency that it requires. When we look at this issue, talking about state police, I want to compare notes with the urgency that was given to the Electoral Act, where the interests of the politicians are, concerned. They move with urgency. They begin to hold midnight meetings, caucus meetings, move hell, move heaven, and pass a vote. We see the speed and the gusto with which the Electoral Act was passed. Why are we on semantics? That the committee, it even begs the question that those are the committee. I didn't see the Senate president there. I didn't see the speakers among the people that met yesterday, led by the chief of staff to Mr. President, Wajabi Amila. That's not to whittle down the committee in this instance. But one would think that such meetings will be given the urgency and the attention that it requires. Such by, as we are speaking, we'll be talking about the bill having passed the first reading. Now, when the IG police came out with their position around state police and gave a framework, we realized that if we were to follow such framework, we would not, in the life of this administration, even given a second term, we will not see to fruition the formation of state police, going by the recommendation of the IG police. The question now becomes, are we really intent on having a viable, workable state police come into being in the life of this administration? And, given what we've witnessed, Oyo State, Katsina, Kebbi, Kaduna, and the likes of it, the length and breadth of this nation, the level of insecurity, the police force is quite overwhelmed. What is the number of our police force given to policing over 250 million Nigeria? Take a census across our military formation. What is the numbers? That one would now begin to, talk about semantics, rhetorics, having met and coming to a conclusion. We don't want to come to a conclusion. We want to see action. And then, having spoken to the urgency and the time of now, another dimension to this is that state police is one policy or creation of room to job creation in Nigeria. Are we not looking at that regard? Are we not seeing it in that way? I do not holistically, even recruitments into the Nigerian military would not create the level of jobs that the formation of state police would create in Nigeria. And a number of times, if people want to question where would the fundings come from, and I will ask the question, where is the money that was removed from subsidy? Where is the much fund that has been made available for the government at the subnational? Bring it together, it will fund state police. What for me here, it should be questioned, is the intent of the present leadership across board, not just at the center, but across board, trickling down even to the local government. Are we intent on securing this nation? The conclusion over time, and I'm quite happy that the pan-socio-cultural organizations in Nigeria across board agree that the time is ripe for us to have a state police in Nigeria. So the question of is it the right time has been answered. The moment, does it call for state police? Yes. Will it help us secure Nigeria better? The answer is in the affirmative. So why not give it the attention that it requires? And I expect, in the words of Mr. President, hearing the feelers from him when you speak about state police, I would want to believe that he's so much in support of bringing about state police. And I was thinking that as we journey into the campaigns for 2027, that one of the deliverables that Mr. President would, give Nigerians a town hall as the achievables is that in my tenure, I've been able to give the Nigerian people state police to ensure that you are safer in Nigeria, that the roads across the subnationals are secure, that the forest could be manned, that every citizen would have at least a policeman to at least 10 citizens. So there are a whole lot of factors here. I get quite agitated when I'm not seeing the speed that is needed to the creation and the passage of this bill. It asks me that while we speak this, rhetorics, while we are given to semantics, while we grandstand, that it will take, if need be, or care is not taken, we may be on the issue of state police for another 6 months. I rest.
All right, moving on to the Daily Sun. The headline says, security tightened around Asorok. Security was heavily tightened across access routes to Asorok Presidential Villa yesterday as a combined deployment of anti-riot police, military personnel, and other security agencies restricted access at the main gate of the State House and the entire three-arm zone. So apparently, the AAC presidential candidate and activist Omoyele Sowore had sent a warning threat for a protest to the presidency that he was giving the presidency 48 hours to make sure that the children that were kidnapped in Oyo State were released, or else they were going to march to Asorok yesterday. There was a protest, quite all right, but security had to be tightened around because, considering the precedence that Sowore has, the Aso Villa security had to tighten it, protect all entrances into the Asorok, and at 8 a.m. they had restrictions and searching of vehicles at the entrance to hinder any form of, I don't know what they were expecting people who came out for a peaceful protest to do, but yes, we were seeing that they had security tightened around the Asorok yesterday. Don't know who wants to start.
Mr. Ross.
Yeah, situations like that could bring about tightening of security, because you never can tell. Some hoodlums could join in the protest march and begin to unleash mayhem or do things that will be devastating to the government. That could be why the security has to be tightened. It is just not to Asorok, the three-arm zone. The security to the entrance to the three-arm zone, security has been tightened everywhere around it. Of course, they have marched not within the three-arm zone, they have marched through the streets and all that, from Eagle Square and so on. But you see, there's something that we have to actually think about and interrogate. Situations like this where Nigerians are protesting, we'll now think about the devastating effect, negative effect on the economy of Nigeria. Man-hours are lost. Money is lost. The economy is nosediving further. And this is just to put pressure on government to do the needful. If government has been proactive, possibly these things would not have occurred. But now that it has occurred, we also spend more time, begin to deep down our economy as a result, just to actually make the government to work. It seems the government is docile. It seems the government, do not see the situation as something that could have elicited them coming out smoking to get those things done. Until now, you see the strikes, 1 hours are lost. Children are supposed to be in school. We're losing in the educational, the imparting of knowledge to the children. The growth of the educational sector has been, stopped momentarily because of these protests. And of course, in the other sectors, people have left their job. The civil society organizations are doing their best to ensure that these things work. So why won't the government of the day move out to smoke out these daredevil bandits and let the people have their peace and grapple with the hard economic development in the country? You see, we have so many other problems. And then the issue of insecurity has now triggered off and set up other problems. Insecurity. And that is exactly why we keep crying. It's like the present administration is overwhelmed by the level of insecurity we have in Nigeria. It's like they do not have an answer to it. It's like they do not know exactly how to go about it. It's like they are no longer, because when they are going this way, look at Jos, for instance, the Plateau State. How many people have died? Even after when the president said it will not happen again. And they keep saying it will not happen again. We are talking about Oyo and Borno now. And pretty soon, it won't be long before we begin to talk about other places. It won't be long. This is because intelligence gathering is at the lowest ebb. If our intelligence is up, then the security agencies will be able to guide against the happenings, these things coming into being. They will work hard to stop it from actually happening, instead of happening, and they will begin to speak all the long grammars. You see, since the abduction in Oyo, Borno, there's been long grammars. Since the abduction of the Chibok girls, there have always been long grammars. A lot of money has been spent speaking, talking, organizing, and all that, just for about 273 Chibok girls. You know how many years? And it is still here, and it's still being talked. And the international community have been holding placards, spending time protesting. And you see what such situation could cost a country like Nigeria. So it is quite disheartening. My expectation is that the Nigerian government will have to think out of the box. If we are talking about a security summit, they have to move fast and do a security summit. Sometime in this studio, I was even, profiling a solution that Nigeria should go to countries like Israel or the Russian KGB or the CIA to begin to borrow intelligence, to begin to train people in intelligence and rescue operations. That's where you get the best. And if you have such, and they are here in Nigeria, and you see the terrorists see that situations like this, that people come in and rescue and nothing happens. You see, already, the House of Assembly in Oyo have rejected non-kinetic or negotiation with terrorists. These are criminals. When you negotiate with a criminal, then you have bought into the show. You have bought into the show. You have actually given out criminal franchise to them. Because you were already negotiating with them. That was exactly why we were crying when there were negotiations in Katsina. Okay, after all the negotiations in Katsina is still the same way. And we cried when they started the negotiation. We thought, people thought, well, negotiating will bring about peace. Has it brought about peace? It has not. So we have to work hard and do not compromise and give criminals the franchise to operate by going to do a non-kinetic negotiation and payment of maybe they need some money, we'll pay them. No, we don't need it. Ms. Uche will always talk about collateral damage in situations like that. So if the bandits, terrorists, see that you no longer compromise or go into anything with them, they'll be careful. If there are no payments made to them, they don't get money, then it is counterproductive for them to kidnap. It's counterproductive. If they want to kill people and they say, if we get terrorists, we kill them. That's it. Some Asian countries kill people that has, dealt with drug. They have not killed. And then we're now talking about terrorists. Are we supposed to give them jail terms? No, it is not good. It is not a good punishment for terrorists. Punishment for terrorists should have been outright death sentence.
Yes, this is very important. We have seen from the security architecture and the promises, but I'm thinking as a citizen of Nigeria, must there be protests? Like, must there be nationwide protest before people who have been abducted, I mean children, even up to 2 years old, a child of 2 years old, was there be a protest before the actions will be taken? That is the question I'm asking. And also, citing that there has been some cases where the government has to, when people say a few things or kind of, try to bring down or try to, maneuver their way to direct informations which they should not direct, they are being, you can go after them. Why are we not having this? Why are we not having it to follow up with the bandits? Because these guys, they have internet. I say it till tomorrow. They have internet. There's videos. Their videos are all over the place. They have TikTok accounts. They have these things. You see the videos. Why must there be a protest before issues like this are resolved in our nation? When if there's another issue in another nation, we can send our forces to go. Yesterday, Ms. Tuche, was okay. I think it was Mr. Rex. Day before yesterday we're looking at this. We have more than enough security, more than enough forces to send in to rescue these people abducted. Must there be a protest? Now, Asherok, the main roads that are connecting major state house have been blocked because of the protest. And what is this? What is it telling on the international organization? What is the eyes of our international organization? What eyes are they using to see Nigeria? Because you and I, we're in Nigeria, we're looking at Nigeria from the point where we are seeing Nigeria. And then they are also seeing Nigeria from the point where they are seeing Nigeria. So what does this tell of our reputation? What does it tell of our reputation? Borrowing intelligence, going outside to learn few, to master few ways we can, tackle these issues. For me, it's okay, but we may not be able to even do it if there's no will for that. And citing that these issues have lingered over time. So my worry is that must the nation protest before the children? In fact, as the process is going on, there's no 1 or 2 ways that there's no progress, I would say, because either you hear rumor or they're about to be released, or you hear something else, which those things are rumor. We are hearing from the state government, that's Oyo state government, and also from the right sources, that's the police, the DSS, and the other security agencies. Why must people protest? Why must there be a protest before security issues are caught in our nation? It tells of a narrative that we cannot even hold on to a life. We cannot even sponsor lives. We cannot even stand by what we mean to become. In fact, the people of the nation are having issues not let's say, oh, these are bandits, these are they are killers, they are terrorists. But then, from the point of the protection which we have seen or which was promised, that security is the government's priority, what is happening? It is a problem, I must say, and it is never anything to write home about, that we need to protest. Before you know it, every other places there will be protest about just few children and teachers who were taken into captivity. Is getting to 20 days and they have been in captivity. Who knows their whereabouts? Who knows how they are faring? And why can't there be action? No, just, I don't know. I will tell you.
I honestly wish there was something else we could do other than protest.
Other than, yes.
I mean, people protest because that's the only weapon we have that is aside, typing on social media, tagging people on social media.
People can just shut up. They can just shut off their social media and rest, and then
so
you're just
protest
whining.
is the only thing that we can afford. That you would hope that the person that you are protesting to would understand the reasons why you're protesting. But I mean, as we've seen countless times, protests in Nigeria is just one of the numerous things that fall on the back of a tortoise.
Yes.
All right, speaking to this issue, talking about tightening of security around the Sorok due to protest. And then, when we talk about protest, we a number of times neglect protest because citizens on their part don't live up to their, duty as citizens. protest is part of civil engagement. That was why Martin Luther, King did, lead multiple protests. One, it's civil disobedience. Protests are legal tools upon which citizens voice their disaffection against the leadership of the day. And when we're talking about the insecurity in Nigeria and the kidnap of the Oyo people who are, still in captivity, having been kidnapped since 5th of May, talking about 46 people and their teachers who are in captivity, yes, and the Nigerian state is still dilly-dallying about rescue or negotiation, I do not know. But looking at the issue, one would expect that given the protest, if it is a protest, because a protest of this number where you don't have the numbers, you expect that every Nigerian should be able to set aside what they are doing and then march on the streets to bring a lasting conversation concerning insecurity in Nigeria. You just have a handful of individuals, which Mole Shiore, who have, in this instance, lived up to their civic requirement or expectation by going to march, on behalf of the kidnapped people. And one thing remains that we do not know where or who next tomorrow. Having said that, a lot of persons would argue, and I quite sometimes agree with them, that Omoyele Sowore is always, hogging the limelight and cameras. But in this instance, I do not want to see it as grandstanding. Yes, he may be seen in most occasions as grandstanding, but in this instance, what he's doing is a requirement of any Nigerian citizen who has any love for this nation. But having said that, one seeing the security being tightened around Aso-Rock is expected so that hoodlums don't get to hijack these protests to cause mayhem. In as much as whether we love it or not, the Aso-Rock is a very big symbol of the Nigerian state. That's the seat of the Nigerian government and has to be protected. While I love the fact that Nigerians are coming out to protest, to draw attention to a seemingly government negligence of its responsibility to, cater for the Nigerian citizens and lead an operation in terms of either negotiation or kinetic approach to rescuing these pupil from the kidnappers' den. One equally needs to tell whoever is going to protest around the villa, to be very cautious. They should do that in a very civil manner. And I tell you, beyond the stop and search that you're seeing, Niger Barracks will be on high alert at this instance. And no matter what you do, even if somebody is urging you that you should get close to, if they are not, a death wish. I tell you, and no matter what you do, you cannot assess the Nigerian president or the leadership from Aso-Rock. It is heavily fortified from varying angles. We may not, begin to review security, semantics about how to, protocols on moving the Nigerian president, but it's a death wish to want to go violent, around that area. So whatever you do, obey security instruction, protest peacefully. Good enough, the Nigerian states are now aware. The media are talking about it. And this is what every government all over the world detests much, to create a limelight or awareness on certain issues where they seem not to be living up to the expectation. I welcome this development, but I urge every Nigerian citizen who has lived up to his civic duty in protest not to be violent, especially around the Nigerian symbol of seat of power. The Nigerian states will not waste 1 minute to bring, to calmness or peace around that territory. There are a whole lot of issues involved in this very instant. And I tell you, Niger Barracks will be on high alert. So we need to be cautious on how we go about this protest.
All right, we'll take a short break. We'll be right back with other updates. Stay with us.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Now we take a look at the frontlineafrica.com.ng. Oyo Assembly rejects ransom talks, demands strong action against bandits. The Oyo State House of Assembly has rejected negotiations involving ransom payments to bandits and called for decisive security measures to combat kidnapping and criminal activities. Lawmakers emphasized the need for stronger action against armed groups and greater protection for residents across Oyo State. This is the same thing we have been talking about, the insecurity and then the rejection of negotiations, which from the point of the Oyo Assembly, it is not going to make sense that there would be a negotiation to release. Of course, what the bandits, what they're asking for arms, money, and some, laws, like for some things to be amended. I mean, for them to be included in some policies. That's what they are basically asking around. It's a communal thing. Now, these things they are asking, if the government eventually goes on to, negotiate and then get them into the fold and also give them what they need, is it not showing? Is showing the, can we say is the lack of strength from the government side? And then, if government decides to go out action with action, it could be a problem because there may be some collateral damages. So they have actually said from the Oyo State, they don't need any negotiation. Let government take action. And I wonder the action government is going to take later.
You see, it goes to actually consolidate on the legal position of a government. For a House of Assembly to now say they do not intend, they do not wish, they do not take a position in any form of compromise with criminality, it shows that such government have stood out to stand and believe in what their responsibility is. You see, it is the primary responsibility of government to ensure that there is security of lives and order in every given society where a government exists. And in situations like that, if there's criminality and government begins to think about bending the rules to get criminality or criminal activity solved in a different way, it is a complete compromise. And we are even talking about the position of a constitution. We're not talking about just a mere act. We are talking about a design, something that's been, proclaimed by the ground norm. Primary responsibility. What must be done by any government where people have ceded their franchise for that government to determine about their security and welfare? And when you don't do that, any such government have failed in its primary duty. Such government have failed and have compromised, have of course, failed to even protect the constitution upon which such government, members of such government, swore to protect. Because the prescription of the Constitution has not been kept. And somebody, maybe an executive, an elected official, has sworn to protect the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You have not protected it. On your direct job, which is vested upon you by the Constitution, you have not done it. So it is, in fact, it is a complete failure on such government. And that is exactly why we feel the way we feel. Nigerians feel the way they feel. The Nigerians are not happy that the government, who they have given the mandate to take care of their activities, to protect their welfare, to protect them from anything that is not, that will, maim them in any way, that they have relinquished that mandate. It is awful. Yeah, in fact, it's very bad for a government that's been given the power to do a job, neglects and leaves that job to be messed up. So, the House of Assembly is seen, from my perspective, as being upright. Is seen, from my perspective, as one that actually wants government to do what he ought to do. Fight the terrorists, fight the kidnappers, fish them out, and let them face the long arm of the law. That is the situation, that is what the law says in any given society. You find the criminals, whatever crime they have committed, they'll answer for it. If there are punishment for any such crime, it should be given. And if that is enough, it is served as a deterrent from others, for those who want to further such criminal activities in that society. So I think the federal government, in fact, the Oyo House of Assembly has given a position that should be told by all and sundry in ensuring that we begin to take care of the security situation in Nigeria, so that it will no longer be rhetorics, it will no longer be going to negotiate, it will no longer be ransom, taking and ransom giving. We should stop this ransom, ransom ideas. If the terrorists and kidnappers see that no ransom comes as a result, of course, it will deter them from further kidnapping people. What is the purpose of kidnapping people? That's the primary goal, to take ransom. From that ransom, they get the money to further their terrorism activities.
If Nigerian government knew what to do, they will. If the Oyo State Assembly knew what to do, they won't come up and tell us that they've refused negotiations. Nigeria is a country that we always want the easy way out. These captives had been in custody for over 18 days. And after 18 days, let's not even talk about the other persons that have been kidnapped in the past 1 year. After 18 days, you're coming up to tell us that you will not negotiate. So in this past 18 days, what have you been doing? In some foreign countries and in more advanced countries, the option of the negotiations are often on the table, together with an intelligence planned and mapped out strategy to rescue these people. Now, you are telling us every time, 1 minute you're negotiating, the next minute you're not negotiating. So what exactly are you presenting? And the newspaper is saying they are demanding strong action against bandits. These are semantics. People are in custody. Their lives are not comfortable. We get that you do not want to negotiate with bandits. We get that the plan to negotiate emboldens them. So what are you doing? We've heard enough of you not wanting to negotiate. We've heard enough of you not wanting to sponsor their life. So what are you doing? Over 9,000, to be fair, in the past 2 years are in custody. They are not out. You've negotiated before and it did not work out. In the last time that you negotiated as a federal government and they killed some people, in that time, between that time and now, What have you done differently? What strategy? And then you read in the news, they are telling you intelligence-led. What is this intelligence-led that we are not seeing? Because we've heard, earlier today, we said that activities or making history is not by words and opinions. What we need are examples. What we need are actions. Your actions at this point need to feel louder than the words you've said. Your actions at this point need to be louder. We've heard enough of these speeches. People gather at the House of Assembly, people gather at the House of Rep, and they have meetings. And when you watch some of these videos, you see that these men, they are pained. But we've heard enough of the pain. Like I said earlier, protests are the only thing we can do as citizens. And there is an action expected from you that is in government. Do it, and we don't want to hear you speak of not wanting to negotiate or negotiate and it's not working. Let us see you perform. Let us see you make inquiries. How do we get these people out? Not telling us that you're not negotiating. Okay, you're not negotiating, so what should we do? We should wait and hope that you come up with something, and the more you are still waiting to come up with something, the more these children are still there.
All right, I can see the passion, but we need to state the Nigerian government doesn't negotiate with terrorists. They've not come out to tell us they've gone into some negotiation. Officially, what we know is that these terrorists come to understanding, through a non-kinetic means. They come to understanding and release their hostages. But let's bring it to perspective. I agree with you that the Oyo State legislators, for me, their action speaks of confusion, not knowing what to do in this very instance. Yes, on one hand, nations do not negotiate with terrorists. But on the other hand, there is a non-kinetic approach necessitating all state action when those understandings are not reached. One, you try to establish contact with the abductors, the kidnappers, and then find out what their reason is and what they want. If it is what the states would meet, you understand, you meet it and then free hostages. And at the same time, it doesn't negate the fact that there has to be consequences for that action. We go into such understanding with a guys to getting nationals, the citizens or the human beings involved, released. But coming straight to the issue in Oyo State, it may interest you to note that these legislators, these gentlemen from Oyo State, are just coming back from holiday. It's just a reconvening. Why the city burns, they were relaxing and resting and had to, come out into this position having reconvened. And then I listened to Johnson, Ogundele, who is the one representing the Orire constituency in the State Assembly. And I wanted to see the position they will come out with. They came out stating the obvious, and I applaud them. It should be a government position. It should be the position of the Nigerian state not to negotiate with terrorists, in this instance. But you see, my answer against them is that it is a failure of not doing the needful when they needed to do it. That's why they are now talking about this issue. In their resolution, they are calling on the federal government to cite military formation, around Orire local government, where they say has been a troublesome spot for a while. Why are you calling for this now? It is because you failed to do what you needed to do at the right time that, has risen to this continuous impasse with these abductors. It's now that you're talking about passing a bill for perimeter fencing, for lights, cameras on the streets and around the schools. What happened to doing that over 2 years ago? It is a collective failure, but we continue to speak against these issues. Then, Mr. S, you talk about government stopping paying ransom in this instance. Why do we have to stop paying ransom when we've not done the needful? It's when you've exhausted all options, then you would want to, as a state, say that this is your position. But there has been a continual negligence of duty in this very instance. And I tell you, we must continue to come to a non-kinetic understanding. And I expect, even while I do not advocate, continuous maybe payment of ransom in this instance, but these children, their case shouldn't be an exception. whatever understanding we reached in Kebbi, we should be able to expedite action and reach that understanding so that these children should be home as of yesterday. They have no reason to continue to be in the, in the detention of these kidnappers. In this instance, the Nigerian state continue to fail them. And when you look at this issue holistically, the Nigerian states may not be the first states to go into such negotiation. Remember in the Iranian embassy siege, in 1980, in this instance, the British SS tried to negotiate, and then when it resulted to violence, what did they do? They went in and then released all 80 hostages, and then arrested those they needed to arrest. And in this instance, if you need exterminating these terrorists, you exterminate them. We saw a similar situation, like you rightly cited the other time at Entebbe, talking about the hijack. In this instance, Israel had to dispatch, a C-130 plane, dispatch battle-hardened men for that operation. The nation spent wasted no expense and in sending men, and then what happened? They achieved the result. So if all you need to do as a nation, you need to take a stand. You need to make a statement. Those statements are not statements made before the camera. They are not statements made, on the pages of newspaper. It is statements built on action. This is what will deter terrorists. Now tell me, how many kidnap cases have witnessed over time? We saw the kidnap of the hostage of the French airline. In this instance, German airline. What did they do? With the support of the British SS, the German forces went in, exterminated these terrorists and freed all hostages. In this very instance, these are the results that deter other nations. So in this instance, the Nigerian state has that capacity. When we were speaking before, you did talk about intelligence going to collaborate with the Mossads and other. Yes, there is a collaboration on ground. And I tell you, the Nigerian security architecture, they are well trained, especially when it comes to intelligence. But a number of times, the intelligence so gathered would wait, on cabinet files for executive action in this instance. Yes, I encourage that collaboration with other intelligence agencies, but our guys too are top-notch when provided the enabling environment to operate. But you need that executive will to back such action. You have men, you have them who are risking their lives, behind enemies' lines, who are helping to establish line of communication to let us get informed about what is happening. But in all, the Nigerian state needs to take a stand, decisive stand. If we take a position that we do not negotiate with terrorists, then you have to have the capacity, the political way to back it with action. And I tell you, like the Oyo Assembly rightly in their grandstanding tell us that yes, they do not support any negotiation with terrorism and all that. I quite agree, and I will continue to advocate. In many instances, we saw it in Somalia. The Americans had to go in Somalia, to rescue the hostages. In the process, two Cuban doctors were lost. These are collateral damages, and I am quite agreeing that when it comes to hostilities and when you have to engage a military, onslaught against operations like this, there will be collateral damages. But you have to consider what the collateral damage is against the long-run interests of the nation. And in this instance, it's time for us to take a position, scramble as much plumages that we have, scramble more kinetic energy, and exterminate these insurgents from wherever they are. We should not continue to want to be politically correct or pander towards the votes we secure across any region. It's time we begin to carry out consistent onslaught, decimate their numbers. Yes, there will be casualties. It is collateral damage. But when we come out from that, you will see we may have made this necessary sacrifice, even in human numbers. But at the end of the day, there will be seeming calm around the territory of this nation.
All right, lastly is on the Daily Trust. It says, parties sit on candidates list. So the delay in the release of the final list of candidates who emerged from the various party primaries ahead of the 2027 elections has continued to unsettle aspirants awaiting confirmation of their status. So 6 days after all primaries across all political parties have been conducted, INEC is saying that these parties have not submitted their final list from all levels, from governorship primaries, presidential, House of Assembly, Senate, that none has been submitted. Some parties say it's due to logistics. Some parties say that some aspirants are not in support of the result that were collated, and so they have appealed. So these has caused delays. And INEC has come out and said that any party that has not conduct or that did not conduct their primaries as at May 30th, every other candidate on that schedule will be disqualified.
Mr. S.
Yeah, you see, it has been there, especially within the APC, within the ADC, within the NDC, and a few other political parties. There's been problem about release of the result of the primary elections that were held on or before 30th of last month. And it's bringing about tension. A lot of people are protesting. I saw it on air the other time. People were in Abuja protesting that the NDC have refused to actually bring out the result of the primary. The ADC, it is still the same thing. So majority of the aspirants do not know where they are, what position they should, and how to begin whatever they have to do. Those who will be given the ticket, they do not know. Those who will not be given the ticket, they do not know. So all have been put on hold due to a lot of factors inherent in the management of the party, because the primaries, some of the primaries, according to claims, did not go well. Some claims were there's an imposition of candidates on the people, that those who are not popular enough, or those who are not qualified, or those who do not make it in different ways based on the prescription, based on the laws and the rules on the primaries, rules to be followed in conducting the primaries. Those who do not scale through these rules are still being paraded as part of winners in the primaries. So there are protests everywhere in the parties, ADC, NDC, and of course some in APC presently, because some of the people, the members of the National Assembly, lost their tickets in APC, and presently they are saying that the primaries has to be revisited, which means INEC will have to go back on the position of the High Court on the date, on the rule they made about the submission and all that. So, and they are still insisting. Of course, INEC went on appeal on that High Court ruling, but the appeal does not give a stay of execution. So it means things, INEC, the people are still free to do whatever they're doing until the appeal succeeds or the Court of Appeal grants a stay of execution. So I think the Nigerian political parties have to go back and rediscover themselves, discover what they have to be doing, so that because the prospects of anything that is being done is the prospect will be based on the process, and we believe that a legitimate process will bring a legitimate result. So if a process is not well done, then the result might certainly have a problem.
All right.
And that is the situation in the party primaries.
All right. Thanks for that in-depth analysis. But it still has to be stated that political parties are still within their time frame not to submit yet. The INEC, they still have option. They still have time, as INEC has given for the submission of presidential candidates till around June or thereabouts, and other positions. So the parties have not in this instance, contravened any INEC rule. Yes, we understand that there are infightings within the political parties, the interests of politicians, those who've lost out in this other, in their primaries, due to the direct primaries where they couldn't reach consensus. There are a lot of disenchanted party members across all political divide. We've seen defections, like Omar Gege, moving to the NDC. We've seen the former IG of police, leaving APC, having lost out in Nasarawa. But it still needs to be stated that the INEC position as of today contravenes the Electoral Act, and then we'll continue to wait for the appeal on this case to see if it will be settled on the position of the High Court judgment in this instance, because INEC's position contravenes Section 29, subsection 1 of the Electoral Act 2026, which provides that political parties have 120 days until the election to submit, names of their candidates in this very instance. And then when you match that with the position of INEC on the electoral timetable, that stipulated submission of Form EC 9 of the presidential candidates document, to end by 9 a.m. on June 27, 2026, and then for National Assembly on 6 p.m. on July 11, 2026, and then trickling down to the state assemblies, you see that the parties are still in line. But however, this directive is in contradiction of the Electoral Act as amended, subsection 9, section 29, subsection 1 as amended in these three instances. We are hoping on the appeal court either to uphold the position of the High Court to give clarity on the dictates and the direction of the road to the Nigerian election 2027. Having said that, the political parties still have time. This is we are in June, but there are still a few days left. We'll wait for the appeal court on this very issue.
I will take a look at the Guardian headline, which says World Environment Day: how abuses, poor regulations, fuel health crisis, economic losses. As the world marks World Environmental Day, concerns being raised over how environmental abuses, weak enforcement of regulation, and unsustainable practices are contributing to public health challenges, environmental issues, and significant economic losses. Experts are calling for stronger policies and for greater accountability to protect both people and the environment.
Okay, on the issue of environment, environmental degradation is something that is inherent, especially in the sub-Saharan Africa. You see a lot of things, and which is further consolidated by the environment, what do you call it? Change, global environmental change, that is global warming. So you find out that this part of the world, our level of maturity, our level of knowledge on keeping our environment better is not good enough. And consequently, we have had a lot of problems, hazards, epidemic diseases coming in as a result of lack of good environment for our people. It especially affects the children. If you go, for instance, if we come to Enugu here, you go to the slums, the urban slums around the city, you find out that people are living in squalor, and the environments are not well tidied up. It's just most recently that we have had a government that is sensitive to the cleaning of our environment in Enugu here, for instance. And I believe that it will be replicated in all the states of Nigeria, so that Nigeria will be a better environment for all and sundry. And that will deplete the problems of diseases, airborne diseases. We talk about burning of fuel, coal and all that. That exudes from vehicles. By the time we go with electric vehicle, that will be stemmed, because that also tends to give a lot of things. People do not. If you have smoke around the falling of trees, burning them, charcoal and all that. You see, that is why they came out with the issue of brickless briquettes, that is smokeless smokeless coal briquettes where you don't have smoke, people are not suffocating, especially people that has problems like, breathing problems, asthma and all that. We don't need smokes around the environment. So Nigerians should begin to learn, and then the health sector should begin to educate Nigerians, that's the public health department, educate Nigerians on how to keep their environments good enough for the survival of all and sundry.
Thank you very much. The point is that as the world marks World Environment Day, Nigerians should be cautious on how we treat the environment. The environment we abuse today will come back to haunt us tomorrow.
And cleanliness, they say, is next to godliness. So to ensure healthy living, keep your environment clean. That's all we can take today on Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Thank you so much for sitting with us through this time. And before I go, I want to leave you with our quote for the day once again from Paulo Cholo. He says, "The world is changed by your example and not by your opinion." I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thanking you for watching.
And Mr. Rez, thank you for those in-depth analysis.
Thank you for having me. And for you, viewer, keep watching Aneke TV.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise, we'll say thank you for watching and keep watching till we'll come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
The way we used to buy things before is not the way we used to buy it now. Things are getting higher almost every day due to the cost of fuel and the diesel. I believe is one of the major causes of the problem that we are facing today. My advice to the government is that they should be ruling us well. They shouldn't be doing things in the way that will not be beneficiary to us. Because many a times they will promise us that if they reach there, they will do this and they will do that. But at the end of the day, they will turn around and be doing what they do not say. My fellow advice to my fellow citizens is that everybody should be hustling and tightening his or her belts, because the country is not easy to manage. But by the special grace of God, we will reach to our various destinations.
Really is affecting me negatively, because we are buying bell 75,000 before, but now we are buying bell 350,000, a bell of a gown, 350,000 instead of 75,000. So it's affecting us too much. What government should do is to call the economy down, know what they will do in order for the economy to calm down, so that we can be buying it. Let's assume that we are buying it 100,000 or even 150. It will be okay. But see, a bell of 75,000, 350 is too much for us. And to sell it is difficult. Like now, the workers, they have not paid them anything. And as far as they are owing them, they will not pay us. They will not come and buy, nor even the one they bought. They are all here. They are waiting for the salary, then they will come and collect them. As I'm here now, I'm pocketless. It's affecting us too much. With God, all things are possible. There is nothing he cannot do. It's only him that will change this our president, and even the governors. None is doing well. Let us be frank. None is doing well. They are all treating us anyhow, maltreating us. It's not good. But if we can bow down, the Bible says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray, that he will hear us and change the good of our land. So let the women, if we can agree, let us go into prayers. God will help us and change this government.
The government is trying, but they're supposed to put more effort on economy. That is fuel, so that the food items will come down. You understand? Transportation also will come down. Can production? Can people stop war, feeling hunger? People are hunger too much. Hunger is everywhere. It's general. So government should put more effort on that.
I don't know how I'm going to explain. For what I'm seeing, so I don't know how I'm going to talk about it. You carry big money and come. When you are going, you will not see the thing that you use that money to buy. You will even see, it will seem to you as if to you that your money lost. In fact, the thing is making me to cry at times. But all I know is that there is God. What I think that the government should do is that they should help the less privileged. Like here in Nigeria, there's other nations that they used to give small money, like youth and the poor and needy. They should help. They should help to start paying little money to less privileged people, so that things will be better.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is the program where we bring to you heartbeat of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And today on The Insight, we'll take a deep dive into the 3 years of this administration, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration, and we are asking a question that goes to the very heart of our democracy. Has this government deepened democratic governance or merely survived on the weight of power and the burden of promises? From the ballot boxes to the cost of living, from insecurity to public trust, we are asking the hard questions. Yes, 3 years into the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Nigerians are asking a question that goes to the very heart of our democracy. Has this government really deepened democratic governance or merely survived on the weight of power and the burden of promises? From the ballot box to the cost of living, from insecurity to public trust, the report card before us is not just about policy, it is about the health of other republic itself. Today on Tinubu's democracy report card, assessing the last 3 years, we are not interested in slogans or applause lines or political excuses. We are asking the hard questions. Has democracy become more responsive to the people? Has accountability improved? Have institutions grown stronger, or have citizens been left with more hardship, more anxiety, and less confidence in the system? To help us make sense of all this, we are joined by Chief Barrister Amos Obunaya Okoro, a legal practitioner and a public affairs analyst, to examine the scorecard, the gains, the failings, and what these 3 years truly mean for Nigeria's democratic future. Chief, it's a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
My pleasure too.
All right, Chief, as we take a deep dive into, Tinubu democracy report card, assessing the last 3 years of this administration. First of all, let me get your assessment of what this 3 years has been.
Okay. An X-ray of the 3 years of Tinubu's administration exposes two divided lines, two parallel lines between aggressive macroeconomic reforms and the reality of economic depression and hardship it has brought on the people. So for us to do a realistic review of the 3 years of Tinubu's administration, we have to consider this scorecard against the backdrop of 5 critical sectors, which is economy, infrastructure, insecurity, education, and debt profile. We look at these 5 sectors, and then we do what we call dialectical prognosis in clinical medicine as to show where we are going as a nation if we continue on this trajectory. Now, if you take the economy, Tinubu started his administration in May 29, 2023 on 2 macroeconomic reform of removal of petroleum subsidy and then unifying the foreign exchange windows of the economy. This reform has the positive and negative sides. We'll take the positive first. The positive is that it removed the economic distortion or disparity between 2 foreign exchange lines, a situation where some privileged few go to the bank or central bank and get a highly subsidized foreign exchange, while the rest of Nigeria goes to the general market to get it at a different price. And that gave birth to the concept of round tripping. When people simply go to bank and buy foreign exchange at a reduced price under the guise of traveling abroad, they will just go to the black market and sell it off and make their money. Remain in their house, 3 months they go back, buy further foreign exchange. That is round tripping. And that induced a lot of economic distortion in the economy, causing disparity and making people undeservedly rich without working hard. So that is a basic positive achievement of this aggressive economic reform, unifying these foreign exchange windows. Another advantage is that the Nigerian Stock Exchange gained strength, the highest in recent times. If you look at the market indicators in the foreign exchange and the all share index, you see that it's all-time high. That's another advantage. So there's investors' confidence now, which they can key into to invest in the Nigerian Stock Exchange. And many other public quoted companies are coming in to get quoted in the Nigerian Stock Exchange. So the heightened increase in these monetary factors is one of another advantage. Another advantage is that it has put more money in the hands of state governments and local governments, so that the allocation that goes to these two strata of government have heightened, unlike before. So they have more money at their disposal now to carry out their campaign promises to their people. Now that is the positive side. Now, the negative side of this macroeconomic reforms of the administration is that it induced unprecedented shock and depression in the system. Nigerians were thrown into confusion. Nigerians were thrown into unbearable suffering and hardship. In fact, the World Bank has released a report that these economic reforms have thrown 189 Nigerians into poverty. 189 Nigerians. A country of about 200 million people. 189 have been thrown into poverty.
189 million?
189 million Nigerians have been thrown into poverty because of this. Because with these economic reforms came hyperinflation. Hyperinflation is different from inflation. Hyperinflation, uncontrollable inflation. That basic things that citizens ordinarily could afford can no more be afforded. It has raised the cost of goods and services. It has raised the cost of transportation. Because when you remove the fuel subsidy and the fuel prices are now subjected to market forces, there's a spiral consequence everywhere. You buy fuel for 1,500, 1,600. The transporters take it on the commuters. And by taking goods and services from one place to another at high cost, these high costs are passed on to the final consumers. So it makes it very difficult for Nigerians to make a living. And most Nigerians today, many Nigerians today, are now feeding from the dustbin. They go to the refuse bin to see what they can get to feed their family. Now, the resultant consequence is also that parents can no more send their children to school, and they pass the burden to the children, who now go hawking across the streets, carrying goods they sell when they should be in school. and they return with this money, and the family is fed by it. So that's a negative consequence of embarking on this kind of aggressive macroeconomic reforms without understanding the socioeconomic situation of Nigeria and coming up with some subsidy or some palliatives that could cushion the effect of this aggressive. Another negative form, like I said, more money has been put into the hands of state governments and local governments. But we have not seen a reflection of this increased income along these two strata of government. We have not seen the increase. The state governments and local governments are not doing anything differently, except in states like Enugu, Abia, and Lagos. That's where you see great improvement in government service to the people. You can see it if you come to Enugu State. You can see massive road construction across the streets, even the neighborhoods that are never remembered by government. If you go to Emene, if you go to Abakpa. The same in Umuahia. In Lagos State, you see local government building hospitals for their people. But in general, in most of the cases, in most of the states, what the governors do is that once this money arrives, they convert it to dollars and store it away for the next election. The same with local government chairmen. They take this money to the governor, because for you to move from that local government chairmanship to the National Assembly, for instance, you know, these days we see local government chairmen going straight to the Senate, prepared by their governor. For you to do that, you have to play the good boy by taking these resources that you should use to serve the people to the governor, so that you be a good boy. So, the reality of this more money into the hands of governors and local governments, the money are stolen and diverted to other private uses. If government had designed a way of harnessing this money and putting it into a trust fund to attack and tackle critical sectors of the economy, like power supply. The issue of public power supply in Nigeria has been intractable. If the extra money we have made from removal of petroleum subsidy were harnessed together and deployed to an agency or commission to just look critically into the issue of incessant collapse of our national grid, or to look critically into power supply and develop technical framework for a sustainable power supply in Nigeria, that could have been a very notable achievement of this administration. But by giving this money back to the government of the state and local government, whom I consider as political vampires, the money is dissipated and not much trickles down to the people of Nigeria. Now, that is about the economy. Now, we go to the infrastructure. The present government is doing so much in infrastructural rejuvenation. Gigantic, marvelous new initiatives, especially in road construction and railway construction. You take the example of Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, the Sokoto-Badagry Superhighway. These are huge projects that take trillions of naira. Now, the positive effect is that Nigeria now, the government is bridging the gap between these extreme divides of the nation. You know, traveling from Sokoto to Badagry will take almost 2 days ordinarily, given the present infrastructure we have. But by this highway, you can do it in hours. Going from Lagos to Calabar by coastal highway, you can do it in hours. So, that is a great initiative. But the downside is that by embarking on these highly ambitious projects, the government is neglecting another sector of the road infrastructure.
Which is?
That is the city roads, the intercity roads, which are in very bad state of decay. Because the whole money is being taken up by these highly ambitious projects, the coastal highways, the super highways. We still have the interstate highways in very deplorable condition. You cannot travel from Lagos to Benin, for instance, or from Enugu to Onitsha, for instance, on a good road. Critics are saying that the government should have paid more attention to revamping existing infrastructure, road infrastructure, interstate infrastructure, intracity infrastructure. And this is where I commend the Governor Mbafo of Anambra State, of Enugu State. He has done so much in road infrastructure within the city. Places like Emene, Abakpa, Okonano, and the rest of them, and he's still working. Areas where people never expected government to give attention, he is giving attention. That is good. The same thing in Abia State. The Abia State government is opening new roads and revamping existing ones. The government has also done something about internal roads. I will not forget to mention the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway, which largely, let me say 60%, has been renovated. And you can now travel from Aba to Enugu, or to Port Harcourt, or from Enugu to Port Harcourt on a fairly good road. At least one lane has been completed. The other lane is still begging for attention. That is good. So, but overall, the government is doing well in infrastructure, especially road infrastructure, and the rail network that is coming with it. But of course, critics are observing that a place like Southeast is not taken into account in this new, these ambitious highway projects and the railway projects. And that's a minus for the administration, because this has to do with distribution of public resources, public amenities, and it has to touch every segment, every component unit of the Federation. Southeast is a basic component unit. In fact, a tripod on which Nigerian Federation rests, and should not be sidelined or neglected in any government project whatsoever. Just like Northeast, just like Northwest, there should be equitable distribution of these resources to restore the confidence of people in government.
All right, Chief.
Yes.
Just to cut in a bit, two quick issues. Speaking to the reforms, we are told that these are necessary reforms that must take place for us to be able to reset the economy of the nation moving forward. And there may be, it may be painful, but they were necessary to undertake. And again, my question now is, on the ground of these necessary reforms with the associated pains, for example, the removal of subsidy has made more funds available, which, to excuse of the government at the center, has said that they've made more funds available at the subnational level. The question now is, where do we lay the blame? Is it at the federal that has made more funds available to the subnational, which should be closer to the people in this instance to alleviate the pains associated with these reforms?
We blame the national. We blame the federal government, because they are the ones giving the money. They are the ones that are formulating policies. They are the ones that started the policy of removing fuel subsidy. And before doing that, they should have thought about how to harness the benefit of that subsidy removal. They didn't do good thinking. And that is why somebody like us, we fought the removal of subsidy on the day of handover, May 29. We would have loved President Tinubu to take his time, make consultation in a week or two, and fashion out ways to harness the dividend of this fuel subsidy removal. Critical thinking could have led government to a better conclusion or a better policy formulation. To harness this money, look at what Abacha did with PTF, Petroleum Trust Fund. That is critical thinking. That is good thinking by Abacha administration. Under Abacha administration, there was a windfall. And what did he do? He moved this money to a Petroleum Trust Fund. appointed an administrator of this fund and gave them terms of reference. And they intervened in critical areas of government, of the economy. Road infrastructure, rehabilitation of schools, rehabilitation of hospitals, furnishing of hospitals, funding hospitals, getting our hospitals equipped with drugs and equipment. That was what PTF did. That is the way government can deploy resources for the benefit of the people. You don't hand over resources to vampires. They call state governors, local government chairmen. No,
that may be too,
because
that may be too harsh.
Well, it doesn't matter. This is a frank talk, and I talk frankly. Democracy comes with accountability. You have to be accountable with your actions in government. When the federal government releases this money to state governments and local governments, what measures did they take in place? Did they put in place to monitor them, to monitor the use of this money? There's no such measure. EFCC, ICPC, they are overburdened by the functions that we are left with them. But the money you give the government, how do you trace it? How is it spent? Go to many states today. Nothing is happening there. No improvement whatsoever. There is no primary health care. People cannot access hospitals. There is no primary health care whatsoever. There is no school. The schools are in dilapidated situation across the states. The road networks, zero. And then you have more money to play with. What are they doing with the money? And what is the federal government doing about they are not using this money for the benefit of the people? They store the money up because a governor that is doing his second term wants to go to the Senate. So he keeps the money that is meant for the people so that he uses it to fight tooth and nail to get to the Senate. A governor that wants a second term keeps the money in dollars and use it to run the primary election and make sure that he not only gets the second term ticket, but that all his proxies and cronies are also taken to the House of Assembly and some sent to the National Assembly. Is that the way to deploy public resources? So I fault the federal government for not doing good thinking about harnessing the windfall the removal of public petroleum subsidy has brought to government. They did not manage it well because they didn't think properly about this policy of removal of subsidy. If you remove subsidy, what are you going to do with the money? If you give it to governors, will they not misapply this money? We don't know how to divide the money. Will they not treat it like they have been treating federal allocations? Many states are owing pensioners. Many states are owing workers, even with the increased money that is going to them. So how do you justify governors that have not shown cause why more money should be given to them? You see, it is this idea that to whom more is given, more is expected. And then you give more money to governors, and they don't do anything. Even to tackle security in their areas, they cannot. They wait for the federal government. So that is the antithesis of this economic reform. It's good on paper, but the end result has brought us to this untold hardship that we're expressing today. And all eyes are pointing on the federal government, not on the states, because they know the people of Nigeria feel the federal government should have done better by following the example of PTF to harness this money and put into a trust fund and begin to tackle critical areas of the economy and get them solved, so that as we are speaking today, we'll be praising the Tinubu administration for solving the electricity problem. By the way, what is even in that electricity problem? Even if it means bringing expatriates from Egypt, from Tunisia, or even from Ghana, bring them and get this thing solved. All these bureaucratic bottlenecks we have in our power ministry, remove them. Get a dedicated commission to tackle this electricity problem once and for all, and deploy the resources there and monitor them. and this problem will be solved.
But in fairness,
this was not done.
But in fairness to the administration, they've given a time frame with which the light issue may be solved.
We can no more be deceived. You see, they are giving a time frame now because they are looking at second term. When he was running for president, Tinubu said that he was coming to fix the electricity problem. And he said, and it's on record, if I do not give you constant electricity, do not vote me for second term. You see now what he said? Now he has not even done anything. He has not made any effort about the electricity. He's busy living the big life. He's busy living the big life. Buying presidential yachts, buying presidential fleet, ignoring the basic things. And now another election has come. He has just remembered that he has not done anything about electricity. He's now giving out time framework. He can't do anything. This is 3 years. This is 3 years. He has no clue whatsoever how to solve the electricity problem. He's not even going to that. Because we are waiting for him to know exactly what he's coming to campaign with. Is he coming to tell us now that he has a time frame? Which time frame? Is the time frame going to be within the 4 years we have given you? Unless if he's going to solve this problem in the next 1 year, before May 2027 election, before he can win public confidence. But you cannot give us time frame beyond 2027 election. No, because you are categorical. And when I don't even see why our people, politicians, they use public facilities that we should take for granted. Other countries take for granted for campaign. I will give you good road. I will give you good hospital. I will solve electricity problem. These are things taken for granted in other countries. Go to Cotonou here, Benin Republic. Go to Togo. Go to Ghana. They have constant power supply. Why can't we have it in Nigeria?
Chief, towing your line of conversation, let me ask explicitly on the economy. It said that the GDP is growing. And then when you looked at the foreign exchange, you did give credit to the administration in the fact that they've unified, and then taken away the arbitrage that is witnessed and seen in the foreign exchange aspect of the economy, that they inherited from the previous administration. So my question in this instance, don't you agree that the consolidation, in the area of the GDP growth that we're witnessing is one that we should commend this administration for?
Consolidation in the GDP.
The GDP is growing.
That is economic promise. We are talking about macroeconomic reforms, and we are talking about some of the positive indications in the economy. And then on the parallel side, we said there is still depression in the economy. People are still suffering. And there cannot be any reform with an attendant excruciating pain and suffering of the people. The government has no plan how to cushion this suffering. Look, Nigerians, the cost of living has skyrocketed. And then the standard of living has nosedived. That's the summary. The cost of living skyrocketed, standard of living nosedived. No, but Nigeria doesn't talk about standard now. What they are talking about is survivor.
But
and then we're talking about indexes, economic indexes.
All right, Chief, let me play a little bit of the devil's advocate here.
Yes.
When we talk about the economy that was, being consolidated by this administration, the economy tanked before President Tinubu came into power, and we saw the trajectory until the crisis in the Gulf that has necessitated that Nigerians has to pay out of pocket. Do we lay the blame at the federal government when they didn't, in particular, orchestrated the situation in terms of the price of crude and fuel in Nigeria in this instance?
What is happening in the Gulf does not have anything to do with this. It's an excuse given to government to explain their failures. Dangote founded a private refinery. We have public refineries in Nigeria which we have been battling with since 1999. Successive governments will say we are going to revamp economies, governments will be depleted at maximum capacity, and the whole 8 years will go, that government will not do anything about refinery. And the billions upon billions of naira is pumped into revamping our economy. And this money disappears. And nothing is done. They give us time frame when the economy, when this facility will start working. The time frame will come, it will not work. And then the next administration will come and promise us that refineries will work. And then we'll go round and round in a cycle. See, the Dangote saw the need in this direction, and he founded the largest refinery in Africa. Just for NNPC to sell crude oil to Dangote, did they do it? Politics came in, and the federal government could not stamp its foot down to ensure that enough crude oil is given Dangote to beat down the prices of fuel. And Dangote was forced to go outside to be buying crude oil that we have in our domain. What kind of government is that? And the Dangote cried severally how NNPC was frustrating its private initiative. Federal government, did they do anything? Till today, they are still in that quagmire. So if there had been a foundation, a framework to make this country work, to make our downstream sector work, what is happening in the Gulf couldn't have affected us. Ukraine is at war with Russia. While at war, in the heat of that war, they were still sending grain to us, Nigeria. They are sending grain to us. We are not at war. They are sending grain to us. Ukraine is at war. They are prosecuting the war against one of the superpowers, and yet they are working, producing grains, which they sell. Nigeria, what are we producing? What are we exporting? We remain an import-dependent country. And that is why the foreign exchange, the cost of dollar, the devaluation of the naira continues to be intractable because the foreign exchange is tilted towards importation, not exportation. And as long as we do not export to earn enough of this foreign exchange, we will continue to be where we are.
We will continue to be where
we will continue to be where we are because we don't appear to know what we are doing. How can we be import dependent, even at this age of our democratic journey? What has the government done to encourage domestic production? We have a lot of arable land across the north, even in the south. What are we doing about this arable land? We're not cultivating them. Everybody waits for government. Everybody waits for government. In the First Republic, we had farm settlements. We had farm settlements. In the eastern Nigeria, in western Nigeria, in northern Nigeria, we had farm settlements. People were at these settlements working day and night. They were accommodated and fed by government, and they had output. In the south, we had palm oil as our export. The north had their groundnut oil, their groundnut as export. The west had cocoa as export. And that was why in the First Republic, in the eastern Nigeria was the fastest growing economy in the world. Then what happened? What happened? The military came, and Nigeria now was divided along tribal and religious lines. And since then, we have not recovered. We have not got a government that will redirect us to this life of productivity. We have not. We have not got a government that will take us to reviving these agricultural settlements, at least to make us self-reliant in agriculture. We have local automobile producing companies locally. No, government is not patronizing them. They manufacture this automobile and export to other countries. But we are not patronizing our own. Go to South Africa. The vehicles they are driving in South Africa are vehicles made in South Africa. I was in South Africa in 2001, in 2001. I really saw Mercedes and Toyota, Honda. All I saw was made the South African products. And they were giving citizens at very good rebate. You come, you don't have to pay cash for everything. You take a vehicle, be driving the vehicle, and be paying according to, it will be tailored according to your need, you know, and according to your monthly income. So that is how a country is run. We have to run this country in such a way as it will survive. Let the government cut down on their expenses. Because as we talk now, we are earning little in foreign exchange, and the little we are earning, government is using it to live a grandiose life.
Chief, on that note,
government has to cut down on expenses and make citizens get to work so that everybody has to produce something. Like in India, like in South Korea, like in Malaysia, like in Singapore. Everybody has to produce something. Not every day everybody flocks into local government because the local government chairman is around, because they're expecting a handout. Everybody has to get to work and produce something.
All right, Chief. On that note, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll look at the security sector. Please stay with us. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us, and we'll be speaking with Chief Barrister Amos Ogbonnaya Okoro, who is a legal practitioner and a public affairs analyst, helping us dissect the 3 years in office of this administration. Chief, so far it's been a pleasure speaking with you. However, let's migrate a bit, to take stock on the security aspect in these last 3 years. Let me get your perception.
Yes. We have a global terrorism index ranked Nigeria the 3rd most terrorized country in the world under Goodluck Jonathan administration. Under Buhari administration, we were ranked 6th in global terrorism index. That showed some improvement. And what engendered that improvement was the duplication of the terrorist groups in Nigeria, which distracted the Boko Haram. Under Jonathan, it was Boko Haram that was brought about by politicians to discredit his government. Now, when he was scared away, and Buhari took over, he had this problem of dealing with the problem he created. So he had the challenge of dealing with the problem he created. So he started dislodging the stronghold of these Boko Haram terrorists. Then, later in the second term, there came other terror groups, the ISIS, the ISWAP, who now started struggling for space with the Boko Haram. And so we see that intergroup fights broke out, and that distracted them from the original purpose of destabilizing the polity, sacking villages and destroying the people. So for that, there was like a law in the terrorism index. We now improved from 3rd most terrorized country to the 6th most terrorized country. Now, under Tinubu's administration, security has worsened, and we are now on the 4th in the global terrorism index. We are now the 4th most terrorized country. And it is speculated that if we continue like this, by December, we'll go back to 3rd, like we were under Jonathan. Now, what is the cause of this problem? Terrorism in Nigeria is political.
It's political.
Political. It was politicians that brought terror groups from the Sahel to dislodge Jonathan administration because they felt Jonathan was occupying the space meant for the North. Remember, the South had done 8 years under Obasanjo. It was the turn of the North to do 8 years under Yar'Adua. After 2 years, Yar'Adua died in 2009, and Jonathan took over, finished the 2 years of Yar'Adua. 2011, he contested for his own term now, and won in 2011. And all hell was broke loose. All hell broke loose in the North when they were campaigning that Jonathan should not run for 2nd term in 2015. Somebody like Buhari came on public media to say he has been running. He's a serial runner, contestant, 2003, 2007, 2011, and he kept failing. He said if he failed in 2015, the monkey and the baboon will soak themselves in blood. Nigeria ignored that threat. So, before we know it, he in cahoot with other political, northern politicians, opened our borders for all manner of people with dangerous weapons to move into Nigeria to dislodge the presidency of 2015, if he had won. Jonathan saw the handwriting on the wall and abdicated the office to him. He became the president, and it was a problem for him to clear the mess. El-Rufai gave us some of the bits and pieces of this news. And it was a problem how to settle these people they brought into Nigeria to dislodge the government of Jonathan. They went into the bushes, and then the kidnapping started. Now, most other politicians have joined in the kidnapping racket because they see it as a thriving industry. And I am telling the government of Nigeria today that the federal government, the state government, they are responsible for the terrorism in Nigeria.
How is that?
How they are responsible is that instead of engaging these terrorists head on, we have the army. The army is strong enough to engage these people, to take them out. They kidnap our children, and you pay them ransom. How do you pay them ransom? If you pay them ransom, you are funding the terrorism.
At the detriment of the children that
are
at
the detriment of Nigerian citizens. Because if you look at these people that are doing the kidnapping, this ragtag army that are destroying everywhere, villages, they look malnourished. They don't look fit. They don't look good. Where does the money we pay, 100 million, 150, 200, 300 million in ransom go to? It goes to their sponsors. Now, this money goes to them. They use it to buy more arms and fund more of this terrorist operation. Nigeria should map out a definite strategy to take these people out. And one tragedy that came under Buhari administration is this idea of rebranding these terrorists who have killed our soldiers, who have killed our people, who have tormented our villagers. You rebrand them and say they have repented, and you integrate them to the army, thereby compromising the integrity of our armed forces. What we expected the Tinubu administration to do was to weed out these terrorists that they say had rebranded. It was when they were incorporated into the army that we started hearing about ambush. Our soldiers going on operation, they are ambushed on the way. It's because of leakage of intelligence. So we have to clean out these people. If you have to integrate them into society, for all good and fine. It doesn't have to be in our armed forces. Our armed forces is the army is the last line of defense of any country. So you don't infiltrate it with people who are not even Nigerians, and you infiltrate them and say you have rebranded them. And this present administration is also continuing in that trajectory. I saw visuals of some people who were dressed in agbada and is it yellow or blue headgear, and they said they are former terrorists and they'll be rebranded. They are going to be integrated into society. They may be integrated in society, no problem. Let them learn skill acquisition, but not to get them into the army. It compromises the integrity of our army. So now we are at the fourth. We have ranked fourth in global terrorism index, and now I'm calling on the federal government of Nigeria to develop a better strategy. Right. We already know those who are sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria. We know them. The list has been published, even by South Africa under Buhari. Why are we not dealing with these people? We know them. Government knows them. Al-Rufai says government knows them. Sheikh Gumi says government knows every one of them. And as he goes each time to negotiate with them, he is talking or working for government. Government knows them. Government knows where they are. Abacha said that if terrorism or any form of insurrection should last more than 24 hours, there's a government hand in it. Abacha knew what he was saying. He was a military general, and he was the commander-in-chief of Nigerian army. Can this thing happen under Abacha? Can this thing happen under Babangida? All right, Chief. So the problem is with the government. And that is because they have failed to deal with the problem headlong. And it continues to fester. All right, Chief. Bringing all this together, what is the, single most important questions Nigerians should be asking about the Tinubu's first 3 years in office? The questions they will be asking. Two basic questions. It's not even up to three. Just two. What are you doing about the electricity you promised us? Because it is electricity that drives macroeconomic organs of any economy. The medium, the small, and the macro enterprises. It is electricity. The small people that have shops in the street, the tailors, the artisans, they need electricity to work. Now, when they have to depend on generator and still buy fuel at 1,600, what happens to the output? You see? Electricity. What happens to the electricity you promised us you deliver to Nigerians? That is one critical question we are asking Tinubu. Secondly, what are you doing about insecurity? Are you telling us that this ragtag militia group, they are stronger than our army? A country that has Air Force, Navy, Army, Civil Defense, this defense, that defense. Then the terrorists will go to a school in Obomosho and pick primary school puppies and take to the forest. And then it will take government more than 2 weeks to find their location. What happened to area surveillance? What happened to drones? The new technological devices that nations are using today in warfare. What happens to them? What happens to the billions of naira we budget in defense? Adam Shoshomale had just said in the floor of the Senate that the Senate should probe military expenditure. The money budgeted for Nigerian defense, the defense ministry. And he was shouted down at the floor of the... Why was that motion rejected by the Senate? If we have a serious Senate. All right. This is supposed to be check and balance about how public expenditure is done. But they threw away that proposal to investigate how budget... Because there are allegations that generals share this money. And those on the field have cried out repeatedly that they don't have enough weapons to fight these people. Why can't we investigate what has happened to the budget we have given to defense? All right, Chief, quickly, we are running out of time. The question is, looking ahead, what must change in the remaining years for us to, judge this presidency as being successful? It is not too late to stop the bleeding. The money federal government gives the state, which is the windfall from the removal of subsidy is bleeding. I call it bleeding because it is money lost. Get a trust fund and get this money from removal of petroleum subsidy into a trust fund. You can do it between now and December this year, and there will be a result. Get expatriates to have a panoramic view of our power infrastructure and see how they can put a stop to the incessant collapse of national grid, and then how they can generate more power for Nigerians. Generation, distribution. 200 million people in one country. South Africa, 80 million people. But they have 50,000 megawatts of electricity they generate. We are struggling with 4,000. 200 million people. What is the magic? Go to South Africa, bring them, pay the money, let them fix it for Nigeria. Forget all these bureaucrats. They are the people holding us down in this country. Forget about them, do the right thing, and then your second term is guaranteed.
Okay, Chief, I'm getting signal. We're almost out of time, but quickly, just in one sentence, if you were advising the president right now, what one policy correction would you insist on immediately?
PTF. Take an example of PDF under Abacha. Get a trust fund. Put all our money there. Tackle just one thing. One, electricity. Tackle just one electricity. And then do something about insecurity. Allow our army to work. If the chief of defense staff is not working, remove him. If the chief of army staff is not working, remove him. And then, is it not chief of the staff that said that there is prodigal sons? They are not our prodigal son. Maybe they are his prodigal son.
Chief, on that note, that's where we'll draw the curtain today on the A-site. And you've been speaking with Chief Barrister Amos Obunnaya Okoro, who is a legal practitioner and a public affairs analyst, helping us to, debone and deconstruct issues around Tinubu Democracy Report Card, assessing the last 3 years in office. Let us know what you feel about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag #TheInsight, all at Aneke on our social media handles. To come your way, same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Seven days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives, from moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV. Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. 7 killed in farmers' herders clash in Bauchi State's Darazo local government area. Operation Hadinkai troops rescue 5 girls from terror hideouts in Borno. Survey shows over 80% of Nigerians support age-based social media regulation for minors. Details of the news. Troops of Operation Hadinkai have forced Boko Haram terrorists to abandon their positions following heavy military bombardment in Borno State, leading to the escape of 5 abducted children. The military operations carried out across parts of the Northeast Theater disrupted insurgent hideouts and created opportunities for captives to flee. In Gwoza local government area, 13-year-old Aisha Idrisa and 11-year-old Fatima Abubakar were rescued by tactical troops after escaping from captivity in Poka community where they abducted in 2025. Military authorities confirmed that the children fled during or sustained air and ground assaults on terrorist positions. 3 additional girls aged between 12 and 13 also escaped from a separate insurgent camp in Mandara Mountains and surrendered to frontline troops. The Nigerian military said the girls are undergoing medical screening, profiling, and psychological support in line with standard procedures. Defense sources say the breakthroughs reflect sustained military pressure that has weakened insurgent operational capacity across the region. 7 people have been confirmed dead following a violent clash between farmers and herders in Darazo local government area of Bauchi State. The Bauchi State Police Command says the incident also left 6 others injured and destroyed several homes in Lanzai community and surrounding areas. According to Police Public Relations Officer Mr. Nafiu Habib, the violence began when suspected herders allegedly attacked farmers who were applying fertilizer on their farmlands. The situation escalated into a reprisal attack by youth from Lanzai community. During the counterattack, residents reportedly stormed a neighboring Fulani settlement in Dosho and set about 50 huts ablaze, destroying properties worth millions of naira. The unrest quickly spread before security intervention. Bauchi State Commissioner of Police Sani Omolori Aliyu has ordered a full investigation and deployment of tactical teams to restore peace and prevent further escalation. A 9-year-old boy has been abducted by armed men during an attack on Idogun community in Ose local government area of Ondo State. The attackers also destroyed 2 residential buildings during the early morning raid. Eyewitnesses say the assailants invaded the Bosi area around 1 a.m., firing sporadically to scare residents before abducting the child, identified as Oluwatobi, son of a local pastor, Isaac Olaibesikan. The residents fled into nearby communities for safety as the attackers operated freely before escaping into surrounding forest. Panic has since gripped the area following the incident. The Ondo State Police Command, through its spokesperson, Mr. Jimo Abayomi, confirmed the attack and said a joint operation with the Emotekun Corps has begun a search and rescue mission. The Anambra State House of Assembly has called on Governor Chukwuma Soludo to take urgent action over increasing fire outbreaks across the state. The lawmakers are demanding the establishment of fully equipped fire service stations in all 21 local government areas. The motion was sponsored by Mr. Ebuki Igwe, representing Idemili South constituency, who raised concerns over repeated midnight fires destroying markets and residential properties worth millions of naira. He warned that response delays are worsening the scale of destructions. Lawmakers from Anambra West, Nnewi South, and Ihiala supported the motion, urging government to modernize fire service infrastructure and improve emergency response capacity. They also called for improved rural deployment of fire personnel. Speaker of the House, Somtochukwu Deze, described the proposal as essential for protecting lives property, and local businesses across the state. The federal government has launched a nationwide campaign to eradicate highly pathogenic avian influenza, commonly known as bird flu, following recurring outbreaks across Nigeria. The initiative was announced at an emergency livestock workshop in Nasarawa State. Minister of Livestock Development Idimukta Maiha said that the government will establish a strengthened surveillance and reporting system to protect the poultry sector from further economic losses. He noted that outbreaks have persisted since 2021 in states including Kano, Plateau, and Ogun. The United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization has provided a $350,000 grant to support emergency detection and containment measures. Right back shortly. Stay with us. Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. You can follow us on Facebook and YouTube across the country. Now, a quick recap of the major stories making the news. 7 dead in farmers' headers clash in Darazo, Bauchi State. Operation Hardin K troops rescue 5 girls from terrorist enclaves in Brunei. Coming up shortly, survey shows over 60% of Nigerians support age-based social media regulations for minors. A majority of Nigerians are calling for stricter government regulation to protect children on social media following a new survey showing that over 80% of citizens support age-based restrictions. The findings were presented at a child protection roundtable in Lagos by the Minister of Communications, Innovations and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani. The survey indicates that about 85% of respondents want the minimum social media age raised to between 16 and 17 years, above the global benchmark of 13 years. More than 90% of parents and citizens also expressed concerns over the safety of minors online. Key concerns highlighted include exposure to harmful content, digital addiction and online exploitation, which respondents describe as major risks facing young users in Nigeria's digital space. Stakeholders say the issue has become a national priority. The federal government says it will use digital identity systems and platform-based verification tools to enforce compliance, while regulators are calling for tougher sanctions on tech companies and stronger digital literacy campaigns. Experts and policymakers are urging a comprehensive reform of Nigeria's automotive industry, calling on the federal government to shift focus from import dependence to local vehicle manufacturing. The call was made at an industry forum in Lagos. Former Corps Marshal of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Dr. Boboye Oyeyemi, said inconsistent policies have continued to weaken local assembly plans despite Nigeria's large market size. He stressed the need for a stable and predictable policy environment to attract investors. The Nigeria Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, confirmed that a review of the national automotive policy is underway. She said the reform will include integration of electric vehicles and compressed natural gas technologies. The National Automotive Design and Development Council is also advocating stronger collaboration among government, private sector operators, and the media to drive industrial growth and position Nigeria as a leading automotive hub in Africa. Nigeria's fiscal situation has come under renewed pressure as debt servicing costs rose about. A report from the Budget Office of the Federation shows that debt payments reached 12.63 trillion naira between January and September. The figure exceeded the approved budget by nearly 2 trillion naira, with about 67% of government retained revenue during the period used for debt servicing. This left limited funds to salaries, infrastructure, and other capital projects. The report also shows that revenue underperformed by 40%, largely due to shortfalls in oil earnings, despite improved non-oil revenue performance. Analysts warn that debt servicing is now crowding out development spending. Finance authorities say efforts are ongoing to manage a projected 30 trillion naira fiscal gap, while economists are urging tighter borrowing controls, asset sales, and increased private sector participation in infrastructure financing. Millions of electricity consumers in Delta State are experiencing planned power outages as the Transmission Company of Nigeria begins a 2-week maintenance exercise on critical transmission infrastructure. The exercise started on Thursday. TCN says the shutdown is necessary for the installation of a bus coupler, circuit breaker, and rehabilitation of 5 insulators at the Delta Transmission Substation. Areas affected include Warri, Ifurun, Sapele, Osubi, Ueli, and Abwabo. Power supply is being interrupted daily between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m., with restoration scheduled after maintenance activities each day. The company says the exercise is essential to improve grid stability and reliability. TCN has apologized for the inconvenience and assured residents that normal electricity supply will resume once the maintenance is completed. Benue State Governor Reverend Father Hyacinth Alia has approved a 51% subsidy on fertilizers to boost agricultural production and reduce farming costs across the state. The announcement was made at the State Fertilizer Blending Plant in Makurdi. Under the policy, the price of a bag of fertilizer has been reduced to 28,000 naira as part of efforts to expand cultivated farmlands and strengthen Benue's position as Nigeria's food basket. Distribution will cover all 23 local government areas. The state government says strict monitoring measures have been introduced to prevent diversion and ensure fair distribution to genuine farmers. Officials warn that violators will face prosecution. Agricultural authorities say the initiative is aimed at increasing productivity, improving food security, and supporting rural economic growth across the state. The federal government and Abia State government have strengthened collaboration aimed at improving Nigeria's ease of doing business and attracting investment. The initiative was discussed at a workshop in Umuahia. The Director General of the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, Princess Zara Mustafa Audu, said reforms must be driven at state level to achieve meaningful economic transformation. She said subnational efforts are critical to national growth. Deputy Governor Ikechukwu Emetu, representing Governor Alex Oti, said Abia State has implemented reforms, including infrastructure upgrades,
digital governance, and one-stop investment centers in Aba and Umuahia. He also highlighted land reforms that enable certificates of occupancy within 30 days. Officials say Abia has risen from 32nd to 11th position in national business rankings, with plans on the way to further improve its standing and expand investor confidence. Now in sports, Super Eagles head coach Eric Chelle has defended his decision to make 7 substitutions during Nigeria's international friendly against Poland, citing player fatigue and off-season conditioning challenges. The match ended in a 2-2 draw in Warsaw. Chelle explained that several players arrived at camp in poor physical conditions due to early postseason breaks. He said the changes were necessary to maintain balance and competitiveness during the game. The substitutions included Emmanuel Fernandez, Bruno Nyumechi, Perem Murphy, Igor Obu, Frank Onyeka, Tochukwu Nadi, and Ako Adams, who were replaced by fresh players such as Paul Onuachu and Calvin Bassey. Despite the disruption, Nigeria managed to recover and secure a draw, with the coach insisting that squad depth remains key to feature for stricter online protections for children, with more than 80% of Nigerians backing age-based social media regulations for minors. The findings were disclosed by the Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, during a child protection roundtable held in Lagos. According to the survey, nearly 65% of respondents support raising the minimum age for social media access to between 16 and 17 years, above the current global benchmark of 13 years. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-304-3710 or
borrowed funds are converted into productive assets. The World Bank has repeatedly highlighted weaknesses in Nigeria's public financial management system, including inefficiencies in capital budget execution and limited transparency in project delivery. Across the country, there are recurring examples of abandoned and uncompleted projects, despite significant public expenditure. Infrastructure studies show that cost overruns, delays, and project abandonment remain. The country has more than 70 million hectares of arable land, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization. Yet, agricultural productivity remains below potential due to limited mechanization and storage infrastructure. Agriculture still employs a large share of the workforce, but contributes less than expected to GDP. In the energy sector, Nigeria produces over 1 million barrels of crude oil per day, according to OPEC data. Yet, for years, depended heavily on imported refined products, creating pressure on foreign exchange and public finances. New refining capacity is beginning to shift these balances, offering potential savings in import costs. The solid minerals sector also remains largely underdeveloped, despite more than 40 commercially viable mineral resources, including lithium, gold, and iron ore. Industry reports suggest the sector contributes less than 1% of GDP, despite its strong export potential. Experts argue that reducing Nigeria's dependence on and accelerating public-private partnerships in infrastructure delivery. Ultimately, analysts say that Nigeria's economic challenge is not the absence of resources, but the efficiency of conversion. Borrowing directly to productive investment and measurable national outputs. I am Princess Ken.
Witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities. Voices once rose. Ideas once bound their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership,
every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, beautiful Nigeria. Good afternoon, Enugu. How you guys doing? It's a beautiful afternoon. And I always say, thank God it's Friday TGIF. And we have a lot of things for you today on Vibe Central, where we tell you what is going on in the industry, the entertainment industry. I go by the name Gift Obodo, popularly called Shushu Lawyer, a.k.a. red pepper, black pepper, and today I have all the peppers mixed and spiced for you today. And you know, a lot of things has been happening in the internet space, but I'm going to start with this, this one that just occurred. And it's about our own Jarvis and Bella. Talala, talala, talala. Our Jarvis and Bella are officially engaged. The internet has just been buzzing of the engagement. People have been wowed, and a lot of things have been said. But love in the air, love in the air, love in the air. Jadorita and Bella are officially engaged to each other. Now, soon enough, they will be walking out and doing the official thing. Now, she can officially get pregnant now. Or if she don't carry belly, she can officially carry belly. Ne, carry belly, God, nothing do you. Moving over to my next gist, and it's about Burna Boy. Burna Boy. Okay, Burna Boy is seen to be working with Shakira in the World Cup song, which is, Shakira said it's a dream for her to come true, to work with Burna Boy. She said, when I recorded Dia Dia, I felt like it needed something, and the only person that I thought like, yeah, he will kill it is Burna Boy. So when I had Burna Boy record it, that was the cherry on top. I always wanted to do something with Burna Boy, and I think his voice just takes it to another level. He's like the best African artist I've ever heard. Shakira, Shakira, Shakira. Oh, no, 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 no. Shakira, oh, Shakira, oh, Shakira, Shakira, Shakira. This woman is ageless. Shakira is ageless. Because, tell me why this woman is looking so dampy, elegant, and looking so sumptuous. Like, she's all everything you want. Look. See her skin. So we're anticipating Shakira waiting concern me na gossip to speed the gossip to you guys, and which I did actually. I'm moving over to the next one. It's about the popular star actor or let me just talk about Portable. Because I think Portable after his match, Portable has just been quiet. Odogu lalala has just been quiet. He has not said much in the internet space. And I keep wondering what's happening to Portable? Why is he being quiet and reserved? They don't beat sense enter in head. And it's so amazing. He said some are not bandits. Let's not make mistake. Portable cautions Nigeria against wrongly labeling and attacking innocent Northerners. Oh. In fact, and the mouth of all the celebrities is just about this insecurity problem, banditry, and everything. The only thing I could tell people out there is that you have to be safe. Wherever you are, just be safe. Try as much as anything. Just be wise, be careful. Pray, because at this point, I don't know what to say. Moving over to the next one. Someone on air said, you will meet someone and think you have met a new cool friend, only to discover she enjoys her cornflakes with cold water. Way too many dragons on this earth pretending to be human. Someone else replied and said, you need to be shaming people more, because why is anyone talking about cornflakes with hot water? If you want a bath, just make it. But true, when I was quite younger, I was taught like good demon cornflakes is being done with warm hot water, and it gives these pap vibes. That pap sap vibe, yes. But whenever you drink it cold, It doesn't mean that it doesn't give the vibe, but it's on a very minimal rate dose. It's sweet, but have you combined cornflakes, sugar, milk, granules, and some granola on it? Hell, what is Cloud9 if not this combo? Like, what is actually Cloud9 if not this kind of combo? But I say I will not teach you guys. It's not me that you hear the bad one from. So we'll talk about actress Mary Remy Njoko. She said, you cannot bind and cast away bad roads. Physical problem requires physical solution. And she said, excuse Christians who focus on prayer alone. I don't know at this point, when these celebrities say this, I don't know what they want the poor masses to do. Should they kill themselves? The only thing they can do is to beckon on the government and pray. Because the people you are trying to fight against have their weapon. So, going handless with people that have a lot of weapon in their hand, it's a whole lot for you. It's a whole lot for Nigerians. At this point in Nigeria today, people keep suffering. A lot of things are going on, but life outside this thing is just like we should just focus and do a lot of things. Moving over to my next gist, and it says by DJ Copy. She said, I made the whole room engaging so that they don't stay for long. She made her own room somehow so that her guests will not stay for long. Watching her room background, I can somehow behave like I can. No, not like I can somehow. I align with DJ Copy because I'm just someone that acts very odd, very odd, very odd, and it's somehow somebody will come to my room and be like, Gift, what's happening? Why the whole combination? I say, if you don't like it, it's my house. Leave. It's my house. Leave. Just leave. Or leave my room because it's my room. So I make it, comfortable and to my own taste and satisfaction. I don't like people coming to bug me. So I always make my room in such a way that you say, hey, this girl, what is your problem? What is happening in your room? So let's just take a look at this this video or this picture on the screen. It's about the music video director Chiji Omore shows off his eccentric new haircut. What is this? The new madness style, because I don't understand. I'm just trying to understand the haircut. What's wrong? What's happening? What's the haircut? What's happening? Why the cut corner? It's looking so odd. The cut corners are too much to be precise. They are very much so, for me, I was just saying, he suffered from, he's still recovering from the kidney transplant and everything, shambles. And I'm asking, what's wrong? What's actually wrong? But in as much as things are wrong, but let's just believe that he's all right wherever he is, because I don't see the reason for that haircut. But everybody is actually entitled to this. But before I tell you my next gist, we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back to Vibe Central, where we tell you what is going on in the entertainment industry. And one thing that I always say about this show, we will give you premium gist and entertainment. And before I go over to my next gist, I want to tell you guys that Ma is here. And Ma, how are you doing? You're under the weather. And you're looking like my sister's church girl. What's happening? What the outfit? What's happening with the outfit?
Everything is doing me today, so I just want to be. I don't know. I want to be under the weather.
You want to actually be under the weather?
Yes. Let the weather cover me. Let me be under it for now. Because right now, guys, God.
You're feeling cold.
Not cold. I am not feeling cold. I'm not really having it today, but all thanks to God Almighty. You know, sometimes you can just develop mood swings. Something can trigger you to be, to be angry or something. But I wouldn't let that take my smile away. I wouldn't let that down in terms of trying to give you fun, trying to bring forth the gist and entertain you guys, that wouldn't stop our show. That wouldn't stop us to entertain you and still give you the gist and the gossip. Alright, I know you guys are doing really amazing.
So let me tell you a story. Someone said on X, he said, the day my dad found out I gave my ex 500k for stuff and that money would be returned by month's end, I didn't hear a word. And in our house, he was even mentioning my name in our morning prayers. Make ndi anye werego, and you are giving someone money. Like, what's that about? What do you think? That they don't have money and you're giving somebody else money.
Okay, they don't have money.
And she's giving her ex.
Ex.
500k.
Babe, like seriously, guy, are you that foolish? Like, what does the girlfriend, the ex, put in his stew?
Sugar and sweet.
What did you put in this guy's stew? Because
sugar and stew.
S is S. So he went extra mile. That means he really loved this girl. For him to go extra mile to, actually steal money from his father to give to his ex, that is really love there.
Are you sure it's love or it's just lost?
Both.
What do you think is good?
Because if for an ex coming back to you, he's not actually coming because he loves you. He's coming back to finish what he did not finish. He came back to finish pata. So that's just it. They're not really coming back for.
So someone said on X, Bambad said, Nigerians are unbelievable. You are doing housewarming for a flat you rented. Housewarming party for a flat you rented. Have you seen someone like that?
On a celebration. It's just fun. Fun of it. The person just trying to appreciate. I don't know why people don't be grateful for anything at all. This person just trying to be grateful, just trying to be happy. Maybe this person has sought for a house for a very long time. Then he or she finally got it. What do you think, guys? No matter how little, no matter how big it is, he or she wants to celebrate it in a way that pleases him. So it is his money to celebrate it. Be it flat or he built his own house. It doesn't matter. It's the joy it gives. Maybe he has a good apartment. He found himself or herself a good apartment, which he had been looking for a long time. Then eventually he got it. Then he has every reason to celebrate it. It's nothing bad. It's not a big deal.
It's not a big deal for you.
It's not a big deal. He has to celebrate it. It's a thing of joy. Okay? That person is speaking from the bitter side of he or she. Be happy for all that.
Said is a thing of joy.
Yeah.
So what is your breaking point in a relationship? What's that point where you decide to break up with him?
No. It could be lack of communication.
Or cheat?
Cheat, yeah. Lack of communication. When I see that you're no longer communicating with me, I am the one making all effort, communicating, fixing things. You're not doing anything. You're just reluctant. You're not putting and be busy for you. No matter how someone is busy, they will always make out time for you. The only one thing we fail to understand is that these men don't actually love. There's nothing like that.
Are you actually?
You just love bombing. They will love bomb you for the first time from the beginning.
Experience master. Why? Please tell us experience.
They will call you morning, afternoon, and night. That's when you've not accepted them. They will call you in the talking stage. They will keep calling you. They'll keep showing up for you. Before you wake up in the morning, hello baby girl, how you doing today?
What's their chop?
What are you eating today? Let me send you something so you eat. They'll call me, they'll keep coming until you.
Their chop.
Maybe in that time, you already feel like, oh, this guy is so much in love with me. This guy is all over me. This guy is different from all the men. He can actually go as far as telling you that I'm different. Guy, I'm so different. I'm not like other guys. I'm here for serious business. I'm not here to play games with your heart. I'm not here to play games. I am here to love you. I'm here for a relationship. I am here because I want to get married. And I'm seeing you got better cross paths. So, here I am. I'm in love with you. Let's have a relationship. Let's do something. Then you feel like, this guy this guy is so much in love with me.
They play.
Give it out.
No. You missed the line.
Which line did I?
So they chop you.
Wait, I'm coming to that. Then you're not accepting. Oh, I want to date you too. Then you not accept this guy that's been into you, that's been all over you. Immediately accept him. Lo and behold,
Mr.
Man is now busy. You no longer call you. When you call, you say, baby, I'm so sorry. I've been so busy. Something came up, blah, 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 blah. You know, he's seen that you're now beginning to attach. You're now beginning to love him. He will start deviating. He will start drifting off. He will start withdrawing. Allow you to chase him. Girl, don't ever chase. When you start seeing any signs, don't wait for wonders to happen. Take your leave. Let me tell you something. When you stop communicating as well, start giving them the same energy they give to you, they will come back. They'll surely come back. I'll have them. I have them.
Hey!
I have them now, like in my contacts. I'll just tell them, Mister, what did y'all do? They'll be like, no need to me. I'll not even stress myself. They will still come back. Okay, that's what I stopped talking to me a few months ago. I met in January. Like, we went out, that kind of thing. He stopped. Just suddenly, he says, I don't know what happened. He just stopped communicating with me.
All of a sudden?
All of a sudden, no. I really like the guy. Oh, no, it was okay. He stopped communicating with me just like that. You know, he said I was saying something. He didn't like what I said, blah, blah, blah. I don't know whether he blocked me because I tried testing. The message wasn't delivering. So I just felt like he had blocked me. Immediately, I didn't even think about it. I moved on. I forgot about him, you know, that kind of thing. So yesterday, this guy tested me. And blah, 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 blah. In fact, I don't know, there's people that test me on TikTok. I didn't know it was him. So he opened another account, test me on TikTok. So all of that. Let's cut the long story short. This guy tested me yesterday, explaining himself, the reason why he stopped talking. I said, okay, no problem. He said, the reason why, I know, that kind of thing. Like, he wants us to see that yesterday, you know, hang out. I told him I'm not interested. That's it.
So, are you a shawarma girl or a pizza girl?
I would prefer shawarma. No, pizza, please. Pizza.
This is a big girl, though. You know how much pizza costs?
I know it's expensive, but I'm worth it. You deserve the best.
So let's go get one, grab one for weekend. So let's tell them we need to go and grab one for weekend.
Just go to a better place where they are very good at it. I don't know where to recommend. I don't want to advertise anybody's business here. So okay.
So thank you, and you know it's Friday. Go and enjoy yourself. Go and enjoy your week.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Abia State, nicknamed God's own state, was created on August 27, 1991, from the old Imo state by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiuku Umahia, the four major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Igbo ethnic group, who are known for their enterprise, hospitality, and vibrant cultural practices. Before state creation, the region was part of the Eastern region and played notable roles in Nigeria's pre- and post-independence history. One landmark event was Aba Women's Riot of 1929, a mass protest by women against colonial taxation, which began in the Aba area and influenced policy changes across Nigeria. Abia State is naturally endowed with fertile soil for agriculture and solid mineral resources such as limestone, kaolin, and laterite. Oil and gas are also found in some parts of the state, making it one of Nigeria's oil-producing areas. Economically, Aba is a powerhouse of trade and manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather works, and metal fabrication, earning it the nickname Japan of Africa. Abia State's cuisine reflects Igbo culinary traditions with popular dishes including achi and oha soup. It is a thickened soup made from oha leaves and achi seeds. Okazi soup. It is rich with okazi leaves and cocoyam paste. Abacha, African salad, made from cassava flakes, palm oil, and local spices. Ofe nsala, white soup, a light soup often cooked with fresh fish, beef or chicken. Palm wine, a traditional beverage tapped fresh from raffia or oil palm trees. Abia State has different notable attractions, and they include National War Museum Umuahia, housing relics and weapons from the Nigerian Civil War. Akwete Weaving Village, famous for its centuries-old traditional cloth weaving. Azumiri Blue River. This is known for its clear blue waters and scenic beauty. Amakama Wooden Cave, a natural hollow in a giant tree with cultural significance. Long Juju of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State celebrates various cultural festivals such as New Yam Festival, Iriji, marking the start of the harvest season. Ekpe Festival, the masquerade and dance tradition in Arochukwu and other areas. Akwete Festival, celebrating the art and heritage of Akwete weaving. Aba Carnival. This carnival showcases dance, music, and colorful parades. Abia State is known for its entrepreneurship and Aba-made goods like shoes, bags, clothes, and mechanical fabrications. It is also known for agriculture, especially cassava, yam, oil palm, and cocoa, cultural craftsmanship like Akwete cloth, pottery, and wood carving, and their historic significance, especially in women's rights activism. 1929 Aba Women's Riot.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV. Seven days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. Seven days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
another edition of our program, Arena, on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. We are here on a program where we discuss and bring incisive insight into topical issues, especially those that are confronting our nation, Nigeria. Of course, we also discuss some international issues, and we have very erudite personalities that come into our studio to lend voice to this discourse. And today we're going to take on a topic that says credibility of a process determines the credibility of the outcome. The 2027 election is the process we are going to center on. And on the program is a very prominent face on this program, the person who is always seen on Aneke TV, dissecting topics, and of course giving incisive look into these topics as we bring them to you. He is no other person than a farmer. He's also a lawyer. He's also a public affairs commentator. I want to introduce to you also Nnadume of Okase.
Yes, Rex, thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Thanks to our viewers too.
Nnadume, we are talking about a credibility of a process which determines the credibility of the outcome, which, you know, I want to say that if any process does not go down well, the tendency of the outcome not coming out fine, you know, looks vague. And consequently, we are going to now think about how a credible process will bring about a credible outcome.
Yes.
And let me ask you, what do we mean by saying that a thing is credible?
It's all right. First of all, let me take ourselves down memory lane. We recall that in 2023, when peterobi challenged the election that brought Tinubu, he was asked, what are you challenging? Are you saying that because you declare you the winner? Or what? He said he's challenging the process. The process? What do you mean by that? He said the process, if the process, but it is better to have a credible process than whatever the process produces thereafter. So, what does he mean by that? If you read meaning into that speech, you'll find out that it is in tandem with a maxim in logic and clear thought, which says that when the premise to any given concept is defective, the result or the outcome will eventually be defective. If you want to embark on a journey to Abakaliki, and people are asking you, are you sure you know the road to Abakaliki? He said, yes. And where are you? He said, I'm in Enugu, I'm in Edinburgh. He said, okay, be coming. You start your vehicle and head towards Onitsha, head towards Ore, head towards Ijebu, head towards Lagos, and head towards Abanagiri. After 2 days, the man will call you, where are you? He said, I'm on my way to Abakaliki. Say, By the time you get exhausted, your fuel gets finished on the way, and you get stuck maybe somewhere around Banagri and Semeboda, you now ask people, where am I? They tell you you're in Seme, you're almost out of Nigeria. Say, I thought this road goes to Abakaliki. You see, if you have told people, I don't know the road to Abakaliki, and it tells you, okay, look at how you're going to do it. Move towards Aba Junction. From there, you can board any bus, it takes you to Abakaliki. It will be an hour's drive or thereabout. In that hour drive, you'll be in Abakaliki. So, it is the same thing with the election. Now, your question, what do they mean by, credibility?
It's a process.
Yes, credibility of a process. But I need to be answering that question in course of analyzing what that process is all about.
The process of election.
Yes. Now, narrowing ourselves down to the process of election. Process of election starts with, first of all, making a law that will guide election. That will have that already in the Electoral Act. Now, setting up a body that will monitor election, that also will have in inec. The body setting up rules for the smooth conduct of that election, that also we have in the rules of conduct of elections being drawn by inec each election year. Now, the other process again, participation in that process, that electoral process. Who is going to participate? Political parties. Who inhabit political parties? Human beings. Then how do human beings become members of political parties? Registration. From registration, you talk about vying for offices, because the law says whoever has to be contest for any election must come through the platform of a political party. Now, you check all these processes I have just enumerated now. If in the course of carrying out one of them, there is a problem, it will eventually affect the other one. Let me give an example. INEC gave 10th of May a deadline before for registration of party membership, digital registration of party membership. Many of us were struggling to register before 10th. That 10th should be a Sunday, 10th of May. At the end of the day, somebody went to court. And the Federal Court said, no, you cannot abridge the number. I think it's the Constitution gave the Electoral Act gave 1something days. So you cannot abridge it. You can't abridge. So registration now goes to September 2026 and no more to end by 10th of May. And that means the court now opened the door again for more registration of members into political parties. Now, what process should have come after that one? That's also a good question to ask yourself. The process that could have come after that one is submission of members of, running of primary elections. After primary elections, submission of names and list of members that will participate in the election. But now this one has been extended to September. You can see Aneke yesterday blowing hot again and saying that any political party that did not conduct their primary before 30th of May, that they will not accept their nominees. So you now ask yourself, is INEC trying to disobey the court? Not less. INEC was not trying to disobey the court. INEC was trying to know whether they can squeeze in the other processes, having extended their time from 10th of May to even 30th for registration of people who are going to be members of a political party. Now, it is only when you become a member of a political party that you now buy an expression of interest form to vie for election. Now, this first process, the first process of registering members has been completed or is still ongoing. Are you telling me now that somebody who registers next tomorrow and who says he wants to vie for office, you can foreclose him? The person will eventually go to court and the court will tell you can't. Because if you tell the person, no, you cannot, because we cannot accommodate that process you are registering now with the next phase which you are going to go into. And that is the acceptance of nomination of candidates by political parties. Because election is around February. And if you come by September, which the court has given, that implies that you have September, October, November, December, 4 months to carry out the remaining processes, which will also include printing of ballot papers, deployment of ad hoc staff, carrying materials to the various states, from various states to the various local government, and how do they move those things to the wards? And now back. Yes, from ward to the polling unit, because as it has gone down to the polling, it will also get back to INEC.
Okay, but let me go back. Let me draw you a lot back. You talked about first, there must be a legislation which will begin to move the process. To start with, we had the amendment of the Electoral Act 2022 in this 2026, and a lot of problems arose in the course of the act coming into, the bill coming into an act. In the process, there were marches, protests, and all that. And up till today, people are still agitating that there are anomalies in the act, that it is not within the aspiration of the generality of Nigerians, especially the Section 60, the Section 137, and all the rest others where they made amendments. Section 60 was the most, talked about, the real-time transmission. That's subsection 3, transmission of results from the polling unit and so on. And still, the National Assembly did not care until they concluded that bill and sent it for presidential assent, and it became an act. And presently, people are beginning to, point out loopholes, claims and counterclaims of not actually making an act that is good for the people, accepted by the people, because we are running a democracy. So, do we not see that as part of the pitfalls that might affect
the process?
The process, because real-time transmission not done, it gives a lacuna, a loophole for certain things to happen. And in between that, some things could happen. Manipulations could happen during the election. So, what is your view?
My take is that no law is perfect in its entirety, including the constitution. The constitution from which the Electoral Act derived its legitimacy is not even perfect in its sense. But whatever defect we have seen in the Electoral Act are defects that will keep on hammering on for further modifications and amendments. But be that as it may, like you pointed out about law being accepted by the majority of the people, that is a kind of people-centered law. Rex, I once have to tell you, virtually no law takes 100% care of the people. That is why very many times when courts make pronouncements as to elections, you find out that the pronouncements of courts are anti-people. Virtually all pronouncements since elections began in Nigeria, court pronouncements are anti-people. Let's take ourselves down memory lane once more. We are talking about the law, you are talking about the legislation. In 1983, Shagari contested the presidency with Awolowo. You should know that. Other younger ones here may not. And Awolowo was saying that Shagari did not meet the constitutional requirement of 2/3 of the 19 states of the Federation. 2/3 over 19. In fact, they even brought Chikobi to come and calculate 2/3 of 19.
He was the first to have PhD in mathematics in Nigeria.
Yes. So, at the end of the day, the Supreme Court now gave what they call social justice. And say let 2/3 of 19 be 2 over 19, 2 over 19 or whatever. So, but don't cite this thing as precedent. That's what they told lawyers. We said, okay. As we grow up in legal practice, we were citing it front, left, and center until they overruled themselves again. Now, in 1993, Abiola won the 1993 election. It was Justice Ibeme under a candlelight by 9 p.m. in the night that annulled the election with a court order. That's why I said the judiciary has never been anti-people in election matters. That's in 1993. It led to a lot of protests. People died. Community in the very slang we call Osa Abiola. A lot of people ran away from Lagos, ran down here, stayed for some weeks because I said Osa Abiola. So that was 1990. Then in 1999, it was Olufalaye and Obasanjo. Never the fact that people feel Obasanjo having been a former military ruler shouldn't have been in that office. But us were staked against him, against Olufalaye, and the Obasanjo's election was declared valid. But that one, the court's verdict there didn't even attract a lot of attention, because already Obasanjo was seen to have compensated the loss of Abiola, because then they knew Abiola won the election, but they didn't want to say he won the election. It was 30 years thereafter that Babangida wrote a book and said that that election was won by Moshood Abiola. That was even before or after Buhari has given him a posthumous award of GCFR, which he has given reserved for president, and declared him winner of the 1993 election. Now he takes that glory in his grave, maybe his bones will take that glory of being the president.
Are there accruals to that effect?
And there is none, besides the GCFR, because if they are, how would they parole him as a president? He wasn't sworn in. He merely won the election. Now in 2023, peterobi also won an election, but there was a glitch, according to Mahmoud Yakub, and the glitch led to them not calling the presidential result digitally, that, as they called it, that of the Senate and House of Reps. They now called that one manually, alterating figures and mutilating a lot of results. peterobi went to court. The court still gave an anti-people verdict when they now started saying that the rules made by inec is not law, and that beavers is unknown to law. It was inec that made the rule that introduced beavers. But it was the same electoral act that gave inec, in one of the sections, power to make rules for the smooth conduct of the election. So whatever rules...
So does that, in any way, now invalidates laws with the INEC, since the Supreme Court made a statement that that INEC do not have power to...
INEC did not make... They didn't make law. They made rules. They made rules for the smooth conduct of the election. And that rule is an outflow of the law, that electoral act. So that rule should be part of the law.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
And that has been the ruling of the Supreme Court all over the years, until 2023 election. They now changed their stand.
So what should be cited?
What is
the president?
The president now is the latest one. That the rule cannot be translated to have emanated from the law, or that the rule, of course, it has ever been the principle of law that when the rules and the law conflict, that the law takes precedence. But in this one, there's no conflict. I made the rules. He told me to make rules. I made the rules in respect of that law. Because if I had not made any rules, it could have been a different ball game. I could have been blamed for not making rules at all.
Okay, we'll have to pause for a break. When we come back, we'll continue. Our guest is still here, also Nadume Ofokanse, who is lending voice to the topic of the day, credibility of a process. That means the credibility of the outcome, the 2027 election inside. We'll pause here for a break. I'm still your anchor, Rex.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. We're still on our program Arena on Aneke TV, and our guest, also Ofokanse, is still here. We are discussing on credibility of process determining the credibility of the outcome. And we are centering on 2027 elections, whether the process of this election is credible, because the people of Nigeria are expecting a credible outcome in the election. That is to say that INEC will give Nigerians a free, fair, and credible election that will give us a very credible leadership. What's our focus here to actually continue in what he's doing?
Yes, Rex, you see, the process is already having some wages being thrown at it, because the court ruling, the altercations and the confrontations of INEC with the political parties, because I heard that they were saying if you can't submit the list of your candidates that are selected for election by, today is almost 7th, and they were talking even of 30th, and if you are not conducted their primary, well, I think by the close of the week, that may be this week or next week, they will be also placing a deadline for people to submit the list of their candidates. But you see, lack of political internal democracy has marred a lot of Nigerian politics. A lot of people are still fighting over who is a candidate and who is not a candidate. Even people who did not participate in primary election want to be candidates. People who did not even undergo any party screening want to be candidates because they have godfather, maybe in the National Working Committee of their own political party. So that process is already having some hitches. I won't use the word glitch because I'm not Yakub Mahmoud. Yes, so the process is already having some hitches, and the hitches are going to mar the 2027 election. Like I keep on saying, even in this forum, I've told people I don't trust Peter, the chairman of INEC. I don't trust him. And I couldn't have trusted him. Because like the topic we are discussing, a defective process gets a defective outcome. The man who appointed him is defective naturally. Yes, Tinubu who appointed Peter is defective because he didn't win the 2023 election. They gave it to him. And maybe looking for another person to give him the same.
No, the Supreme Court of Nigeria.
No, is the Supreme Court the voter?
No, but the
Supreme Court is the Supreme Court. Even if there are 100 judges in Supreme Court sitting at a time, can they translate to about 8 million voters? They can't. I keep on saying that the court has no business declaring anybody winner of any election. Because courts, at best, court will have 7 votes.
Who should declare?
The people. The people own the election. That's why it is government of the people. Each time court mount the rostrum and start pronouncing winners of elections, and the court will revert them back to the people.
And of course, the court cannot give you what you did not ask
for. If you ask court to declare of a council winner of an election, court will tell you, go back to the ballot box again. If you feel that the one that was declared is wrong, you refer us back. If you do it again and mess up, come back to court, you refer us back again until we learn our lesson. Court has no business declaring anybody winner of any election because court at most has the judge has only 1 vote.
So is this your suggestion that
I have ever suggested that in a lot of places I go, that court cannot declare a winner of an election. If anybody breaches any of the rules of the election, let the police prosecute the person for the breach. If Olumo carries dagger and knife during the election period, get him arrested, prosecute him for attempted murder on the electorate. Not because there was violence. Then you can cancel the wishes of the people. And that is why most of the time, when court gives verdict in election matters, they give judgment without giving justice. People go home cold-blooded. Just like when they announced the judgment of the Supreme Court gave the judgment in the Tinubu election in 2023. It was like where they poured the whole nation cold water. You won't hear a pin. Every place was silent.
No celebration.
Are you going to fight the court? No. Are you going to cry? No. If you cry, do they see you? But the pulse of the people determines what you have done. No, see, when you give, remember, there was, let me tell you what I mean by giving judgment that has justice and giving judgment without justice. In the same Yes, I think it was the same 2023 or slightly before that. That was Hakim. I mean, who is this man in Nimo with Hope Uzodinma? Yedioha. Hope Uzodinma went and collected all the garbage you can see in the street and called them ballot papers and took them to the court and said, these are my votes. Aneke came there and said, these are not our product, these are not our documents. We didn't produce these voters cards. I mean, what do you call it? These ballot papers. The speaker said, in that section 37 you're talking about, that gave anybody, if it is the satisfaction of the electoral officer, that the ballots are genuine, he can accept them. That means if you rest and can go to any of this printing press down here and print any of the print your ballot papers, stuff it in the Ghana must go, carry it to the inec. And yes, I tell them that I won the election. Say, well, they say, look at my votes here. And the inec man look at the votes, say, well, come on, let us manage it. You have won, though. So when they removed Yedioha through that kind of process, it was cold robbery in daytime in Imo State. Yedioha thought this was a joke. Lo and behold, it was real. He now went back to the Supreme Court for interpretation of that joke. What do you actually mean? You can revise yourself. This is wrong. There were 5 judges that sat, I think. 4 of them, four wrote consenting judgment saying that they cannot review the judgment they have given. 1 wrote a dissenting judgment, Justice West. He read it for about 2 hours, 30 minutes. After reading the judgment, the whole Supreme Court erupted into a clap. Not minding a policeman, no, you don't clap in court. Forget it. That is justice they saw in that dissenting judgment. And that's why I say, court sitting down there, I'm a lawyer. In fact, in the next 1 or 2 years, I will hit 30 years at the bar. So somebody who is close to 30 years at the bar, he's no more a small boy in the bar. Fine. But I still tell you that it was not what I met or what I dreamt of when I came into practice that I'm seeing in practice now. Even among practitioners too. Because it is the same practitioners that will translate into magistrates, that translate into judges tomorrow. So what we are saying in effect is that process that is skilled will definitely produce a skilled outcome. Already this one is being battered, front, left, and center. Before you say Jack Robinson, it is concluded. And once it is concluded, who knows the next thing that will happen? They will now tell us that there was a downgrade. Because that's 3 years ago was a glitch. This one will be downgrade. But one thing I keep on warning those of us who are in politics is that inec should not make copper sacrificial lambs. Because they are going to make those young boys and young girls who they are recruiting as ad hoc staff sacrificial lambs. Ask me how. If you go to the electoral process we are talking about, the people who carry the ballot papers to the various polling units are the ad hoc staff, not permanent staff of INEC. Now, they will lock their cyber like they did in 2023 and tell you, and the boss will say, okay, we can't upload though. They will be struggling to upload. Innocent young boys and girls who didn't know who has collected money from above and locked up the cyber. In my own community, let me give you an example of what happened in my community in that 2023 presidential election. As at 7 p.m., the young boys and girls, in fact, by 5:30, they have uploaded senatorial and House of Representative. We were clapping. The thing delivered. Now, to upload the presidential election became a problem. They kept trying from that 5:30 or thereabout till 6 p.m., till 7 p.m. Now, some irate boys said, no, these boys want to rig this election. They want and brought tire. I was in my house. My house is very close to the filling booth. Somebody came and called, Minister, these people want to lynch this INEC. I said, for what? Why are they lynching them? Say they have refused to. Say, the presidential election not gone? He said they have not transmitted it. I rushed to the field. They have already surrounded them. But thank God I'm the kind of person that my community at least respects. I told the boss, excuse me, This problem may not come from these boys. So let us find out. Say, I call them. I called the Zago headquarters. They said they could not transmit too. I called what do they call it? The rehab, dental clinic. Because that dental has about 20 polling booths. That dental in Transekulu. I called my contact man there. Then we were on labourparty. I called. They said they have many of them. They are still voting because by 9 I'm talking about. They said they are still voting because they, what do you call it? The inec local government whatever did not bring enough ballot papers. So when they called me in the afternoon, I told them go and besiege her office and make sure that she gives you people the ballot paper. They went there, kept their house until she brought the ballot paper. Now we are still working on the process. So now when they brought the ballot paper, I called them later around 9. They said that they are still voting. I called them by 11. They said they could not upload. I called Abuja, the station room in Abuja. They say it is the same problem. By the time I'm talking about, these boys have been exhausted. They have gone to deflate the tire of the car that brought one of the tires. I told them, change the tire. Let us go to the local government, World Collection Center. Went to the World Collection Center. It was the same story. In fact, they got to exactly local government 2 a.m. in the morning. The boy that went, I told them, instead of attacking, followed them to the collection center. They followed them. On getting there, they saw there was a glitch. They saw the screen could not be uploaded because it was glitch. It was Mahmoud's own terminology. So that process then became a problem because what do you call it? Those boys that I'm talking about becoming sacrificial lamb. If they try it in 2027, the kind of patience Nigerians had in 2023, that's particularly why I'm going. And like Mahmoud started declaring results by 2:40 a.m. in the morning, when everybody was taking his deeper slumber. So would say sleeping slumber. When everyone was sleeping slumber, you started declaring results and started giving somebody certificate of return. That will not happen again. Because all of us will be in Abuja there, watching whatever you are calling as Amipito. We will look at what is being transmitted and look at what you are calling. Okay. So that process is where I'm talking about. That once it is defective from the beginning.
Still on INEC
yes.
Before, because we're eating deep into the time. INEC, with the recent developments, having problems here and there, removing people from portal, interpreting the law,
to suit them,
yeah. And all that. Does it not cast aspersion on the activities of INEC, and as such may have waned their credibility before the Nigerian populace?
That's what I'm saying.
How are we expecting a credible result from INEC if Nigerians do no longer have confidence on INEC? Sometimes Amupita was asked to resign, he refused.
See, I told you here that me personally, yours sincerely, who is before you here, says I don't have confidence in Amepito as chairman of INEC. Have you ever watched Igini, Barrister Igini, speak on Arise News? He was former INEC commissioner. He's a very sound lawyer. He has pointed out all the loopholes in the Electoral Act. But he read that Electoral Act in and out. He pointed us out the loopholes there and warned us that in the event that we go to this election with the Electoral Act, the tendency that people will put, that printing of ballot paper, the whole post on the model, is still there. They have not amended that section. Everybody is concentrating on electronic transmission.
And that is why I pointed it out
yes.
in my intro.
So if anybody now says, don't worry, you scan your own and upload, I will scan the one I have here, I will also upload it.
Okay. Professor Peterobi
yes.
Said that they are going on an independent transmission.
Yes.
And the transmission will be connected to CNN, International Media Organization,
yes.
and all the rest of that. And possibly, will that such transmission also be attached to INEC, room? INEC
station room, yeah,
to actually, look at it in relationship with whatever INEC is transmitting, if they are going to transmit at all.
If INEC transmits and NDC or the opposition transmits and it becomes the same result, no problem. It will be a problem when INEC transmits a different thing and the opposition transmits a different thing. That will be
kind of the transmission, the international community will be seeing it and the international community will be airing it at the same time.
There was transmission even in 2023. There was a transmission even of the presidential results. Forget that INEC said they had glitch. There was transmission. All our situation rooms received the results. Because if you upload to our situation room, it will go. But if you upload to INEC portal, it will not go. So we had the results. But what I discovered was APC was also having the result in a separate portal. And that was what made El-Rufai publish the same result that we got in our INEC portal, in our situation room portals. Because we had the result complete. El-Rufai had it complete. And when he now said peterobi won the 2020 election and published the result, that was why they are now hunting from pillar to post.
And of course, our topic is credibility of a process.
Yes.
The credibility of the outcome.
So the outcome that came in 2020 was incredible.
Political parties, you already talked on political parties and all the problems associated with them. The Electoral Act, of course, gone, we've talked about it. The credible, where there are allegations of favoritism, godfatherism, nepotism, and the rest of them by the political parties, which necessitates the upholding of the party primary results. Most of these parties have not declared who are their flag bearers at the various levels of election.
Yes.
And there's tension everywhere. Nerves are being frayed because of favoritism, godfatherism, nepotism. You earlier said that even those who did not go through the process of screening and all that wants to be candidates.
Yes.
Of political parties.
Yes.
So how do we ensure that we can build a party that will have internal democratic norms?
You see, that's why I said initially that the bane of Nigerian politics is lack of internal democracy. Fortunately, this time around, I am now a direct participant. Direct participant in the sense that I was the secretary of the screening committee of NDC for Enugu West Senatorial Zone. I was also the returning officer for the primary election in Ezag local government, being a party leader, because I had wanted to contest election before I eventually stepped down for somebody. Now I took other roles in the NDC. Now, during the screening, in my team, I was the secretary, one lawyer else was the chairman, but we broke it into two. I'm from Udi, so I can't screen the candidates from Udi. I will screen those from Greater Ogu, maybe Ogu and Henry and Oji River, while the chairman and his own team screens those from Udi and Ezag. Now, in the course of the screening, we discovered that some people could not even come down from Abuja. They would just go there, pick form, and start lobbying, what do you call them, political godfathers there, to assist them have a shortcut to the ticket they are looking for without undergoing the screening. And the people will stay in their wisdom, tell them, go back and get screened. So many of them rush back very late. Just the same thing with National Assembly. We had people who collected the expression of interest form for Udeziago Federal constituency, for instance, that they are close to 20 or thereabouts. But those who came for screening officially, they are not up to 5 who flew down and got screened here because they are also being screened in Abuja. But you have to screen because we know you better than the people in Abuja. Yeah. So you have to screen in your political zone, and then we'll transmit the result to them. So what I'm saying, talking about internal democracy, is that even within that very NDC and this purported decency, you still have people clamoring to cut short the process, the same process we are discussing about. They don't want to undergo the true process of the screening. They want to get a shortcut and become candidates, even when they don't have what it takes to win any election anywhere. So what I'm saying is that The internal democracy we lack in Nigeria is the first burn. The very day we do the internal, you can watch what happened during the APC primary election. Those who were counting people in a queue, they will count 1, 2, 30, 200, 55, 1 million. Yes, even if it's a kindergarten child that's counting it. And that's what I told them in NDC. We also did option A4. But everybody stuck to the normal counting. At least where I presided, I made sure it was serially and arithmetically counted. I didn't count geometrically. I have to count whoever wins the election. It's not for me to declare the result. It's for those people in there. But our duty is to conduct the election and send the result to them. If they tinker with it, it's up to them. If they bring it as we have sent it to them, it's up to them. So, but internal democracy is lacking in Nigeria. And that is why it is becoming difficult to release the result of the primary election, like you rightly said, to find out who actually is going to stand for each of the political parties. And Aneke is telling them, bring your candidates. You finish this primary election since 29th. Why are you holding on to your candidates? Because people are going through the back door to know whether they can get what they could not get through the front door. So that's the problem. And once they start imposing candidates on people, that's the beginning of failure of any election. Because once you start imposing candidates, just tell me that election, you have lost it.
Once you start imposing candidates on the people, that's the beginning of the failure of any election.
Yeah.
So submitted also Nadume of Okansi. But finally, before we go on this program, it will be very important that you tell us how Nigeria will achieve, finally, holistically, a free, fair, and credible elections vis-a-vis enthroning a very credible leadership, since leadership becomes the problem of Nigeria. If Nigeria gets leadership right, every other thing will fall in place. So how do we go about it through election?
It is not rocket science, Rex. There's no rocket science in getting a credible election. Ghana got it. Very many other countries of the world got it. Have you ever had America went to court after any election? They don't, apart from the time Trump wanted to discredit the integrity of American voters by invading the Capitol. That was the only time people were prosecuted for what they did, not because of the election. So why I'm saying that is that, since I said there's no rocket science, who is going to operate that very decent election? Human being. So we still need, first, if we want to make it look credible and make Nigeria get the election right, we shall start making politics a profession. Politics becomes a part-time job. If you serve, after service you go. If you need to serve again, you come back. That is one. Two, National Assembly gets paid based on stipend for their sittings. No more a salary that whether you sit or whether you don't sit, you paid your allowance in this, you have a quarter in Apple. No. You must have something doing wherever you are doing it. Wherever you are going to sit, if you fly down to Abuja, sit. As you are getting out of the National Assembly, you get your alert. That is the second one. While the third one is that, akin to that one, Nigeria should reduce the cost of governance. Because if they reduce the cost of governance, it will make it very unattractive. If you think that if you go to National Assembly, that you'll still be riding that your beautiful Corolla, after 4 years you come back with it, without having an SUV. Yes, you consider the options. So if somebody tells you come and buy for election, because you consider whether what you are doing here is more comfortable for you, you have your life and have your time. Then going your people will not be dragging you, you're not doing anything for us. And then again, we, the voters and the electorate, we should also stop celebrating criminality. Because anybody who goes to the National Assembly or becomes governor or becomes local government chairman and tomorrow builds mansion, buys cars, and comes to church to celebrate it, and bishop, we praise him, like Peterobi said, instead of calling police that you have seen the thief, you now say, God will bless you. Wherever I get this thing from, you will get it again, knowing fully where you stole it. So these things, if we do it, Nigeria will get it right. And if we get it right,
stop celebrating things
yes.
Criminality.
Yeah, let's stop celebrating criminality. Yes, in Nigerian politics.
And of course,
and make politics part-time.
Interest
yes.
in serving Nigeria from getting huge sums and embezzling sums and taking money, Nigerian money and all that, making them unattractive so that it will be a call to service.
Exactly.
So our guests on this program Arena, also Nadume Ofokasi, of course, opined. Also, you're welcome, and we thank you for being there for us. This is where we're going to draw the curtain on today's edition of this program.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being there for us.
Thank you.
Chimamanda Adichie. Adichie gives voice to African identity in a global world. From half of a yellow sun to her TED Talks, she speaks truth with elegance. She urges us to reject the single story and celebrate complexity, a modern cultural beacon.
As Nigeria prepares for the 2027 general elections, many are asking a question that resonates across the nation. Will this election finally be different from those that came before it? From disputes over results to delayed outcomes, past polls have often left citizens frustrated. But for 2027, hope is rising, and citizens are playing a central role in shaping the outcome. Across the country, voter registration is surging. Millions of Nigerians, particularly first-time voters and young citizens, are taking active steps to ensure their voices are heard. Surveys show that more than 70% of Nigerians intend to vote in 2027, signaling strong public interest despite concerns about security and electoral fairness. INEC has introduced measures to strengthen the credibility of the elections, including continuous voter registration and biometric verification of voters. These efforts aim to expand and secure the electoral register, ensuring that every eligible citizen can participate. But election credibility relies not just on technology, it depends on active citizen engagement. Community groups, youth organizations, and advocacy networks are educating voters about their rights, the mechanics of voting, and how to report irregularities. These initiatives aim to empower citizens to safeguard the integrity of the process. Civil society coalitions are also lobbying lawmakers to adopt key reforms, including real-time electronic transmission of results. Advocates argue that such measures are crucial to building trust and reducing disputes over outcomes. Citizens are making their voices heard, demanding transparency and accountability from political institutions. Beyond advocacy, ordinary Nigerians are stepping up as watchdogs, monitoring registration and mobilizing participation, from educating communities to ensuring fair access to polling units. The public is taking responsibility for strengthening democracy. Their actions reflect a growing belief that democracy is more than casting a ballot. It is active engagement in shaping governance and holding leaders accountable. The 2027 election may ultimately be defined not only by reforms, technology, or institutional measures, but by the active involvement of citizens themselves. From voter education to advocacy campaigns, Nigerians are asserting their role as custodians of democracy. determined to ensure that every vote counts and the will of the people is respected. As the countdown of February 2027 continues, it is clear that citizens are at the heart of Nigeria's democratic future. Their engagement, vigilance, and determination will help shape whether this election marks a true turning point for the nation.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me start by thanking everyone who joined in this celebration this afternoon. My speech is titled Dignity, Public Welfare, and Accountability. Umunnem Diabia, friends of our dear state, men and women of goodwill, I bring you joyful greetings as we mark yet another epoch in the continuing evolution of our land as a development frontline. Permit me to begin on a note of profound gratitude to the Almighty God, to whom this state and these people are wholly dedicated. This day presents us a special opportunity to reflect on how far we have come, appreciate ourselves for the modest strides, and make a conscious decision to face the future with courage. Indeed, we have come a long way, but the road ahead is still far. Our journey is only just beginning. For all its shortcomings and imperfections, democracy has provided us a genuine vehicle for accelerated development. Better than all other alternatives, the freedom to choose our leaders, which is democracy's ultimate advantage, has given us the leverage to take our destiny in our own hands. On this day 3 years ago, a new era opened for us as a government elected by the popular will of the people took the reins of leadership. From the very minute we took our oath, the task of charting a new course for the state kicked off in earnest. We hit the ground running from the very beginning because the promise of restoration could wait no longer. We are resolute in our resolve to push things into motion because we understood the weight of public expectation on our shoulders. Barely 24 hours after our inauguration, we were in the streets of Aba, leading the refuse disposal effort, not minding the heavy downpour. By refusing to be held back by an inclement weather, we sent out a clear message that the era of making excuses for failure was over. Ours is far from a perfect administration, but even the most fervent critic cannot but acknowledge that on the most critical measures of progress, Abia, in the last 3 years, has turned the corner. With the successful execution of more than 400 road infrastructure projects, actually the number is 414, covering over 800 kilometers, it is safe to say that our journey into the transformation of our road networks as a major driver of prosperity across urban and rural communities has started. In the next few months, 82 other roads stretching over 200 kilometers shall be delivered and opened for public use. Thank you. Our road infrastructure investments are carefully spread in ways that leave no part of the state behind. We are as mindful of the expectations of the Aba industrial and trading community as we are conscious of the wealth of resources that quality roads can open up in our agrarian centers. The timely completion of Port Harcourt Road in Aba, Aguirre Boulevard in Umuahia, and the last part of the 67-kilometer Umuahia, Uzuakole, Abreba to Ohanfia Road offers a telling example of the balance of our outlay. The quality of work on the new bridge over Igu River, adjacent to the historic Omenoko Bridge, point to the joy of restoration and the place of memory in our evolution. This same testimony is what you get from regular commuters at Ohanku Road in Aba, a road that lay in ruins for decades. the dualization of the 5.95 kilometer road leading to Abia Tower, Monimo Bridge, now named Omokpai Way, and the completion of the 11.5 kilometer Nunya Eluama Road, now known as ndlea Kanu Road, amongst hundreds of other projects, stand as abiding testament to the measure of progress the state has witnessed in the last 36 months. In addition to building durable, aesthetically appealing roads, this administration has also recorded decent strides in quality healthcare delivery through sustained investments in personnel, infrastructure, and the consistent supply of quality drugs and medical consumables. In the last 3 years, we have recruited close to 1,000 healthcare professionals, from consultants to health technicians. The new employees have been posted to tertiary, secondary, and primary health facilities to support the well-being of our people in the urban and rural areas. In pursuit of the compelling vision of setting the pace in public health delivery ecosystem, we have consistently earmarked 15% of our annual budget to this sector. This outlay has enabled the retrofitting and functionalization of 277 and over 120 primary health care centers, respectively. The general hospitals in Obingwa, Okibe, Ikuano, Arochukwu, and Ohafia have either been completely retrofitted or are in different stages of retrofitting, and some of them have been supplied with relevant equipment to meet the new Abia service standard. In the same vein, we have also made good progress in tertiary health services following the resuscitation and expansion of the service framework at the Abia State Specialist Hospital and Diagnostic Center here in Umuahia. Our projection is that over the next few months, the ongoing construction and remodeling projects at Abia State University Teaching Hospital and Amatara General Hospital shall be completed to further expand the tertiary care space. In the new Abia, the first measure of wealth is the health of the people. It is for this reason that we are pulling all the stops to set standards that align with our outlook for this. Education is at the center of our long-term development plan, as documented, legislated upon, and signed into law. The logic, while our investments in physical structure answer to the economic and social needs of the present, prosperity in the future will require a mass of enlightened and highly skilled population. In order not to be caught unawares by the demands of the new age economy, we had made it a convention to allocate no less than 20% of our annual budgetary provision to the education sector. It has been 3 years of consistency, and the results are beginning to manifest as predicted. Just recently, I was at the Abia State University, Uturu, to commission several projects, including hostel facilities and a 5-megawatt power substation. While in Uturu, we also flagged up the construction of a combined 10,000 bed capacity hostel for male and female students, new faculty buildings for the faculties of law and agriculture, and a university cafeteria, and kilometers of internal roads. Decent infrastructure turnaround is also happening at the Ogbonneonu Polytechnic Aba and the College of Education Technical in Arochukwu. In Aba and Arochukwu, we have completed the restoration of several residential facilities, lecture halls, intra-campus roads, sports complexes, and other significant infrastructure projects. The more fundamental development happening in the tertiary education space is the recruitment of hundreds of quality personnel to instruct and mentor our students in their chosen fields of learning. We recently launched an initiative to stamp out the evil of extortion within the institutions. In the basic and secondary education subsector, I mentioned last week that we have not moved at the pace we wanted. Nevertheless, appreciable progress has also been recorded, with particular respect to staff training, following the recruitment of 5,394 teachers last year. We are currently concluding the process of adding another set of 4,000 new teachers to further boost the quality of learning in our public schools. The addition of new teachers became imperative following the jump in enrollment by over 150% in the last academic session. In addition to extensive investment in formal education, we are also keen on supporting other channels of youth development. In the past 3 years, we have trained thousands of young people on critical ICT skills, from software engineering and artificial intelligence integration to cyber security, using platforms like Tech Rise Skill Development Initiative and similar programs. In addition to training and skills acquisition, we have moved further to incentivize innovation by earmarking funds in excess of 300 million naira to support technology-driven enterprises across the state. Our overarching vision is to give the young dreamers every necessary support to thrive, compete, and find fulfillment in a world where knowledge is the ultimate capital. Still on youth development and empowerment for value creation, the administration has taken an active interest in sports development, from grassroots sports activities to international sporting exposure. We are investing in the sports ecosystem with the singular intent of expanding the platform for self-expression, because sports, beyond its recreational value, has grown into a major economic stronghold, opening channels of generous earning by sports professionals, investors, and millions of stakeholder groups. They just concluded Abia Soccer Fest, which began in the 184 wards before the final showpiece in Umuahia a few days ago, attests to our conviction that sports represent an excellent vehicle for community mobilization and exposure. In the last days, we have institutionalized statewide sports tournaments for students in secondary and tertiary institutions. The intent is to purposely direct the energy of our young people, pull them away from unhealthy recreational activities, and give the extraordinarily talented ones the platform to begin their ascent in the world of professional sporting. We declared an emergency on waste management minutes after we took the oath of office on this day in 2023. I'm glad to report that within the intervening period, the tempo has remained as high. After the evacuation of 2,997 truckloads of garbage in the first few weeks, we have since moved methodically to set up a structured system to guarantee round-the-clock effective waste management. In addition to the prompt evacuation of solid waste, the State Environmental Protection Agency, ASEPA, has significantly raised the bar by developing appropriate mechanisms for managing industrial and household effluents, inventarization of dump sites to track trace, and other novel initiatives to keep our environment safe and clean. The transport sector is another front where the administration has effectively changed the old narrative. Our network of quality roads, the recently commissioned bus terminal in Umuahia, named after Professor Nnennaoti, the electric buses that ply major inter and intra-city routes, the 70 bus shelters, laybys, and similar infrastructure investments have not only improved the daily commute experience of tens of thousands of people, they have made our roads safer and raised the appeal of our urban centers. Through our development initiatives in this sector, thousands of jobs have been created as new investments arrive to meet demands arising from the shift in appetite. The most impressive development for us is that the turnaround in the road transport ecosystem has led to a significant reduction in the cost of regular commute when compared to other places. Even then, we are not unmindful of the difficulties that confront many fixed-income earners in their commute to work. We shall continue to make interventions in the hope that normalcy will return in a short while. In the power sector, significant gains have also been recorded by the administration. Abia, I'm glad to report, has continued to build on the gains of the larger reforms in the national power ecosystem. We are currently ramping up investments in the sector, from alternative to conventional energy resources, to systems and structures that drive investments, job creation, and industrial growth. Our efforts have led to the restoration of electricity in several communities that were previously disconnected from the grid owing to vandalism and infrastructure inadequacy. In the next few months, scores of other communities would have their electricity supply challenges resolved. We are working around the clock to support the capacity of private sector players in the energy space to deliver improved value for household and industrial consumers. Recall that we had already made a major acquisition that is intended to improve supply in the Umuahia ring-fenced district. I'm convinced that before the end of the year, we shall reach significant milestones in that regard. It is, however, encouraging to observe that several manufacturers have since picked the signal. Quietly but optimistically, they are setting up plans in different parts of the state to take advantage of the progress we have made in the electricity market. In the agricultural sector, we are moving away from the old fixation with subsistence farming to an enterprise-oriented, technology-driven model. Our approach is data-enabled. In the last 3 years, we have done a comprehensive mapping of our agricultural assets, built a robust database of farmers, and developed a holistic framework that is transforming the outlook to agro-investing, financing, and management of smallholder farmers. Expectedly, Abia has become an attractive investment destination for multinational corporations with significant sums already committed in the agro value chain. As I said a few days ago, the days of playing small are long gone. While we shall continue to support smallholder farmers with inputs and training, we are more interested on how to make the most of our agro assets to create jobs and achieve food security. Umunem Diabia, permit me to also report that a significant turnaround has been recorded in the management of our land assets. We have holistically digitized the land documents management system to improve transparency and process integrity. The mapping of the state has already been recently concluded. The target is to improve precise spatial data records and reap the value of benefits associated thereto. Our Seas of O in 30 days policy has greatly improved the value of our real estate. In the area of housing development, I'm happy to announce that we have concluded arrangements for the flag off of the Civil Service Commission pocket layout estate in Umuahia. Projected to be delivered in the next 12 months, the estate would improve the supply of residential homes in Umuahia as well as draw a critical capital and skilled professionals to the city. In addition to the development of physical infrastructure, the state has prioritized the welfare of civil servants and retirees in absolute fidelity. The promise made at the inauguration podium on this day 3 years ago, that never again will our civil servants and retirees take to the streets to ask for their monthly entitlements. Through the introduction of a robust health insurance program, the administration has made it easy for its workforce and their dependents to access affordable health care, including surgeries, without worrying about the cost. Additionally, we have made training and retraining a regular feature in the civil service. May I reiterate that we acknowledge the economic difficulties that fixed income earners face amidst the strong headwinds from forces outside our direct control. As earlier indicated, we shall continue to evolve initiatives to mitigate the impact on our people. I'm however pleased that today in Abia, every legitimate employee of the state government gets their entitlements as and when due. The certainty has made it easier for households and businesses to plan. The administration has successfully engineered a shift in the approach to women empowerment through special intervention programs supervised by different ministries, departments, and agencies. Hundreds of women have been supported to set up business clusters and take advantage of the economic support programs of the state and its network of partners. The government remains particularly mindful of women and girls in its recruitments, appointments, and targeted interventions in agriculture, ICT, small and medium-scale enterprises, and household support initiatives. Just recently, the Office of the First Lady commissioned 35 units of residential buildings across the 17 local government areas for indigent mothers. Efforts have also been intensified to protect the girl child from all forms of assault. The recent launch of the Nchedo Sexual Assault Referral Center speaks to our commitment in this regard. What has distinguished our administration, in addition to the modest gains in infrastructure, is the way we respond to the weak and vulnerable in our midst. Consideration for persons with disabilities form a critical trust in our government policy frameworks. Our free basic education program and continuous investment in this sector are intended to offer children from economically disadvantaged backgrounds the chance to fight for a better future through learning and skills development. Security was a major challenge in the state 3 years ago. Several communities were held hostage as kidnappers, armed robbers, and an assortment of different criminal groups set up camps in the forest from where they launched sporadic attacks on innocent Abians. The situation today is entirely different for the simple reason that we take the security of our people as our primary obligation, as the Constitution envisaged. Through effective support to security agencies, we have been able to reassert control. We do not have a perfect situation yet, but there is no ambiguity on the preparedness of the administration to do what it must to keep the peace and security of our dear state. One novel initiative we have taken to improve security and peaceful coexistence is the integration of the stakeholder model to our governance framework. Deliberate steps have been taken to bring traditional rulers and other community leaders, persons of influence, heads of town unions, youth and women groups to the decision-making table, regularly engaging with them to build consensus on development priorities. We shall continue in this regard, especially as we move closer to the peak of the electioneering campaigns. In our book, it is fine to disagree, but we must reject every invitation to disorder and conflict. Part of the reasons we have made remarkable progress in the last 36 months is a firm commitment to fiscal responsibility. Our record of expenditure per capita on capital investment is about the highest in the country. And still, we have managed to liquidate the debt stock of public debts by 60%. Actually, it is actually over 70% as of March 2026. We are ranked by independent observers as one of the leading states on fiscal sustainability, accountability, and transparency. We shall continue to strengthen the fiscal responsibility outline and commit more resources to assets that yield long-term social and economic benefits. As I have consistently maintained, there is so much to do with the funds that we cannot spare a dime for frivolity. Let me conclude on a note of profound gratitude to members of the State Executive Council, especially the Deputy Governor, Engineer Ike, for all the hard work and sacrifices of the last 3 years. The smiles on the faces of ndlea, as we saw during the recent marathon of project commissioning exercises across the state, tell 1,000 stories in faith and optimism for the future. And of course, some of the speakers that spoke here this afternoon have alluded to that fact. Commendations are also due to members of the State House of Assembly, led by the Speaker, Right Honorable Emmanuel Ihuoma Emerowa, for being worthy representatives of the 24 state constituencies in the state. May I also thank members of the state judiciary, ably led by the Chief Judge, Honorable Justice Lillian Abai, for their commitment to unbiased, fair and fearless interpretation of the provisions of our laws. I would also like to take a moment to extend profound appreciation to the leadership of the 17 local government councils, the councillors, and everyone in a position of public authority in the state. Each arm and tier of government is clearly independent, but it's also true that we are serving the same community of people. I'm glad that in the new Abia, public service is underpinned by a certain sense of duty. It is my conviction that the new culture of accountability will continue to find generous expressions in our disposition and response to the needs of our people. Let me, on a final note, thank you all for your relentless support and enthusiasm. We do not take your goodwill for granted. As I said on the floor of the State House of Assembly in December 2023, the opportunity to serve our people at this time is the greatest privilege of our lives, and we shall never forget the sacrifices that made it happen. In the same vein, permit me to remind us to remain diligent in the discharge of our civic obligations. Pay your taxes as and when due, keep the environment clean, and support the law enforcement agencies to protect our communities through the supply of useful and timely information. This is our state. Let us build it together. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me once again thank everyone who has been here until this time. Thank our elder statesman, Mazi Sam Ohuabunwa, for taking the discomfort of coming from Lagos just for this and speaking so eloquently. Thank you so much, Mazi Sam Ohuabunwa. I would also like to thank Chief Chris Uche, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, for his labor of love and for the support he has continued giving us, not just as we came into government, but as far back as 2014 and 2015. Thank you so much, Lanesek. I also want to thank members of the House of Representatives, led by the caucus leader, Honorable Ginger Onwusibe, for the very kind words and for representing us very well. I also like to thank distinguished Senator Darlington Wokocha, who is going back to the Senate to represent Abia Central. Thank you so much, Senator Darlington Wokocha. I would like to thank the speaker, the speaking speaker, Right Honorable Emmanuel Ihoma Emerowa, together with his other 23 members who have been at the forefront of ensuring that we have a unified government. Like I had always told you, anything that I bring to you will be something that you will easily approve, because it has to be in the interest of our people. I would like to thank the First Lady of the state, thank her for all her support, for being a good mother, a good wife, and for everything that she has continued to do these past 33 years to keep the home front together. I also like to thank her younger sister, the wife of the Deputy Governor, Mrs. Adeze Chidera Emeto. Thank you so much for giving peace to my deputy and ensuring that the home front is together. I will finally want to thank all Abia people, the security heads, the service commanders, all of you are here. I want to thank you, the traditional rulers. Thank you so much. Party members, we want to thank you for being resilient. And as we prepare for the primaries tomorrow, I pray that everything will go well. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for listening. God bless you, and as you go, God will take you back to your destination safely.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you to our dear governor.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, is one of the most pervasive and pressing human rights issues globally, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, often by intimate partners. Non-partner sexual violence affects at least 6% of women globally and among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, with about 15 million having faced forced sex in regions like sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, including Nigeria. The problem is particularly acute, reflecting deep-seated cultural norms, weak legal systems, and the lack of political will to combat it. In Nigeria, sexual and gender-based violence remains a challenge despite efforts being made by different stakeholders to curb the scourge. This is buttressed by the National Demographic and Health Survey (NDHS) 2018, which revealed that 30% of women aged 15 to 14 have experienced physical violence since age of 15. 7% of women in that same age group reported experiencing sexual violence at some point in their lives, while 1 in 4 women, that's 25%, have experienced spousal violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, by their husbands or partner. What is more disturbing is the prey on children and adolescent victims. According to UNICEF, 25% of girls and 10% of boys in Nigeria have been sexually abused before turning 18. This implies that 1 in 5 Nigerian girls experience sexual violence before 18 years. From metropolitan cities like Abuja and Lagos to rural areas and states across Nigeria, women, girls, even more disturbing is that the majority of cases go unreported, buried under layers of fear, ignorance, family ties, shame, and societal silence. Sexual and gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon. Its roots are deeply embedded in history, culture, power dynamics, and deep-seated inequalities in power